Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Accidentally Yours by Ilsa Ames. Narrated by Gillian Macy and Troy Duran. Prologue. June. Tiago. I watched his beautiful lips pronounce his name for the stupid, bubbly blonde that hung over the bar. A move that gave him a good view of her cleavage, I'm sure. It sure gave me more than an eyeful of her pink panties when her tiny black skirt rode up. I scowled. Some sort of female sister code doing its damnedest to stop me from mumbling the word skank, even if I was thinking it inside. I wasn't bitter, not at all. It was more envy of her boldness. I pulled the panels of my light olive green cardigan together and squirmed in my booth seat to try to make myself smaller. I could never be like her, not in a million years, even if I wished I could. It wasn't in me to be so, bold. I was the consummate, timid little mouse, a pro at bashful blandness. That's why I was in that dark corner with a glass of white wine that had lost its chill, and a romance novel I'd ripped the cover off of. I hated the glances I get when people saw the covers. The guy with the sweeping hair and the rippling muscles. The girl with lust on her face and her dress artfully torn off. Yeah, no. I'd used scissors to cut the cover off of this one. The glances people shot my way whenever I'd read one in public with the cover still on were judgment of a lonely spinster. I almost rolled my eyes. Spinster. Was that word even used anymore? I don't know, but it described me perfectly. I lived alone, with a cat named Oscar as my only companion. I didn't even have one of those sex friends or benefit friends or whatever they were called that people talked about. You know, a guy to do the deed and leave me alone. Nope. All I had was this. A crush on a stupidly gorgeous, dark-haired bartender. A glass of wine, a cat that tolerated me, and my books, like this one. I went back to the romance book in a huff as the blonde ran a finger down Tiago's hard jaw. I could all but hear the scratch of his beard as she did it, and that fierce scowl returned to my face. Why couldn't I be more like that? More like her. Bold, confident, knowing exactly what she wanted. Me? I couldn't decide whether to have a frozen pizza or a frozen burrito for dinner. She wore an outfit that was unsuitable for the chill that still permeated the spring air, even in Southern California. I had on a warm pair of jeans and my usual cardigan. I watched her, my eyes not envious, but sad more than anything. Why couldn't I be so adventurous and so open with my sexuality? My brain screamed a word, boring, over and over again, and I closed the book. My brain was right. I could bore a librarian to tears. I was fairly certain I had a time or two already. I never had adventures. I was never asked to go on road trips, mainly because I had no friends. But I'd promised myself long ago I'd take that trip. I'd live that adventure as soon as one came along. Nothing ever happened, though, not recently anyway. When I left high school, I had a dream of normality, a dream that I'd made reality. I'd never guessed how lonely or bored I'd be. And now, my life was a constant. After the chaos of my youth, I knew what each day would bring now, barring the occasional mishap caused by someone else or my health, and that's how I'd wanted it. Sometimes it sucks when you get what you want.
1. Tiago. I'm new in town, Care to show me the sights?
The blonde's husky, sultry, entendre-laden voice was a temptation most men would be morons to refuse. Now, I'd hate to say something like, but I wasn't most men, because any man who says that sounds like a complete fucking douchebag. But in this instance, and on that day, I really wasn't like most men. Not when it came to thin innuendos from overly primped-up blondes. And definitely not when I'd already chosen to make the day I made my offer. And definitely not when I'd already chosen to make today the day I made my offer. You know I'd love to, I grinned, my deep voice rumbling through the air between us, making the blonde's breath catch a little. But I have work to do and an early day tomorrow. How about you drop by some other time? I gave her a wink with hazel eyes that were more gold than anything, and one of those patented grins that always drew the ladies in. Charming, sexy, but also a little self-deprecating. They ate that shit up. Plus, it was just a line. And in this case, a completely empty, meaningless one. Something bartenders say to be charming, I guess. Not a single part of me actually hoped she'd ever stroll back in to drape her tits over the bar like that. I mean, come on. I was a red-blooded guy just as much as the next. But something that, well, laid out and easy never appealed to me. The blonde was just trying too hard. And to me, it came off as unappealing, no matter how low her shirt was unbuttoned or how high she'd hiked that skirt of hers. Her response, though, was to lean even further over the bar, crooking her finger at me. I smiled to hide the roll of my eyes as I leaned down to let her whisper whatever last resort she was going for into my ear.
Or you could take me into the back room right now and fuck my brains out.
And they say subtlety is a lost art. Look, I'm not going to lie and claim to be some sort of monk. But again, no. She was too obvious, too devoid of any sort of mystery. Or maybe it was some ancient Neanderthal need in my male brain to want to have to chase. Something that in your face was unappealing somehow. In any case, no. No to her, and no to her eye-rolling offer. I had a bar to run. I wasn't just the bartender, I was the owner. And I had things to contemplate. Things like taxes, my father's death and his will, my best friend's sick little girl. You know, important shit. Shit that couldn't be brushed off to bang a hot blonde in my office, even if it was a distraction most guys would kill for. And besides that, there was the fact that today was the day I was making my offer. Today I had a date with destiny, and it didn't include this woman. It included the mousy little non-vixen in the olive green cardigan sitting in the corner of my bar. I glanced at her to see her nose stuck in her book. It was always in a book, that cute little nose. She might have been cuter if she didn't hide behind a huge pair of glasses, frumpy clothes, and with her light brown hair pulled into a severe bun that must have hurt her head. And somehow that night, without any sort of lead-up, I was going to have to figure out how to convince her to marry me. Yeah. In name only, of course. But I'd do it the old-fashioned way if she wanted. She gave me the impression there was a tiger underneath that facade, and I'd always been curious. She was a quiet patron, but a regular, and never caused me problems. In fact, she could solve a huge one for me if she'd agree to the fucking ludicrous offer I was about to make her. The blonde finally took a hint and walked away, leaving me to contemplate the woman I only knew as June. She was quiet, an introvert if I'd ever seen one. I'd had a bomb dropped on me earlier that day, one I hadn't expected, and as soon as June had walked in earlier, I'd know she could be the answer to all my problems. I'd given her the usual, a glass of chilled Chardonnay, and waited on the few other patrons I had. I'd been about to sit down to talk to her when the blonde came in, full of desperate promises and all but squirming with desire. Maybe another version of me would have hated to brush her off, but that wasn't the me right now. I had too many things to think about and take care of. So with the blonde gone, I eyed up June again. Shit. I was nervous. And I never got nervous. I knew this could go 100 different ways, and all of them could end up with me slapped upside the head. That, or flat out punched in the mouth. But with June, I was nervous, and I knew why. It was that this girl, for whatever reasons I couldn't even hope to understand, got me twisted. She had for just about as long as she'd been coming in here. The one-word answers to questions, the way she avoided eye contact, the frumpy clothes, the mousy overall look. Yeah, all of it should have made her invisible to me, but it didn't. It did the opposite. It made me want her, badly. Maybe it was because she was so aloof. Maybe it was the standoffish way she seemed to barely acknowledge me. It was like a dare. I watched her and noted how the light gleamed off of her silky hair. I wondered what would make a woman so young, so obviously beautiful, hide the way she had. A bad childhood? An awful experience? Or was she just one of those that wasn't interested in cookie-cutter appearances, uninterested in clothes and makeup? That was always a possibility. Now that she'd taken her glasses off to rub at her eyes, I could see her face much better. I could see she really was beautiful, even without the makeup. Like that kind of natural beauty that takes your breath away. She pushed the glasses back onto her face and looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Her eyes caught mine, and I smiled at her. She looked surprised, but didn't look away. Yeah, it was time. I cleared my throat, stepped out from behind the bar, and strolled over to the table. "Hey, June." She'd been a patron since I first opened the bar a few years ago, and I'd made it a point to ask her name after a while. She never volunteered much in the way of information, but I'd learned a little bit about her. She ran a local nonprofit organization. Something about... Oh, shit. I had no idea. I knew she lived alone, though. No boyfriend, no husband, no kids. She never got drunk, ever. And she was always quiet. Even when you were near her and spoke to her, there was this air of calm around her. I'd noticed, but never thought about it before. I felt it then as I took a seat across from her and asked how she was. It was something I'd do when it was slow, go around and talk to the regulars, just to check on them. She jerked her head up, her eyes blinking quickly. Good? It came out like a question, and her face reddened as she smiled a little awkwardly at me. How are you, Tiago? She gave me a polite smile before she dropped her eyes back down at her book, as if to say, leave me alone. Can't you see I'm busy? Peachy. How's the book? I saw her left eye squint for a minute and knew instantly she was one of those people that hated to be interrupted when she had a book open, especially with stupid questions like mine. Sorry, look, I need to talk to you about something. Something that might just seem, well... I cleared my throat, looking around at a loss for the right word. The fuck was the right word for how to jump into what I was about to jump into? But then it came to me. Insane, maybe. Yeah, it'll probably sound insane. June's brow arched as she put the book down, nervously eyeing me. Okay. She looked at me steadily, that dark eyebrow arched over light green eyes. She had magnificent eyes, really. Fuck, how hadn't I noticed that before? So it's a little complicated. My dad passed away recently, you see. I paused as she made a sympathetic noise and leaned forward across the rectangle-shaped table. I shook my head. We actually weren't very close. Don't worry about it. A shadow crossed my face. Actually, we weren't close at all. My father was, for lack of a better term, a total piece of shit. A bastard. The kind that funded drug wars in faraway countries just for laughs. He'd had money, a lot of it. The kind of money that came from generations of inheritance that only a stock market crash and a government seizure could wipe out. He'd used it to amuse himself rather than doing good with it, and to increase the bottom line, of course. He'd been a hard man to grow up with when my Portuguese immigrant mother had died at my birth. He'd loved her in his own way, but he'd resented me because I'd killed her. I didn't know anything about that side of my family, and probably never would. I'd left my home, and my dad as soon as I graduated high school and never looked back. He'd cut me out of his life then, which suited me just fucking fine, and I'd figured that was the end of it. That is until he died 2 weeks before and left me his fortune. All of it. That had been the first bombshell. I'd assumed he'd leave it to a cousin or to some sheik in the Middle East just to give me the finger. But he'd left it to me, with his own fucked-up idea of conditions, of course. And it was those conditions that were the other bombshell he'd come back from the grave to drop on me like a bag of bricks.
I can understand not being close to your parents.
June smiled innocently at me.
What can I do to help?
She'd looked a little surprised, and then more sympathetic. One of those types that liked to help people. That's good, I thought. 'Cause if she was the type to give a shit, she might not run away screaming once I'd laid it all out for her then. It's like this. I paused again, at a loss for words once more. How to approach this? I felt my face draw into a mask of concentration and tried to think of how best to get the words out.
It's okay. You can just tell me. I won't run away. You know.
She smiled warmly, pushing her book to the side.
I actually work with children whose parents have been sent to prison. Trust me, I've heard some tales that would make you cringe. I know not everyone has a rosy childhood, so don't be afraid. I won't judge you.
Right. June probably thought I just needed a sympathetic ear. I almost wanted to laugh. Yeah, I needed slightly more than that. For a moment I was distracted by the sound of her voice. She had the kind of smooth, husky lilt that should be used to sing sultry blues songs. It was the longest I've ever heard her speak. Shit, it was the first time I'd heard her speak to me that didn't involve politely ordering a glass of Chardonnay. And the sound of it completely hooked me. And she works with kids. That I hadn't known. But damn, the job seemed to be absolutely perfect for her. She was the kind of quiet, open type that kids would respond to well. Which was going to come in real handy when it came to that other bombshell in Dad's will. His lawyer had read it to me earlier in the day, and each line had just made me angrier. I would have just told the attorney to take Dad's blood money and flush it down the fucking toilet, but I needed it. Tiny little blonde-haired and blue-eyed Layla needed it, actually. My goddaughter. And I'd crawl over broken glass to give her whatever she needed. I wouldn't have even gone to the meeting if it hadn't been for Layla. The money didn't mean shit to me. Not when my father had used and earned so much of it in ways that had left me shocked and deeply ashamed when I learned about it all the year before I finished high school. But for Layla, I'd go to hell and back. A meeting with Dad's attorney I could do. I was still lost in my thoughts when June cleared her throat politely to bring my attention back to her. I felt my pulse jump and my head start to pound. This was stupid. It was a stupid idea, but little Layla's face cropped up in my head and I felt my resolve come back. Fuck it. Here goes nothing. I need to get married, June. My eyes locked with hers, unblinking. To inherit my father's estate, I have to get married. Like this month. I winced as the words came out badly, without any kind of finesse. June blushed, her cheeks flushing pink as she dropped her eyes to the table.
Oh.
Oh. Just this sad little word that fell from her lips.
Who's the lucky bride?
She looked back up, and her green eyes blinked at me steadily, without betraying a clue as to what she might have been thinking. Huh. Evidently, I hadn't made myself clear. Here went nothing. You. I said it, and the word just hung there between us, frozen. Shit. Normally, I was able to banter and charm my way through any situation, but for some damn reason I was tripping over my own tongue like an asshole.
Me,
she laughed, a sound that matched her husky voice and her personality, a quiet laugh of disbelief. Fuck, this seriously wasn't going well. Yeah, you. I need to get married. I'm a single guy, you're a single woman, and it would only be for a couple of years. Terribly. Like fucking train wreck terribly. I could see it in the way she tried to hide more nervous laughter. She took a quick sip of her wine, her eyes a sparkly display of her not-so-hidden confusion, and leaned back against the red leather of the booth.
You want me to marry you so that you can inherit your father's money? He was a sadist then, this father of yours, wasn't he?
Just a bit. Then I realized she'd meant the remark about herself and frowned, shaking my head. No, not that marrying you would be torture, just that he thinks he can prove to me that I'm no better than him at this married life and family game. June choked out a laugh, looking away.
Well, you must be desperate for that money if you'd ask me to marry you.
She glanced over to me, something between self-deprecation and humor as armor in her eyes. There was something else there, something I didn't quite understand. A message. I'm not the one for you, maybe that look said. Or did it say, I want to be the one for you? Something. There was something there, and it was a message meant only for me. I felt an odd sensation in my brain and in my body when she looked at me like that. I had no idea what it was, and I'd never felt it when I looked at someone before. But it was kind of like when I looked at a motorcycle that I wanted. A need. Desire. I felt those before, but this was different.
Tiago?
She called my name and the spell was broken.
Did you really just ask me to marry you?
I nodded, and she raked her teeth over her bottom lip.
Why me?
2. June. I waited for his answer as I tried not to laugh at the huge joke fate had decided to throw at me. I'd sat here and all but dared fate to give me something to be excited about. Not 10 minutes later, I had my crush in front of me with a marriage proposal on his lips. Yeah, this was a joke. This was a crappy reality show, and I was about to be the butt of a joke or an internet meme or something. So, where are the cameras? I asked, and looked around the small bar. He looked confused, his brow furrowing. I'm not playing, June. I'm serious. Here, look. He pulled out his phone, swiped through screens, and then turned it to me to show me a picture of a beautiful little girl. She looked pale, thin, as if she were ill. The oxygen mask covering part of her smiling face kind of gave that away, too. What's wrong with her? I stared at the picture with a heart that felt as if it had been crushed. She looked so pitiful. She needs a heart transplant, he growled quietly. And soon. She's on the wait list, but there haven't been any matches. Plus, it's not like her parents could afford it if one came through anyway. There's a treatment that might help, and this doctor in Canada has given them some hope. They just need the money to take her there. His jaw tensed. Trust me, that's the only reason I'd take that bastard's. He frowned, looking away without another word. Who is she? I'd picked up on the fact that he'd said her parents. His face changed when he looked at that picture. Some of the swagger left him, and a sweet expression took over, an expression of love. My goddaughter, my best friend's daughter. She's 4 now, and she's been ill since she was born. I'd do anything to make sure they don't lose her. His voice went tight. This display, his proposal, it wasn't an act just to get me to marry him so he could collect some money. I'd been watching Tiago for a long time, and I'd never seen him out of line or treat a customer badly. He didn't screw over his clients, and most of the time he bent over backwards to take care of us. Looking at him now, I knew this really was about that beautiful little girl. I eyed him, this gorgeous heartthrob of a man I'd been mooning over for months, feeling a tremble of heat tease through me. So, all I have to do is marry you? That's it? Okay, so getting fake married hadn't ever really made it onto my bucket list. But come on, This was a win-win. Marry the hot bartender I'd been daydreaming and fantasizing about, and also score a win for a dying little girl? I'd have to be heartless to say no, or just plain crazy. I laughed nervously, shaking my head. I mean, yeah, if that's all it takes, sure. He cleared his throat, his jaw tightening. Yeah, sort of. He brought a hand up, raking his nails over his dark, stubbled jaw. There's actually something else, too. He glanced around unsteadily, stroking his chin, and I could practically see the wheels turning inside of his head. Tiago, what? So, there's this whole list of conditions I have to meet. One of them is to get married. All right, and the rest? I'd heard of weird wills before. I'd had a roommate once whose grandmother left her a beach house in Florida, provided my roommate took her grandmother's ashes to Siberia. I mean, we already had a fake marriage on the list. How weird could this possibly... You have to have a baby within the first 2 years. Bomb dropped. I stared at him, blinking, trying to find the joke or spot his hidden smile. But the more I looked, the more he looked right back at me, unflinching, the more the truth started to sink in. This wasn't a joke. He was totally serious. Except he didn't know one small, tiny detail when it came to me. Specifically, when it came to me and having babies. Or, more specifically, when it came to me and having sex. Small, tiny, insignificant details, like the fact that I never had. Ever. I, June Smith, 24-year-old director of her own nonprofit, was a virgin. I'd spent my youth avoiding men that wanted to take advantage of me. The men my mother was usually too high to pay attention to after she got stoned with them. When my father was the one home, it was the same thing, only Dad would sometimes kick them out before he passed out. Not to protect me, he didn't care enough to notice me most of the time, but because they might steal his drugs. After, when I left the city and moved for college, I'd been far too busy with work and school to spend time on social activities. And then, well, after that, it just became this thing. And the longer I went on with still being a virgin, the more I shied away from men, and more I'd just decided it was my fate in life to never actually get laid. And now, the hottest man I knew was asking me to marry him and to have a child with him. My jaw dropped. A baby? Within 2 years? Hang on. I thought the marriage thing was only for a year or so. I felt like I was in free fall, my thoughts all over the place, as my brain tried to grasp on to what I was hearing. Do I get to keep it? The baby, that is? The second I said it, I cringed, looking away. Really asking the right questions here, lady? What the hell was I even thinking? What the hell was he even thinking asking it? Tiago swore, shaking his head. This was a mistake, he growled, his jaw clenching as he looked away from me. Look, forget it. Forget I brought this up, okay? I'll try and hold a fundraiser or something for Layla instead. He turned as if to walk away, but my hand shot out before I could stop it, grabbing his arm. No, wait. I swallowed. How? I was about to ask how long it would be before he got the money, but I was trying to figure out how to phrase it when he opened his mouth. You'd get a portion of it a week after we officially got married. Around 250 grand, I think was the number the lawyer said. I'd get a quarter of the rest of it, enough to buy a few thousand kids that treatment. Oh, I didn't mean how much would I get. I was going to ask how long. My jaw dropped. Wait, how much? 250 grand. My heart flip-flopped. My nonprofit organization, my very own that I founded and ran on my own, could seriously use that kind of money. I mean, it always could, but right then, it would be a lifeline. I'd received a notice a week ago that one of our main funders was pulling out of the program due to some policy changes within their own organization. 250 grand would go a long way to replace what we were about to lose, and then some. Yeah. Tiago slid back into the booth across from me. And I'd definitely make sure you were taken care of if we, with a kid and all that. There'd also be a prenuptial agreement and stuff like that, but you'll never have to work again if you don't want to. That's what I'm offering for Layla's life. He spread his hands on the table, and I knew he'd laid down all of his cards. I had a million questions, but one look into those gorgeous dark eyes, and I knew he didn't want those. Tiago didn't want questions. He wanted an answer. I didn't think. For once, even if it was completely insane, even if I could see this playing out 100 different terrible ways, I just let my heart answer instead of my head. Yes, I said quietly, and didn't look up to see his reaction. I didn't want to know if there was a cringe there. The poor guy had to marry me to save his friend's daughter, his godchild. That was sad, but a fact of life now. I was sure he'd have much preferred the blonde earlier anyways. Wait, say that again? He asked, as if he was terrified he hadn't heard right. I swallowed before I dragged my eyes up to his. I nodded. I said yes. For Layla, for my nonprofit, yes, I'll marry you, Tiago. I felt my cheeks flush with heat. Yeah, the hot guy I'd been fantasizing about for months had actually just asked me to marry him. And I'd actually said yes. Another thought slid into my brain, and I blushed even deeper. This revolves around us having a baby. I bit my lip, daring to look up at him again. With the whole baby thing, does that mean we, I cringed, the blush burning hotly in my cheeks. Tiago grinned, flashing those perfect white teeth at me that send my heart skittering. Oh no. The way he said it so fast felt like something stabbing into my chest, but I pushed that away. There's always IVF or something, June. He chuckled, leaning back in the booth and shaking his head as he stroked his scruffy, chiseled jaw. Don't worry, June. It's not like you have to have sex with me or anything. He grinned, those piercing eyes lancing through me as I shifted under his gaze. Yeah, gee, right, 'cause that would suck. Not. Tiago's eyes flashed for a second, and I gasped, my crazy brain suddenly wondering if I'd literally just said my thoughts out loud. Or maybe he was a mind reader. Either way, he looked at me like he'd just heard what I'd been thinking. Heard it and liked it. Or I was just crazy. That was always an option. I looked down at my hands, now clenched together on the table. So, when do we have to do this? I blushed. The married part, I blurted out. Tiago shrugged, shoving his fingers through his dark hair. Is tomorrow too soon? I can give you a week if you want, but I'd rather not wait. The will says it has to be a real wedding, with pictures and all of that. So maybe we should make it a week. We can have everything in the back, here at the bar. There's actually a nice yard space out there set up for stuff like that. I just haven't started to advertise it yet." He went on with the plans, and I just stared at him, not even quite believing what was happening. I'd have to pretend to be his wife for the next 2 years. I'd have to have a baby for him, and pretend I loved him. I looked down, heat teasing through me. Well, I wouldn't have to pretend the love part. As much as it made me feel like this dorky, blushing schoolgirl even thinking it, he'd won my heart the first time I'd seen him drive a drunk bar patron home himself, rather than let them drive. He'd stolen it forever when he'd jumped over the bar to stop some drunk asshole who'd decided to hit his wife, kicking the shit out of the guy and calling an ambulance for the wife. She'd hit her head when she fell against the brick edging of the bar, and Tiago had insisted she be checked out, at his own expense. I didn't know Tiago had grown up as a rich kid. I would never have guessed it. Besides being a rough-around-the-edges bartender and bar owner, he just didn't seem like one. He was kind, generous, and never acted superior to anyone. I used to think rich kids always acted like prissy little brats that were better than everyone else. But then, here was Tiago. My life was anything but the American dream that so many longed for in other places of the world. My parents had been in and out of jail, one in while the other was out, often with both in at the same time. I'd grown up with a single parent, sometimes with neither one. Those had been dark days and nights. The nights were hard, especially when whichever parent was out of jail would wake me up so we could haul ass in the middle of the night to get away from the landlord without paying the rent. We'd moved to new towns, cities, and a few times to new states. On the few occasions when both parents were in prison at the same time, I'd crash at a friend's house, or with whatever family member would take me in until one of them got out. Life was a constant state of chaos for me, and I promised myself I'd never have to live through that again. One of my teachers in my senior year of high school took me under her wing and helped me to get into the state university to study child development and nonprofit organization. I'd been able to get student loans, grants, and a few scholarships that aided me through those 4 years. It was the first time in my life that I'd had stability. I'd taken a full-time job so I could afford permanent housing near the school and still managed to maintain my GPA. In short, I'd worked my ass off. After that, I'd worked hard to save the money to open my own nonprofit organization, and it was still going strong 3 years later. I thought about all of this as Tiago made the plans. He even went so far as to pull out a pen and wrote plans on a napkin. I had agreed to do this as a whim, and now my life was about to change in a major way. With $250,000, my nonprofit would be set for a few years at least, or I'd be able to expand it and help other children. There was so much I could do with that. On top of that, I'd get to help a little girl out. I knew this was crazy, and that tomorrow Tiago might call me and tell me it was all a joke or a mistake, and he'd asked someone else. But from the way he scribbled on that napkin, I was certain he was serious about it. He was literally going to marry a stranger to save his godchild. And let me just say, my ovaries were on the verge of exploding. I wasn't so sure about the baby part. The vagueness around what would happen to that child was throwing me. I mean, what if part of the deal was that I had to walk away from my own baby? I couldn't ever, not after my childhood. I wanted my child to have stability, love, and enough to eat, even if he or she came from a situation as nuts as this whole fake marriage thing. My parents had never cared about me enough to stay out of prison. I wouldn't force a child of my own to live life like that. I'd have to talk to him about that more later. For now, it was enough to know I'd get the chance to help little Layla. So, we're agreed then? We'll have the wedding here? Where do you want to go on the honeymoon? Do you have a passport? He looked up at me, and those gorgeous eyes of his made my heart stop and then start suddenly. How is that even possible from a simple, direct gaze? "What?" I asked blankly. I knew a response was expected, but I'd forgotten what he'd asked me already. He'd distracted me with those eyes of his. "The honeymoon. We have to have one, with pictures of us doing things together to give to the estate lawyer. Where do you want to go? If you don't have a passport, we can go to Las Vegas or Florida, Hawaii maybe?" His lips parted in one of his crooked, roguish grins, and my heart started banging at 90 miles an hour in my chest. Or I might die from those smiles before I even get to the part where I can kiss the groom. Hawaii? Isn't that where women usually want to go?" I wasn't actually so great at that whole being a girl thing. I'd learned to protect and provide for myself when I was young, rather than to style my hair and do makeup, and hadn't even really picked up the habit once I'd managed to stabilize my life. I didn't look at magazines and dream about my future. I looked at program pamphlets, literature on child development, and best practices, and financial statements. I never considered marriage to be an option in my future. It just wasn't something I normally thought about. Adventure, yes, I thought about that. But marriage and children, that just hadn't been on my radar. Now, it was offered to me on a silver platter, and I had no idea what to do. "Yeah, Hawaii sounds good," he mused, stroking that perfect jaw again. God, he was being so casual about this. I mean, the guy had just asked me to marry him. "Yeah, we can do Hawaii. I'll have a friend of mine arrange that. She's good at travel plans and stuff like that. Let's see, what else is there to do?" He tapped his pen against his full bottom lip, and I envied that pen. I wanted to be that pen. Do I have any batteries at home? Did I even have a vibrator that worked still? I'd gone through a period where my body craved sexual release, but over time, work and exhaustion replaced those needs. I often went to sleep with the television on or with a book in my hands, if I had time to get that far. Most of the time, I fell into bed exhausted. I didn't have enough staff to do every job, and that meant I did far more than one person's job. Exhaustion was my middle name. "The dress?" I offered up for discussion. "Where did you buy those? Was there a place where you could buy dresses for a fake marriage? Did I have to wear one of those huge confections of lace and silk, or would a simple white dress work?" "Oh, I'll have Amber take you to get that sorted. The will and the estate provided a ton up front for wedding expenses, so go wild, whatever you want." He frowned. "I mean, maybe don't go dropping 20 grand on a Vera Wang or something, but yeah, get a nice one, the dress of your dreams." He looked at me coolly, his eyes dragging over me like he was drinking me in, like he'd lost himself in his imagination. Had he pictured me in a wedding dress, with contacts in and my hair done? Poor guy. There was no amount of makeup or hairspray that could make me look like the blonde that had leaned over his bar earlier. "I don't need much, really, Tiago. Just something simple will do. Besides, it's not like it's a real wedding anyway, right?" I smiled to take the sting out of my words. I'd love it if this was a real wedding, and Tiago was really about to be my husband. I pictured him making breakfast in our kitchen. Shirtless, of course. I pictured him kissing me at the front door, sending me off to work with... What the hell was I thinking? I couldn't just run off and get married. Not in a week. I had a nonprofit to run. I had to make sure there was someone to run things while I ran off and got married to my secret crush. Oh, yeah, and have a baby for him. With him. Suddenly, reality came down on me hard. I might need more than a week. I have to make sure there's somebody that can take my place at the office. How long do you think it would take? He didn't look upset. He just needed an answer. I'll let you know tomorrow. I'm going to head out for the night, okay? I stood quickly, grabbing my things. I could feel myself shaking. What the heck did you just say yes to? Here's my card. Call me tomorrow afternoon, and I'll have an answer for you, okay? I turned, and I rushed out of the bar as fast as I could, ignoring him calling my name. Fuck, what the hell did I think I was doing? I couldn't marry that man, no matter how gorgeous he was. I flew down the sidewalk and to my apartment a few blocks up from the bar. The pace of my thoughts matched the clack of my heels as I sped away, and I didn't even notice the sweet scent of the orange blossoms that permeated the air. You can't marry him, that inner voice said to me. But the money would be so helpful, I thought. You can not marry him, came the reply. He'll break your heart, it went on. He'll break your heart because for you, this isn't fake. And I knew right there that marrying Tiago, real, fake, or otherwise, meant my voice was probably right. I was probably never going to be able to let him go when this whole thing was over. I was probably going to get my heart broken. I was still going to say yes anyways, though.
3. Tiago. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, frowning as I straightened my bow tie and tried to push the thoughts of my father out of mind. It had been a week since the night I'd jumped right in and asked June to marry me. And today was our wedding day, a week after I'd proposed. Proposed to June. I still wasn't even sure she'd show up, though. She'd bolted from the bar that evening, and I'd barely spoken to her since. And still there was my dad, worming his way into my thoughts as I straightened my tuxedo. My father was a prick. That's all there was to it. I'd grown up in a house that many would consider a palace. There'd been so many rooms it took me years of exploration to memorize where each was and what was in them. 4 floors that spanned out over an acre would do that to a kid. I'd barely had time to play outside. There were so many rooms inside to get lost in. The exploration had been a distraction when I was out of school for the summer or on holidays. Sometimes I wouldn't see my father for weeks, and that was probably for the best. He'd handed me over 2 nannies as soon as he'd buried my mother and didn't want to be bothered with an infant that cried. Later, he hadn't wanted to be bothered with the questions of a young child, and then those of a teenager. He would interact with me through the nannies, and then the caretaker he'd hired later. I knew he'd had reports about my progress from each and my schools, but I rarely saw him. The occasions when I did see him were spent with awkward, cold questions, and his eyes. Those hard eyes of his that always seemed to accuse me, even when he smiled, that brittle smile of his. He'd hated me, and I knew it early on. When I left, I'd left a note, one on the progress sheets he'd had designed for my caretaker. I couldn't remember my exact words, but it all boiled down to, I'm off to find my life and family. Fuck off. I'd told him he'd been a shitty parent. I might have also said it was probably best my mother died because at least she didn't know what a dick he was. Might have. That might also be why he'd set this challenge up for me. I stared down at the list my father had typed up with very specific details and knew that's exactly why he'd done this. To set me up to fail, so he could laugh from his grave at my failure. I'd never measured up for him, to him. All of those progress reports over the years had been returned with notes on how to improve my behavior, to increase my intelligence, or to make me a man. I'd read them all with a grimness. At first, those notes hurt me. I was only a little boy. But then I'd come to hate them, and him. Nothing had ever been good enough. If I won the state science fair, he'd ask Talia, my caretaker, why I hadn't won the national science fair too. If I made straight A's, he'd want to know why I hadn't been smart enough to graduate and go on to college early. I never measured up in his eyes. Now he was giving me that final test, and he knew it would either break me and tear me down to his level, or he'd finally make a man out of me. I didn't give two fucks about his opinion now. I'd passed the point where I cared a long time ago. Now I just wanted that money for Layla. Yo, it's about time, man. My best friend and best man for the day, Tim, came strolling into my office wearing a well-fitting tux. Tim was Layla's dad. Yeah, I growled. Seems like it is. I turned, sizing him up. You look sharp, man. Tim grinned as we did our normal weird four-step handshake before he turned and slumped down onto the couch in my office. Tim was tall and blonde and, honestly, always kind of looked like a country music singer or something to me. He was the type of guy who spent his days in jeans and a t-shirt, not a tux. And now, looking at me from my couch, I knew just because I knew him so well that he had questions. Everyone had questions on the subject of me marrying a chick no one I knew had ever heard about before. Trust me. So, I know, I muttered, shaking him off as I turned back to fix my tie. Tim had, of course, said yes to being my best man, but I think 20 minutes before the actual wedding was about his limit before wanting to know what the story was here. Look, I'm just curious who the chick is, T. I slouched down on the couch next to him, sighing. Tim chuckled, raking his fingers through his blonde hair. I mean, it's all good, and whatever you want to do with your life, that's your choice. But you're about to marry a girl I haven't even met once before, he shrugged. Am I not supposed to think that's fucking weird? It wasn't just that this was happening so fast that I hadn't told Tim, or anyone, actually, about the real reason behind June and I marrying. It was that the will itself specifically forbade it. It was like another fuck you from my dad. She's a good one, Tim, I promise. She must be, if you're going to marry her. He leveled his eyes at me. So how long you been banging her? I sighed, rolling my eyes as he grinned at me. Shit. I knew I had to tell him the truth, or at least some of it. Look, I'm going to tell you. You have to keep your mouth shut. He wagged his brows and I scowled. I'm fucking serious, man. Tim's grin faded and he nodded. Anything you need, T? I took a breath. So it's like this. With my old man dying a few weeks ago, I have to get married to inherit. No, before you say fuck that, let me tell you why I'm about to marry a woman I know only because she has one glass of wine in my bar every day. Tim was looking at me like I was nuts. I couldn't blame him. Layla needs that money, Tim. His face darkened. Hang on, Tiago. No, hold on. You know I hated my dad, and you know I wouldn't take that money, but Layla needs it. I could see him want to say something else, but he went silent. I watched his entire body sag and felt terrible for him. Tim was an aspiring indie rock singer, and he'd gotten married young to his high school sweetheart. They'd tried for a long time to have a baby, and when Layla came along, they'd been overjoyed. Then they found out about the heart defect, and they'd been fighting for her ever since. But they were almost out of money, and Layla still needed treatment. T, I wish I could say don't do this. Fuck you, Dad, that man was a piece of shit. But Layla, you know it's not even a question, man, I said quietly. It's not. Not at all. And I'm happy to do anything I can for any of you guys. Tim swallowed, looking down. Fuck. I can't say no, man. Good, then don't, because I'm already doing this. He turned, looking at me with shiny eyes. You're a good guy, Tiago. I always said you were. Well, I think when you caught me hitting on Ella the night we met, you had a different opinion. Tim grinned, shaking his head. I'd met him when I was 19 and they were 20. We'd started out with a fist fight at a local bar and ended up friends for life. Stranger things happened, I swear. I was too drunk to be fighting, and you apologized, even when I was beating your face in, Tim grinned. The night we met, I'd been way too drunk and way out of line. I'd been a dick and hit on his wife, though, in fairness, I didn't know she was married. Hey, you're lucky to have her, man. I meant it, too. No shit. As long as you never put your lame-ass moves on her again, we're good. I laughed, clapping Tim on the shoulder. No, I know I am. This is going to blow her mind, though. You're doing all of this for Layla. I guess I'll find out later. It's time, man. I'd stared at the clock on the wall for an hour now, and it was finally time. I stood up, brushed down the tux I'd bought 2 days before, and looked over Tim. I'd bought his, too, and we matched. Traditional black tuxedos, double-breasted with a silver sash, just as June had requested. Apparently gray and silver were her favorite colors. I'd have to ask her about that at some point. Most of our conversations had been done through text messages, not in person, and I hadn't had the chance to talk to her about anything, really. I brushed those thoughts aside and walked out of the office. It was time to face the music. Amber, my blue-haired bar manager, and Ella had spent the night before decorating the patio behind the bar, and it looked great with white flowers, silver bunting, and white chairs. A trellis stood at one end, and the officiant was there already. There'd been no bachelor party or bachelorette party from what I'd heard, and the only guests were friends of mine and a few regular bar patrons. But we were about to have a wedding. I walked up, talked to the officiant that was going to perform the marriage, and waited for the photographer to finish his pictures before I nodded to Amber to start the music. The patio doors opened, and suddenly there she was. Holy shit. Just like that, June appeared, all on her own, and she took my damn breath away. She stood on the white carpet laid out as a path, her ivory dress not over the top, but still sensually beautiful. It was a simple dress of lace and silk, but it fit her form, a form I didn't even realize she had. It was a sleeveless A-line gown, with a beaded empire waist and V-neck that displayed cleavage I had no idea she had. Pale flesh danced as she walked, and I have to say my soon-to-be wife was stunning. Her hair was in its usual bun, but in a more romantic style than she usually wore, and her face wasn't hidden behind glasses. She even had a hint of makeup on. Without her normal cardigan that went down to her knees and out from behind those glasses, I could see just how gorgeous she really was. Elegant, curvy in all the right places, and just fucking jaw-dropping in that dress. I shifted in place as she came to stand next to me, faced her and stared. Now, who the hell was this, and what had she done with shy, mousy June? Tiago Morrison and June Smith would like to thank you all for being here with them at this special moment in their lives. If there are no objections, shall we begin? The officiant waited for a moment, and then he began. It all went by in a blur for me. I know I said I do at some point, and I know she said it back. But all I could remember was how beautiful June was. She stood there with a lace veil to hide her hair, a pink glow to her cheeks, and stole my attention from everything else. June said some words in her quiet voice and kept her gaze on the flowers she was about to crush to death in her hands. She was nervous, but she'd shown up. I expected that had more to do with Layla than me, but I didn't care. Actually, I did. That meant she had a heart and human kindness in her. I'd never be able to thank her enough. What I'd asked of her was enormous, probably far too much, but there she was. The officiant did the "I now pronounce you" part, and then I looked down at my new wife. Her green eyes were right there, full of nervousness, but she didn't look away. She would face the music with me, those eyes told me. I leaned down and brushed my lips against hers softly. I didn't want to embarrass her or make her uncomfortable, but it was expected. I heard the photographer's camera whir as he took picture after picture, and the whoops and cheers of our guests, but all I knew was the softness of her lips and how electricity shot through me the moment my lips found hers. Her hand came up to my face, cupped my jaw as her head tilted back, and everything disappeared. Our first kiss, and it was our damn wedding day. Old-fashioned? Yeah, maybe. But damn, was it worth it. Her lips were soft, full and perfect. I felt my heart race as the kiss went on, and I had the oddest thought. She felt like home. I pulled away when she inhaled sharply through her nose and looked down to see a look of surprise on her face. Yeah, me too, sweetheart, I thought. I didn't say it, though. Thank you, I murmured, my eyes locking with hers as we walked down the aisle to cheers of the guests. You've made me the happiest man in the world, I added loudly for my father's attorney, who was also present.
Glad to help?
June gave an uncertain answer, but she did smile, and that made it all right. So, we'll chat with our guests and then take off? The plane leaves in a few hours, and we'll have to be there a little early. This won't last long, I promise. I had tried to time everything so she wouldn't have to stand with a fake smile for hours, but we had to have some kind of reception for the photographer to take pictures of.
Whatever we need to do, that's fine. I've arranged everything at the office, so I have the week free. I'll have to keep in contact with them all, but it's sorted.
Thanks for doing that. I know none of this has been easy. It must have been hard. I knew she ran her own nonprofit and that she had a lot of responsibility, and I respected her commitment to that. I mean, a bar was a lot of work too, but my temporary replacement was way easier to find. And I knew Amber would be fine running the place while I was gone since it basically ran itself. I mean, serve drinks, collect money, try not to lose money, try not to piss off any drinkers. That was pretty much my business model. But June's nonprofit was way more complex than that, and I knew making sure the wheels still turned while she was gone had been a big to-do.
It's fine, she shrugged. It'll all work out in the end, right? And hey, we might not be marrying for love, but it's love for that little girl that pushed you.
June's eyes were on Layla, in her mother's lap, and mine followed. I'd even made sure Ella and her daughter had new matching sundresses for the occasion. I took June's smaller hand in mine, swamped it, really, and drew her back down the aisle. We weren't going far, just to the end of the carpet to help move chairs out of the way, in between slaps on the back and congratulations. We sat at a table, had some champagne, shared some cake with our few guests, and chatted with everybody. We dodged the tough questions, such as how long we'd been together, when did we know we were meant for each other, and kept the conversation going with talk about the honeymoon. Ella kept up a steady stream of grateful glances and whispered thank yous until I turned to her and kissed her cheek. Layla deserves it. So do you and Tim. Look, you two have always been here for me. This is my way to pay that back. Now, have a drink or else. I winked at her and she walked away to her husband for a hug. I could feel the relief come off them in waves, and it was almost more than I could stand. Not in a bad way, just in that way where you don't know whether to be embarrassed, touched, or both. I just didn't know, but I knew little Layla deserved everything I could give her. Eventually, we left the party and headed for the airport. So far, I'd met my father's conditions. The announcement in the paper, one of his requirements, would go out the next day, and the photographer would send me and the legal team copies of the prints from the wedding. The license was signed by both of us. June had signed the prenup, and we were off for our honeymoon. I settled into the seat of the private plane, another gift from my father's estate, and relaxed. My gorgeous, if not bribed, bride beside me. Where the hell had this gorgeous woman come from? I glanced at her and saw the nervousness on her face as the plane started to take off. I didn't think. I just reached over and took her hand. She turned, giving me a small, tight smile, gasping as the plane lifted and the wheels tucked up. Hey, the hard part is done, I shrugged. We've left the runway now. All I could do was hope I was right.
4. June. Tiago held my hand until the plane had reached the right altitude, and I thought he'd let it go, but he kept it in his hand. God, it felt good. I didn't want to. I wanted to leave my hand there, twined around his. But eventually I tugged mine out of his anyway. This was going to be difficult enough for me without getting attached. He just felt sorry for me, I told myself. He'd sensed I was afraid of flying and had tried to comfort me. That was all. It didn't matter if my brain dredged up the melody of a song from my college days. A song about a man's promise to his woman, about how he'd take her sadness away, and he'd love her forever. The man next to me, husband or not, was not in love with me. But that was the whole point. That was the deal. That didn't stop my heart from thinking that Tiago would probably add to my pain and sadness, not take it away. I turned in my seat to stare out of the window. I could see fluffy white clouds and the wing of the plane, and not much more. "How long is the flight again?" I asked, more for something to say to break the silence than curiosity. "A little over 6 hours. You know, there's a bed in the back." I yanked my head around before I could think it through, my eyes going wide as saucers and my cheeks turning pink. Tiago grinned, shaking his head as he raked his fingers over his chin. "To sleep, June." His eyes smirked at me, and the wild look in my eyes, as I cringed, realizing how wrong I'd taken his words. He turned and jerked a thumb at a door behind us. "A nap might be good," I mumbled, trying to swallow the blush away. I'd barely slept the night before. Truth be told, I hadn't been sure I'd go through with the wedding until I woke up this morning. But I knew deep down that there was no way I could let Layla or my organization down. I chanced a glance back to his face, and when I saw him still grinning at me, I felt the blush bloom right back into my cheeks. "I do like where your head went there, though," Tiago chuckled, flashing that completely charming, completely panty-melting smile at me, and I blushed even deeper. "I'm just giving you a hard time, you know." He winked, his eyes darting over mine. "Look, I know we aren't doing that. You know, with the in vitro thing and all." He smiled, shrugging. "So relax, June. We won't have to have sex." I tried to brush it off like I'd just misheard him, but when I turned back to glance out the window, I wasn't done thinking about it. What had that last part meant? We won't have to have sex? Have to? Did that mean he did want to, but figured it was off the table? And was it? Or did he mean he didn't want to anyways? I knew I wasn't ugly, tame perhaps, but not ugly. I'd made an effort to look nice for the photographer and Tiago, but I knew I wasn't a model. Maybe he didn't find the idea repugnant. I stood up and ducked my head down to hide my blush and bit my lip so I wouldn't say something stupid. I had a habit of that when I spoke too often. It seems I definitely had a habit of it around him. "Keep it simple," I told myself. "That's great. I mean, about the in vitro stuff. And the bed." I shut up before I could say anything that would make it awkward. I made my way to the back of the jet and through the door, sinking onto the bed as I shut myself away. I pulled the soft blanket over my face and wanted to scream. I hadn't said anything stupid, but I hadn't said I didn't want to have sex with him either. And well, that would have been a lie. A big one. I mean, good God, I'd literally had to go out and buy a new vibrator the day after he'd made his proposal to me. Of course I wanted to have sex with him. Who wouldn't? I crawled up onto the bed properly, glad I'd changed at the bar into a dress made of soft cotton and sandals, and let myself relax. It was fine. Sex had never been part of the deal anyways, and this was just me confusing my own feelings for him with the offer on the table. So, sex wasn't going to happen. Fine. I'd brought my own means anyways. I blushed, thinking of the small vibrator I'd packed, and hoping to God it didn't go off in my luggage. That stray thought made me giggle, and I relaxed a little more. The bed was comfortable, so I fell asleep quickly. Hey, fake or not, a wedding is exhausting. The day had left me beat, and it wasn't even over yet. And so I slept, and I dreamed. And the dreams I had were very naughty ones that left me hot and restless when I woke up. Tiago featured in all of them. His eyes, his hands, his lips, all had played their part until I woke up just before he pushed me over the edge. Fuck, I muttered to myself. I sat up, tried to brush my hair into some semblance of respectability with my fingers, and finally gave up and took it all down. I threw the hairpins in the trash can at the side of the bed and got up. I looked down to see my dress wrinkled beyond belief, but it would have to do. I stepped out of the small bedroom to find Tiago asleep with his seat pushed back. His face was towards me when I sat down, and I found myself studying him. Damn, he was beautiful. But more than that, he was handsome. His face was the perfect mix of a strong jaw, a straight nose, high cheekbones, full lips, and gorgeous eyes that took my breath away, even closed. His skin had this stunning Mediterranean tan, and with his black hair, I wondered if his parents had been Italian or Greek or something. I'd ask him at some point, I promised myself. I wanted to touch his smooth cheek, and I was about to reach out and do just that when his eyes opened. They were rimmed in black lashes so thick it almost looked as if he always had eyeliner on. I wondered if the rest of him was as gorgeous. Hey. I smiled, quickly yanking my hand back. You get some sleep? I nodded. Tiago smiled, clearing his throat as he sat up. Hey, you want to have dinner with me tonight? He grinned. I mean, it is our wedding day after all. We shouldn't spend it alone. He gave me a sleepy smile, and of course I couldn't say no. How could I with those puppy dog eyes? Sure, that sounds nice actually. I'd planned to eat in my room and read, but if you want to have dinner, that'd be great. I probably should have told him no and nipped anything that might happen in the bud. But I couldn't. Not with those sleepy, sexy eyes. Not after those dreams and the things he did in them. I felt something deep inside clench as he continued to look at me sleepily. You looked beautiful today, you know, he purred. Stunning. His finger came up to track down my jaw, and I froze. Shit. That shouldn't send a tingle all the way down between my thighs, should it? It was only his finger, tracing down my jaw, but just the same. I swallowed back the heat, smiling innocently at him. Thanks. You looked pretty handsome up there yourself, you know. Any girl's fantasy. Yep, and just like I said, stupid shit came out when I wasn't careful. You think so, huh? He gave me that sly grin. I'd watched him give women at the bar before, like the blonde from the night he asked me to marry him. But I'd never gotten that look. I blinked at him. I looked away and looked back. He still wore that grin. Yes, you did. Then the plane's captain interrupted to tell us we were about to land and to buckle up. I breathed a sigh of relief until I realized we were about to land. It was the takeoff and landing parts of flying that I hated. I could handle the bit in the middle, that part was fine, but the start and end always freaked me out. I gripped onto the armrests and held on tight, my eyes closed tight. Then I felt Tiago's hand grip mine. "Hey, it's okay. Almost done." Would he always be so kind? I gripped his hand, and before I knew it, the plane had stopped and the door opened. Warm air greeted us as we stepped out of the plane, and I couldn't believe the sun was still up here. Hawaii was 3 hours behind California, so this was a new experience for me. I kind of felt as if I'd traveled back in time a little. That made me smile, and I heard the sound of a camera going off. "We need pictures of the honeymoon," Tiago grumbled sheepishly, frowning at the phone in his hand. "For the lawyer." "Oh, right. I just hope that doesn't mean they expect bedroom pictures, too." I blushed bright red the second I said it. But suddenly, I wondered if my joke was true. I mean, would they? As proof for something? Would Tiago's father have been that sadistic? He hadn't said much to me about his father, but from the way he spoke about him and this whole elaborate game, I had come to the conclusion that his father might have been a bigger asshole than even my own father, and that was a huge hurdle to overcome. "No." He shook his head. "Nothing like that. I might have turned it all down if it had been. I don't share things like that with anybody." He straightened the dark blue, thin linen sports jacket he wore over a white shirt and headed for the car sense to pick us up. "The flight crew will load our luggage. Do you want a drink? I bet there's probably something in the car." He opened the door for me, and I slid in to find luxurious leather in the open space of the limousine. He was right, too. There was a small minibar. I poured a small bottle of white wine into a glass and sat back as he prepared a rum and coke for himself. I watched him, as I always had, and wondered how the night would end. With me alone in bed, I was sure. But how nice would it be to make those dreams I'd had a reality? "How did it go in Dreamland?" he asked, and I spluttered into my wine. "Pardon?" I wiped at my face and the top of my dress. I didn't dare look at him. "On the plane, did you sleep well? Or did you have nightmares about crashing?" His face only displayed curiosity. I'd wondered for a moment if he'd read my thoughts. Had he seen the dream of his face between my thighs? Or the one where he had me pinned to the wall, his body hard against mine? I felt my cheeks go warm and crossed my legs in an attempt to make that tingle go away. Or last a little longer. Honestly, it felt good to want him. I slept well, thanks. I was exhausted, and the bed had one of those memory foam toppers on it or something. I felt like I sank into a cloud, and before I knew it, I was asleep. I knew it was all just babble, but I had to say something. Otherwise, he'd ask why my cheeks had turned pink. "I'll have to try it out on the flight home. It's a night flight, so maybe we can get some use out of it and make the trip shorter at the same time." His grin was cocky this time, his gaze as direct as it always was lately. Was that a come-on? Had he just offered to take me to bed with him? I looked down at my nails, painted with a pale pink that was almost white. Did he realize it was symbolic for me, a symbol of my purity? I closed my eyes so he wouldn't see me roll them at my own whimsical thoughts. Purity, please. I was a virgin because there'd never been anyone I found desirable enough to sleep with. It wasn't religion or anything that had kept me pure or untouched or whatever you want to call it. It was my own work schedule and my own stupidly high standards. And hell, it hadn't even just been sex that work had kept me away from. This plane ride was the first vacation of my life, ever. "You all right?" I realized I hadn't answered his question, too lost in my own reverie. "Yeah, sorry. Was just thinking about what food the resort might have. I recommend the bed on the flight home. It's comfy. You should try it out." That didn't sound like I'd made him an offer at all, right? "We'll be at the resort in a few minutes. I had to book a single room to make the lawyers happy." He shrugged. "We could also always get the concierge to send up a second bed, though, if you want." "That might be good," I said quickly. "I don't sleep well on my own as it is. I don't know how I'd sleep with someone else in the bed." I stopped myself, quickly looking away. Tiago frowned as if about to ask, "What do you mean you don't know how you'd sleep with someone else in your bed? You're 24. And I cringed. But he paused, opening his mouth again before closing it. At the front desk when we arrived, he did try to arrange for a second bed to be brought up, or for a room with two. But the resort was full, overbooked actually, which meant no new room, no second bed. Which meant we were definitely going to be sleeping in the same bed. Together. No big deal, whatever. My lame attempts at trying to downplay it in my head went down in flames. I tried not to let it make me nervous, but I was about to fail miserably. My hand shook when we got in the elevator and the doors closed. It was those stupid dreams that made it a problem. He could just pin me against the elevator and... Ding! The elevator stopped and saved me from my filthy thoughts. Thoughts, or even impulses, that might have horribly embarrassed me. Scratch that. That I know would have embarrassed me. We went in together, and I saw there were two beds in the luxuriously decorated room. Soft tans, whites, and browns made the room seem clean and crisp, the kind of place for the executive affairs I'd read about in romance novels. I didn't know those kinds of places really existed, but I was in one now. Flustered, I pulled my suitcase up onto the bed and started to unpack. The dying light of the sun slanted onto the duvet on my bed, and I thought that would be the perfect light for some of those cover photos. If only Tiago would take me in his arms and pull me down with him, maybe half tear my clothes off with his own chest bare. We could make one of those covers a real-life experience. I bit my lip, pushed my hair behind my ear, and started to put my clothes on my side of the closet. Tiago went to the bathroom to check it out, then came in to put coffee on to brew. "You want a cup? I definitely need one after the day we've had." "Yeah, thanks. That'd be nice." I gave a brief smile and went back to my task. I slid the case into the closet once it was empty and looked around. If I stay in this room alone with him, I might scream. Well, that, or make a fool of myself when I jumped him and tackled him to the bed in a fit of passion. I took a shaky breath and turned to smile brightly. "I think I'll take a shower before dinner, if you don't mind." Tiago just grinned as he nodded with his chin to the bathroom. Hey, what's mine is yours, right? 5. June. I turned away awkwardly and ducked into the bathroom. I had a pile of clothes in my hands. Makeup, too. Back home, I'd had the woman at the department store counter go over how to apply the lightest traces of the stuff, and found it wasn't that difficult. Not for the simple look I wanted. My clothes still had the tags on them, and I couldn't help but smile. I hadn't bought brand new clothes in ages. I usually went to second-hand shops or went without. The last week had been like a dream, and that surreal quality plagued me still. I'd learned to put on makeup, had help from Tiago's bar manager Amber to pick out my wedding dress and some clothes, and now I was about to step out with my hair down. I'd had it cut before the wedding, and it was now just below my shoulders, but styled with a shape that allowed the slight curls to bounce around. The stylist had been envious that I didn't need a curling iron, and had taught me how to dry it so it would look as if I'd spent hours on it. I raced through my new routine after the hot shower relaxed me. and then looked in the mirror to see the finished result. A woman with light brown hair around her shoulders, pretty green eyes, and a nice figure encased in a clingy black dress stared back at me. Yikes, who the heck are you? I looked younger than usual. I looked my age for a change, not like a middle-aged spinster from the 1950s. I turned to see the effect of the dress and thought I looked sophisticated, which I thought was amazing. Who knew I had an ass like that? I stepped out of the bathroom to see Tiago had changed while I was in the bathroom. He wore a black suit with black trousers and patent leather shoes. I knew he was in his early 30s, but he looked younger right now. And hot, of course. Even hotter than usual, even. I mean, he always looked good in jeans and a t-shirt at the bar. But dressed up, the man looked like an Armani model. He had a well-built body that even the suit enhanced. Powerful arms, a trim waist, and strong thighs. I knew he had the calves to go with those thighs, too. He'd worn shorts at the bar before. And I have to say, apparently, I'm a sucker for nice calves on a man. Tiago was the total package, and tonight he was with me. I hadn't let myself hope or pretend that we could turn this into a real honeymoon. But now, as I looked at his stunned face when I came out of the bathroom, I thought maybe it was a possibility. Damn. He growled the word, his jaw clenching as his eyes dragged over me from the top of my head down to the black gladiator-style sandals on my feet. Fuck. You look amazing, you know, he said quietly, his eyes drinking me in. I wanted to turn in circles and primp, except I was not that kind of girl. Thanks. I thought I should up my game a little. We wouldn't want people to think you're slumming it, would we? It was a joke at my own expense, but he did deserve a wife that looked like she made even a little effort, not my usual look at all. I was still smiling at my own joke when I looked up to see him looking right at me, his face serious. You always looked great, June. Come on, you know that. I frowned, looking down. But damn, in that dress? He whistled slowly. You pull that off like it was made for you, darling. He meant that. I could see it on his face. Well, so do you. I mean, look at you, I gushed. Silly, but true. He looked good enough to eat. We went down to the dining room, the elevator ride much calmer than our previous trip, at least for me. I had a plan I could live with, because even if he rejected me, the plan wasn't to stay together anyway. We'd wait until he had all of his inheritance, then file for a quiet divorce, made simpler by the prenuptial agreement, and go our separate ways. No harm, no foul. Or so I told myself. If I'm honest with myself, I just wanted to know what all the fuss was about. I wanted to know what my body was clamoring for so loudly. I knew sex. I mean, I'd seen it in movies and read it in books. I'd watched porn before. But I didn't know what it felt like to have a man's hands touch me there, or what his lips or tongue would feel like, teasing between my thighs. I felt heat flush through me and sat down in the chair Tiago pulled out for me with a wobble to my knees. I had to make it through this dinner at least. This was our first night as husband and wife. If I could make it through this without being a total weirdo, I could make this the new norm. Tiago ordered wine for us, and we stared at the menu in silence. Know what you want? I'd been lost in another fantasy, one that involved the gourmet chocolate syrup listed on the menu when he asked that. I looked up quickly, blinking. He must think I'm always distracted, I thought, as I looked up at him. He was simply smiling, not perturbed. His eyes drew me in, and I was held in the web of his gaze. I felt my lips part, but words didn't come out. "Snap out of it," I told myself, and sat back in my chair. I tipped my glass of wine at him and took a sip. I hoped the slight quaver in my hand didn't give my nervousness away. "You choose for me, Tiago." I knew it was a dare that could backfire, but I was trying to be bold and fun. I was trying to be the brave version of me I knew was somewhere inside. I hated the taste of fish, but I thought it might be fun to see what he thought I'd like. "All right." He went back to the menu to study it again. He would glance at me, then back down to the menu, and that made me smile. "What do you think?" "I'm thinking something delicious, something local, something Hawaii-ish." He arched a brow. "How about this?" He pointed to a grilled mahi and pineapple dish, and I grinned at him in surprise. "That sounds perfect, actually." "I'm not a bartender for nothing." He gave me that cocky grin of his, and I felt it all the way down to my toes. "You're far more than a bartender." I hadn't meant to say it, but it was out, so I let it go. "Sometimes." The waiter came to take the order, and we waited for our food, both lost in our own thoughts. I was nervous, but determined to see out this new path I'd decided to take. It was all about Tiago and the future we could build, at least for a couple of years. I didn't want to think about the baby part or the divorce part, so I didn't let myself. I wanted to make a go of this, succeed or fail. I'd satisfy my curiosity at the very least. It might be crazy, and I know I'd thrown caution to the wind, but the moment he'd seen me in the hotel room and how he'd looked at me had changed everything for me. Perhaps in the back of my mind, I'd hoped the changes in my outward appearance would attract him before we'd even got to the wedding part. But after I saw the way he looked at me in that room, the idea had fully formed. I was a grown woman, and I wanted to sleep with him. Period. If he was receptive, why shouldn't I? It was my honeymoon, after all. I should have what I wanted, and what I wanted most was to have Tiago. I put my glass down to refill it. I might need another glass or 3 of this stuff to build up the right amount of courage. Or maybe not, I thought, as I looked up at him with a look that I hoped made my green eyes alluring. I saw his lips part, but he didn't say anything. "More wine, Tiago?" I asked, and leaned over to pour more into his glass. His eyes flicked down to the neckline of my dress. Broad lace at the edge gaped open to reveal my cleavage and the black lace of the flimsy bra I wore. The rapid increase of his pulse showed in his neck, and I hid a smile. Yeah, he'd noticed. He took the wine, but didn't say anything because his phone buzzed. I picked up my own, not surprised to see there were no notifications. I haven't spoken to my parents since I left home. Dad died before I finished school. Mom went back to prison, and I'd cut all ties to her after that. My only friends were people I knew from work, and I didn't socialize with them outside of the office. I put the phone down and pretended to look around the dining area, but I was really side-eyeing Tiago. I knew his eyes were on me, and it made me self-conscious, but also proud. He was aware of me, and that boosted my self-confidence. I took another sip of my wine. It was meant to draw his eyes to my lips, and a quick glance told me he was focused on me, his own drink in his hand but neglected. I tilted my head back to draw his eyes to my neck, and saw his eyes go down, and then further down. I blushed, a forbidden heat slowly burning inside of me. Our dinner came, and we ate quietly. The food was perfect, but I wasn't focused on that. All of my senses were on him, as I waited for some sign that it wasn't all wishful thinking. Old, protective instincts told me to run, that this was too risky, and I should go back to the room. I wasn't a seductress. I wouldn't be able to hold his experienced attention. He would figure out I wasn't experienced enough for him, or not really attractive, and I'd fail. Then I'd end up with a broken heart. But Tiago's eyes burned into mine, keeping me there. And those eyes had heat. A lot of it. The kind of heat that could burn right through a woman's will and leave her breathless. Those gold eyes held me in a spell. This had to be fate. For once, the providence that had abandoned me in my childhood seemed to have smiled on me. When he held his hand out to me, the last of my internal protests stopped. I took his hand and was a little surprised when he stood and led me onto the dance floor to the side of the dining area. He guided me smoothly through the steps and pretended not to notice when my feet stumbled. I'd never learned to dance either, but he seemed to pick that up and kept it simple. I kept my eyes on my feet, which meant I couldn't be close to him. "Come here, Angel. Let go. Feel the music and let me lead you." I looked up then, and he pulled me tight to his body. I lost the ability to breathe again. Our lips were close, so close. All he had to do was turn his head a little, lean down just a smidge. My lungs decided to work again on their own, and I followed along in his arms. He moved me along the floor expertly, and I was no Ginger Rogers. But I stopped stomping on his toes. We danced through that song, and then another, until I glanced up and saw those golden eyes on my face. What I saw there made me stumble, and he pulled me closer, more tightly to him. I saw my own desire reflected back at me in his eyes. I saw my own hunger burning there. He winked at me, and the moment was gone, but I knew it lurked under the surface. That hunger waited there, for only a look or a whisper to fan it to life again. We danced until the song came to an end. I thought that was the end of it, and stepped away, but he pulled me back into the shade of a tree just outside of the doors. I felt a shiver race down my spine as he tilted my face up with a finger under my chin. We should pay our check," I mumbled lamely, my self-doubt creeping up to choke me. "I mean, we can't just—" "It'll be taken care of," he murmured back, charged to the room. "Right. Well—" I chewed at my lip, still nervous, still longing for him, but not knowing how to proceed. "Maybe we should see what's on the dessert menu." "You ever been kissed until your knees go weak, June?" I shook my head, my heart racing. "No." A simple answer, but how do you tell a man he's the only one you've ever kissed, and that one kiss left you stunned? Our wedding kiss had been sweet and innocent, but I'd wanted more of his kisses. With that one press of firm lips against mine, I'd wanted so much more. I wanted to know what it felt like to feel his tongue against mine. I wanted to know it all, really. "That's a shame, such a shame." His eyes questioned mine, and I felt something deep in my chest go tight. What was his question? I didn't know this language, but my eyes must have given the right response because he moved closer. I could smell his cologne, a spicy scent, alluring, that tempted me somehow. It caused a pang deep in my stomach that felt similar to the clench in my chest. Was it some kind of longing? I could hear the ocean behind us and felt a warm breeze. And I wanted to kiss him. I wanted to do this. I wanted to know what it was like to be his, if only for a moment. I just didn't know where to start. How do you seduce a man? I let him take the lead, trusted him to know what to do, as his lips fell to mine. The feel of his lips, hot and soft and hungry, was a shock, even though he'd kissed me only hours before. The feel of him against me was still new, so I studied the moment, distracted by this new sensation as he softly kissed me. He wasn't overbearing. He gave me room to move away if I wanted to escape. But I didn't want to escape. I wanted more, much more. I held my breath and parted my lips slightly. When his did the same, I opened more. And some bold streak took hold of me. I let my tongue slip out just far enough to wet his bottom lip. I heard a low groan, a sound from deep down in his chest. It seemed he liked that. I waited, my tongue back in my own mouth. Where was he going to take me next? He pulled away, leaned against the wall, and pulled me between his thighs. My body fit perfectly against his. He looked at me as though he needed to make a decision. Would I be worth the effort? My brain interpreted that look to say. What would he decide? I didn't say a thing. I just waited. I watched him, this virtual stranger that was now my husband. I held my breath. I wanted him to come to the right decision. His eyes burned right into mine as he leaned close and slowly opened his lips. Are you a virgin, June? Reality hit me like a cold slap, and I blinked, my face turning red as his question threw me off balance. What? Why does it matter? I felt heat in my cheeks. Fuck, why did he have to ask that? Should I lie? Would he be able to tell? I'm asking, he growled, moving closer to me, his hand on my hip. Because if you are, and we take this where I think we're about to, then I need to know. I need to know because if it is, I'm going to make your first time perfect. I couldn't think of an answer, so I looked out at the moon that made the dark ocean gleam. I didn't want to admit it, but he'd been so sweet about it. This was dangerous, a very dangerous game. I might have just set myself up for a whole world of pain, emotional pain. I wanted this, and like those waves out there, nothing could stop that want. I've never, I stopped, cleared my throat, and looked up at him. I've never done this before, no. He looked stunned, and I waited for the laugh or the awkward, oh, come on, you're kidding, right? But it never came, and he didn't laugh. Instead, his lips crashed into mine, and suddenly I couldn't even think anymore as my knees trembled. I clung to him for dear life as his fist buried in my hair to hold my head just right for his mouth as his lips captured mine. I heard a rough groan, felt it rumble up his chest, and my body tightened all over in response. His tongue prodded at my lips, and I opened to his demand. Silky wet heat coiled down to a spot low in my abdomen as his tongue snaked over mine. Our tongues twined together, and the heat burned hotter within me. I wanted more. I breathed harshly through my nose as my hands came up to clutch his hair. I didn't want him to move, to pull away. But then he did. Follow me, he growled, taking my hand and pulling me into the darkness of the tropical night. 6. June. He took my hand in his, and I walked after him. Why had he stopped? Where were we going? I saw my answer. The daybeds for lounging tourists spread down along the beach. We walked in the soft sand, cool now in the dark, and he pushed one of the privacy curtains aside. They were romantic, private, and perfect for what he had in mind. Soft white sheets, a canopy, and gauze curtains that would hide us from the moonlight. My pulse raced as we kicked our shoes off, and I gasped quietly when he pulled me off balance to tumble me into the dark with him. Then his hands and lips were there, and I forgot to care about things like what was right and what was wrong. Tiago could never be a mistake. He pulled me into him on the soft double-sized bed. Heat blazed through my core, igniting my skin as the world spun around me. I clung to him, whimpering quietly as his lips trailed over my neck. When he pressed a knee between my thighs to climb between them, I knew there was no going back. I didn't want to go back. I knew I could at any time. I knew one word and he'd pull away and let me go and do what I wanted. But no wasn't a word I wanted to use that night. That night, all I wanted was to say yes. I wanted to also say something seductive, something that would be an encouragement, or something that he'd think was sexy. But once he kissed me, I didn't want to break my lips from his. Our lips sealed together, and our tongues tangled until I wanted to sigh with happiness. I had my arms around his neck, my fingers entwined together as he knelt over me, our bodies pressed together so intimately. I was really going to do this. Using my arms around his neck, I pulled him closer, pulling the heat of his body, the realness of him, closer. I felt him, his body intimately pressed into mine as he rocked into me. His lips pulled away from mine to slide down my jaw and down my neck. I felt dizzy for a moment as I fought for breath. The way that big, hard bulge in his pants pressed into my core felt so good, so very good. He brought his head back up to mine as his right hand began to explore my body. My dress had ridden up over my hips, and I gasped as his hand moved down to the exposed skin there. His hand traveled up, but not far, only to my tummy to tease me. It was a new experience, this anticipation of his touch. I inhaled his scent, and that mixed with the need his hand on my bare skin created. I wanted to bite the soft skin of his neck. An odd compulsion, but I followed it to nip at the flesh where his pulse beat swiftly just beneath my lips. He groaned in appreciation when my teeth scraped his skin. I moaned, letting my tongue dart out to taste him. My hands began to roam, to push away the buttons of his white shirt beneath the suit jacket, and sought out the hard, silky flesh beneath. His skin was so hot, so fucking smooth. I moaned softly at his throat when I felt his muscled chest, and sighed in total delight when I felt his muscled back. This was a man that took care of himself. He moved back enough to remove the barriers to my hands, but came back quickly, his hands at the top of my head to hold my face still. "Why the hell have you been hiding from me all of these years, June? You're amazing." I never thought you and I shook my head. "I'm not adventurous. I'm not brave. I don't even have any real friends." I looked away. God, I even had to find somebody to take Oscar for a week while I was gone, and he was happy to leave. Happy. I bore my own cat, and that's not easily done." Tiago smiled softly and shook his head. "I always knew there was somebody interesting behind those shields you wear for glasses. I just didn't know how to bring you out of your shell." "Wait, what?" I blinked, easing my head back against the hard pillow to look at his whole face. "I always wondered about you, over there in the corner of my bar. I wanted to know your story, but you were so unapproachable. Those books you always held out like armor. The way you never talked to anybody else. Just read and sip your wine. I thought you wouldn't be interested in conversation. I figured you were like those books of yours, with no covers. Obviously something interesting enough to read, but hidden away from prying eyes." "You noticed me?" I heard the tremor and squeak in my voice and cringed. But Tiago's eyes held mine, full of fire and heat, as he moved against me. "Yeah, for a long time now. I would sometimes catch glimpses of your eyes when your glasses slid down your nose while you read, and I'd have to think about my bills just to calm the hell down. Those eyes of yours have always been a temptation." Fire flashed behind his eyes. "You've always been my temptation, June." "Really?" I breathed the word out. His finger ran down my cheek, and he smiled. "Close your eyes, Angel. Let me explore you." For a minute, I wondered if I was still asleep on the plane and this was all a dream. Then, his lips trailed down my neck and nipped at just the right spot. My hips shot up into his, and that hit the most pleasurable spot. My hips ground into his as pleasure jolted through me. "Calm, June. Take your time, baby. I'm going to get to that pussy of yours, but not yet. Not until you're melting for me. Let me take you somewhere you've never been before." He'd already taken me to several places I'd never been before. He'd taken me down the wedding aisle, and to Hawaii, and now to here, on this very public, yet still private, bed. His fingers trailed up beneath my dress again, and I decided to do some exploration of my own. I ran my hand down his back, down to the round outline of his ass, and when I squeezed, his hard muscles flexed at my touch. I clenched my hands on him until his hips jutted forward to press his cock into my hot center, and we both gasped. A thin slip of satin covered my pussy, and I wanted it gone. I wanted to feel him against me, in me. I moved, my hands frantic on his belt, but he grasped them until I fell back against the bed to let him explore me. He groaned when I pressed my hips up into his, a defiant gesture. I wanted more. He pulled at my dress, then removed my bra, and sighed when his hands cupped my full breasts for a moment. He moved on, though. He didn't linger long enough. His lips against my flesh guided him down my flat abdomen, and then lower, to the wet heat barely covered by the satin of my panties. His lips stopped at the part of me that ached the most for his touch. His hands dove into the sides of the material of my panties and pulled them down. He moved back to where he wanted to be, right there between my thighs. I had my eyes clenched shut. I didn't want to know what he thought about me there. I'd had a wax appointment, and it hadn't been fun, but I liked the neat look of the groomed style I'd chosen. Bare, with just a small patch of hair on my mound. I felt his breath on my hot skin and shivered. He lingered there, inhaled deeply. Fuck, June, your pussy is so damn beautiful. Then he moved, his soft lips against my silky folds, and I melted. For the very first time in my life, I felt a hot, wet tongue lap against my clit, and I nearly jumped from the bed. It felt so good, but it tickled too. When he did it, and I groaned, his hand came up to smother my cry of pleasure. He didn't stop the pace of his tongue as it licked my clit, and I didn't stop my moans as pleasure rocked through me. The way his hand covered my mouth made it even more erotic. We were too exposed, out in the open, but his tongue was still in my pussy, and I just didn't care. My eyes opened wide as he used the fingers of his other hand to spread my folds wide. His tongue flattened out to taste all of me with one swipe. My body moved of its own will and pushed up to meet his tongue on each stroke. My breasts rose and fell as I struggled to breathe through the sensations he sent through my body. I watched him move in the moonlight, fascinated with the way his head moved each time he stroked his tongue up and down my cleft. When he formed a vice around my clit and sucked, I exploded, the first orgasm a man had ever given me. My body gave in to his demands, into my need for release, and I twisted beneath him. I felt myself let go, his hand still in place to muffle my cries. I screamed against his palm before another wave of pleasure shot through me, and I gasped. I'd never made sounds like that before. I've never come that hard before. But Tiago wrung every moment of it from me that he could. This might end up being a mistake, but he'd given me something that could never be taken away. A moment of pure bliss. His tongue slowed as the aftershocks began to ebb, until the sensation became too much and I pulled my hips away. He barely gave me a moment to catch my breath before his lips were on mine, kissing me like he never wanted to let me go. I moaned, kissing him right back. I could taste my own desire on his lips, and though it was never something I'd thought about, in that moment, it made everything even more erotic. He pulled away, and we both sat up, Tiago handing me my shoes as I slipped on my bra, panties, and then my dress. And before I knew it, we were in the elevator. He kissed me again, giving me back the taste of my own pussy, my body pinned to the wall until we reached the very top floor. We walked to our room, where he turned me, and then my dress was gone. He gazed at my panties and bra with lust and fire before he removed those too. His own hastily replaced clothes were discarded, and then my husband, my brand new husband, took me to his bed. I slid up onto his body in the dark room. I leaned over. My lips met his as I reached between us, curious to feel a real cock. I was astonished at the size of him and gasped. "I don't think that's going to fit." He chuckled against my lips and smoothed my hair down. "It will, beautiful, and you'll be begging for more of it by the time I'm finished with you." I gulped and then scoffed. I wasn't so sure, but he knew better than me. His hands moved down to my nipples, another spot only he had touched, but he hadn't lingered earlier as he did now. His fingers worked the tight flesh until my hips shifted on him. I was on his cock now, the hard length between us another diversion. "I'm going to fuck you until you can't stand, June, and then I'm going to do it all over again." My eyes widened at his words, but I wasn't afraid. I was eager. His fingers sent sparks of need straight down to my clit, and I ground myself into the very tip of his cock, against the ridge, hitting my clit just right. I might have been a virgin, but I wasn't stupid. I knew what felt good, and if something felt nice, it was worth a repeat. "You're getting close, baby. I can hear it in the way you breathe. Sink down on my cock now, before you lose the chance to feel something incredible." I didn't know what he meant by that, but followed the instruction. I grasped him as I knelt up, and then, slowly, I sank onto the hard flesh of his cock. I gasped as I finally sank down and slowly took every inch he had to give me. There was a lot to take, and for a few moments, I thought I wouldn't be able to take all of him. But I relaxed and sank down all the way onto him as he guided his cock deep inside of me. I'd worried about it, but there was no pain. It just felt tight, really, really tight. Different to what I expected or knew. He stretched me, but it was a good stretch. I breathed in deep as I became used to his girth within me, and felt something else. An incredible sensation of pleasure, mixed with sensation of being filled, and I wanted to move. I needed to move. His hands gripped my waist and flexed, a guide to my movements. "Take your time. Ride me like you want, baby. Take all the time you need." It sounded as if his jaw was clenched, and I looked down to see a look of wonder on his face. "Fuck, you're so tight, June." "Is that bad?" I stopped automatically, not sure if I had hurt him. "Fuck no. Don't stop, June. Fuck me, baby. God, June, don't stop moving." His words came as gasps, and I couldn't stop. I began to twist my hips on him, and he taught me what it meant to be in control. I grasped at the headboard with my hands and held on as I worked my hips on him. "That's it, baby. Take it." His growled words sent a shock through my clit, and I wanted more of his words. His voice a balm to my needy soul. "More, Tiago. Talk to me more." I was concentrating on the sensation building deep inside me while I danced on him, deep inside of me. It was a place only he could touch, only he could stroke. "You feel so fucking good sliding up and down on my cock, June. So fucking tight. So fucking perfect. It's like you're sucking me with your mouth. It's like your tight little pussy wants to suck all of me as deep as it can." That was it. Those were the words I needed to hear. How good I felt to him, in phrases that were only meant for a bedroom, our bedroom. I let my head fall back, my hair brushed at my back in a tickle, and I fucked my husband as he demanded. I put my weight on my hands for balance. Completely naked, my body and soul bared, I rode him without fear. And when his thumb found my clit and his lips found a nipple, I found the right angle that had eluded me. I found the one that made my pussy convulse and grip around him. I came on my husband's cock. I came for him, without a hand over my mouth to hide my cries this time. This was even better than when he made me come on the beach. It was a totally different experience when he was inside of me. It sent me into oblivion, and so I kept on with the ride. Tiago didn't let me stop there. Oh, no. He pulled out of me and then spun me around, making me gasp as I pushed me onto my hands and knees in front of him. I thrilled in the loss of control to him as his powerful hands gripped my thighs, pulling them wide for him. He stroked my ass, making me shiver in anticipation as I lay there, wanting him so badly, bent over for him. But he didn't do anything else. Not yet. Face down, I waited with my breath caught in my chest, my body his and only his. He could have whatever part of me he wanted. He could have it all. One moment I was there, breath held as he teased me with his thick crown. The next, he drove into me, and I screamed in pleasure. His hands pulled my ass up for a better angle, then held my hips down as he bounced his hips off of mine. That wasn't enough for him, though, and his hands pulled me up so that he could slide them up to my breasts. I looked up and saw myself in a mirror, my face a mask of pure, wanton joy, and it took my breath away. He was right. I looked beautiful, seductive when he fucked me. His body and mine coming together like that looked like we'd been made to fuck. Tiago, my husband, the man that made my breasts sway with each thrust and my body pulse with ecstasy. This wasn't about love, not yet, or adoration. It wasn't about the future or what we had planned. It was about two people that wanted to get off, and he was good at what he set out to do. Brutal, raw need was all we shared right now, and neither of us cared to examine what had caused that need. We just felt it, and I gladly took the pleasure he offered and gave it back. I used my body in ways I'd never dreamed I could. I learned I could squeeze him with my pussy to make him groan my name in a provocative way I'd never heard it said before. And when he made me come once more, I learned that I could make him growl with satisfaction. He let me ride it out, and when I slumped against the bed, he drove into me hard and fast until he found his own release. I felt him still. A growl escaped his throat, and then I felt a hard pulse. Fuck, June. That pussy, baby. I want to come in it over and over again. I don't want to ever leave it. He stopped, the words as a groan broke free, and he lost it again. His hot cum spilled into me, filling me and pulsing deep inside as I gasped in pleasure, lost in him. This is what I wanted, and he'd made that a reality. I slumped into the mattress, totally exhausted now. How could this possibly get any better?
7. Tiago. I'd woken up with one word on my lips. Wife. June was my wife, and I didn't ever want to stop fucking her. Even then, in the morning light, my cock was hard and ready for her. I stretched beneath the luxuriously silky-feeling cotton sheets and smiled. That had been the single greatest night of my life, bar none. She'd blown my mind with her eagerness, with her seductive innocence. And fuck, I wanted to do it all over again. I slid out of bed instead, took a quick shower, and then crawled right back into bed. She was beautiful, just as I knew she'd be. I hadn't fed her bullshit lines last night. I really had wondered about her and lusted for her for a long time. I'd wondered what she looked like when she wasn't hidden away, what she'd be like in bed. Now I knew, and I never wanted the light I saw in her now to go away. She was on her side, her hand tucked under her cheek, and she looked peaceful. I was tempted, but we had to do some kind of activity to take pictures at. The kind that could be published, I thought with a crooked grin. I wanted pictures of her like this, of course, or better, pictures of her riding my cock and coming for me like she had last night. I wanted that look of ecstasy on her face immortalized, just for me, and only me. But for now I took a quick snap of her asleep on my phone, saving it in black and white. Just her asleep, the covers pulled up over her and her hand under one cheek. Beautiful perfection. She'd showered late after our activities last night, and her hair was wild around her head now, but I loved it. I was too tempted to resist, and as she came awake, I pressed my lips to the back of her neck before I bit down gently and slid my fingers down to her pussy. I explored her depths as I dipped 2 fingers into her. Tight, wet heat made my cock throb against her naked ass. She gasped in surprise, but I don't know if it was from shock or from pleasure. June had always appeared to be a timid woman to me, but the woman who gasped with my fingers in her pussy was adventurous as I slid my leg up between her thighs. On my side, I opened her folds to my erection and slid into her as she bent forward, her hands clenched in the sheets.
"You're so big, Tiago. Fuck, it's so good,"
I heard her pant. I filled her, stretched her muscles in delightful ways. June moved with me, even though I knew she was not fully awake, and it was magical. I thrust into her until I heard her gasp of delight. I wanted to hear even more. I reached around her, pulling her back to me. I shifted her legs so I could stay inside of her while my hands filled with her breasts. I held them tightly, her nipples clamped in my fingers, and felt her breath explode from her chest as she gave in to me. "I love your pussy, June. I'm going to fuck you again tonight, maybe even later today. But now, right now, baby, I want you to come on my cock again. Come for me, June." I felt my thickness pulse when her fingers moved down to her clit and she moaned as I fucked into her. "Fuck!" She grunted the word as her pussy clamped down around me hard. Her body arched forward as the orgasm took her. "That's it, June. Come for me, baby. Make that pussy come for me like I know you want. Come for my cock." I groaned as I let loose into her, my cum pulsing from my cock deep inside of her clenching, rippling pussy as we exploded together. My pace changed, shallow and fast, as she pulled me along with her. The shallow strokes made her come even harder, and I stored that information away for later. My words were a claim on her, and that claim seemed to be one she wanted. We moved together when it was over. I drew her close to my body and we fell asleep for another hour. I dreamed about our time on the beach from the night before. Only in the dream, we had to be even quieter, because there were people around us that would hear. I could hear other people fucking all around us, and the sounds made me harder. It was like hearing them spurred us both on. She explored my body with that sweet mouth of hers, and she did things she'd never done before, things I had to teach her to do. In my dream, her lips slid down my hard shaft, sucking me deep into her mouth, making my toes curl. The sounds around us drove her almost mad, and she purred as she turned, her pussy in my face. I groaned as I ran my tongue over her ass as my fingers explored the secrets her body offered me. June moved down on me, sucked her way up, and her body already quivering. Was it anticipation of my tongue on her pussy? I tasted her to put her out of her misery, to ease the ache in my cock, her hot little mouth swallowing every inch of my... I woke up, panting, muscles clenched, seconds away from actually coming. I groaned, glancing down at my thick, rock-hard erection, my cock swollen and aching to come. And I could have touched it right then and made myself come. Or I could have slid back into her once again and filled that pretty little pussy with more of me. But I stopped myself. I'd wait. I'd save it, biting it back until I couldn't fucking stand it. And then I'd take her again. And besides all that, we really did have things we had to do that day, and photograph for evidence. I pulled the covers back, giving myself one last glance at that tight, tempting ass of hers before I shook my head and got out of bed for the second time to get ready for the day.
The lava flows can be dangerous, ladies and gentlemen, so please don't wander off the path set out for your safety. Unless you want to melt your shoes and possibly your limbs.
Our tour guide smiled at the entire group assembled around her. I didn't really hear the woman. My eyes were on June. We decided on this tour together, for pictures and curiosity's sake. There were 6 people with us, enough to keep us on the straight and narrow, I hoped. As I glanced down to June's ass, I wasn't so sure. That ass fit so perfectly into my hands when she rode me. The tour guide's voice trailed off as she walked down the path, and I went up to June. "Do you really want to do this tour? I read there's a cave around here somewhere."
"Oh, that sounds fun,"
she agreed and walked away with me. We'd taken some pictures on the bus for the lawyers. Maybe those were enough. I'd worn hiking boots, shorts, and a t-shirt for the tour, and June had on similar clothes. I almost wished she'd worn a skirt, so I could reach underneath to tease her pussy. She was so responsive, so very eager to get off. We snuck away from the tour, yet I knew if we were gone too long we'd be noticed, and somebody would come looking for us. But that was the thrill of it. The naughty danger in taking her someplace private, but not our own, and making her come. I didn't just want to show June what sex was and what it could all be about. I wanted to give her a chance to explore what got her off the hardest. I led my wife into the darkness and waited for our eyes to adjust. There were dim, glowy lights in here sunk into the floor of the cave for tours. We followed one path, ducking around a corner and down a side passage. We came to a place with a small chain across the pathway, but when June paused, I only grinned as I lifted it and yanked her after me as we ducked beneath it. I tugged her around one last corner, into darkness. "Right here," I growled, turning her in my arms to face the cave wall. I gently pushed her against the wall, pulling her face around and capturing her lips with mine. I could hear the other tourists outside and knew we could be caught, but there in the darkness with my astonishing bride, I didn't care. My ears picked up the sound of her breath as I nibbled at her earlobe. My lips went down to her neck, and then I turned her to find that spot at the back of her neck, the one that I'd learned last night made her go weak. "I can't get you out of my head. I could still taste your pussy on my lips even after I showered again. You fill up my thoughts, June. I can't stop thinking about you." My hands slid down into her panties. She was wet for me already. My words made her shiver, and I saw her press both hands into the wall as she arched her back, pushing that tight little ass back into me. Her head tilted as if she waited for more words. My girl liked it when I talked dirty, so I gave her some more. Baby girl, I knew you'd have a wet little pussy for me. Good girl." I kissed her bare neck, her hair in a ponytail high on her head. "Your pussy is so sweet, June, and so fucking wet. I could slide my big cock into you right here and right now." Her ass thrust back into me, and I felt my hard cock press against her. My fingers pressed more firmly onto her clit as a reward. It was barely even our first day here, and she'd already come so many times I'd lost count. I knew she wouldn't turn another orgasm down. My wife was hungry for all she could get. "Good, June. Ride my fingers. You're so fucking ready. So fucking hungry for my cock." I pressed my thickness into her ass again, and I groaned, wondering if my cock would even fit in her tight virgin ass. I covered her mouth with my hand. When she moaned loud and clear, I knew the sound would carry. "Shh, baby. Quiet or someone's going to hear you. You don't want an audience, do you?" I felt her body go stiff and heard her whimper. Oh, maybe she did want an audience then. "You're just there on the edge, aren't you? About to flood my fingers with your sweet, tasty juices as you come against this wall, here where anybody could watch you. Let go, baby. Let go. Maybe somebody else will get to see how beautiful you are when you get off. I'm going to fuck you again, June. I'd love to fuck you right now, but we need to get back. I'll have your pussy later, when I have time to do it right. To watch the way your mouth opens and surrender as you come. Maybe I'll fuck you against the window, where everybody can see you." "Oh, there you go," I growled, stopping the words and concentrating on her clit while I sucked at the place at the back of her neck. Her ass ground into me and made me ache to fuck her hard and fast and come deep inside of her with my hand over her mouth to hide her screams of her pleasure. Fuck, she made me hard. She brought out the filthy in me. She shuddered against me in the darkness, her breath shaky little gasps through her nose as she moaned under my hand. Her ass writhed against me. I braced her against the wall until her shivers stopped. She turned in my arms and sought out my mouth with hers. She kissed me, and I kissed her back. It was gentle at first, but slowly it began to burn and ignite into something wild and fierce. My own need was evident by the force of my kiss and the throb of my cock against her stomach. I needed to be inside of her so desperately it hurt, but I knew we were out of time. If we pushed it, we were going to get busted. And while that was hot to think about, it was fantasy. The idea of someone actually walking in on me balls deep with this girl got me furious. The idea that someone else, anyone else, would see her the way only I was allowed to see her got my blood burning fiercely. Fuck, I'd never felt something like that before. I'm going to regret not fucking you. But later, you're mine, sweetness.
8. June. The chill of the cold glass against my naked skin soothed the heat that Tiago had built inside me when he pressed me into the floor-to-ceiling window. How long could he make this heaven he'd created inside me last? Could it go on forever? I didn't want to move, even though I was naked, and the room was softly lit behind me. My hands were behind me, clasped in his, but I didn't want him to release me. I wanted to be his. I wanted to be all his. We'd been in Hawaii for 3 days now, and Tiago took every opportunity to show me just how many naughty ways there were to fuck. He'd had his way with me in our bedroom, on the beach again, once even in a closet we found empty and unlocked. That time in the cave when he'd growled those naughty, erotic, and hot words got me off harder than his fingers did. I didn't know that I was an exhibitionist, not until he'd whispered to me that someone might see me, and it had turned me on even more. He'd picked up on it quickly, clever man. Filthy man. Amazing man. He'd done it again on the beach earlier in the day. He'd started to apply oil to my skin with his strong, broad hands. His fingers found all the achy spots as he did so, and turned those tiny quadrants of pain into pleasure. The sun made the oil on my skin hot, and as his fingers dipped beneath me and down into the bottoms of the tiny black bikini I'd worn, he'd begun to whisper to me. I'd felt his cock pressing into my bottom as he leaned over me. His finger danced on my clit, and he'd told me about all of the things he wanted to do. The ways people might see me while he fucked me and made me scream for more. Need had blossomed immediately, and there, sprawled on a towel on the beach, I struggled to keep my hips still while his finger tormented my clit. I turned my head away from him and bit down hard on my lip to keep a straight, impassive face. Pretend people can't tell what he's doing, June, I'd told myself. Even if they don't know now, he'd growled into my ear as he made me come, like he was reading my thoughts. They'll know later. Trust me, beautiful. Anyone who sees you right now can tell that a man has claimed you. Trust me when I tell you that any man who looks at you when we leave this cabana is going to know someone's just made you come so fucking hard like a naughty girl. His fingers kept rolling my clit, and instantly I started to fall into another climax. They might wonder how loud you moan or how fucking sweet your tight little pussy tastes, but it's all mine, June. You are all mine. And his voice was just for me, a whisper of breath against my ear. I felt his cock against my ass, hard and long where he pressed into me. I couldn't hold back a gasp as he spoke to me. Tiago used his teeth to undo the strings of my top and pulled me back, letting the air touch my aching nipples. I gasped, feeling so exposed and so naughty. I knew it wasn't like we were that in the open. The cabanas had privacy shades and all, but they weren't walls either. They were halfway translucent cotton, and I knew even if someone looked and couldn't really see, they'd get an idea of what was going on. And holy fuck, did that get me even wetter. Tiago paused to let his free hand tease one of the aching peaks of my breasts before he pressed me back down. Fuck, everything in me felt swollen, felt hot and achy as Tiago continued to torment me. It was so wicked and oh so dirty, being out in the open like this, but I couldn't get enough. I squeezed my thighs together as the ache grew, a quest for relief, but that just made it worse, not better. God, I want to fuck you, June, right here and right now. Feel how fucking hard you make my cock, baby. You make me want to grab this tight ass of yours and fuck into you so hard you can't stand it. Other people might see you, Angel, but no one else can have you because you're mine. This pussy is all mine. His teeth had found that spot in the back of my neck then, a spot that did such wonderful things to me, and he bit it gently while he sucked. And that, with his filthy words, sent me exploding into orgasm. A cry escaped my throat, and I came, gasping into the towel spread beneath me. My body went tense, and Tiago's fingers curled in and out of my pussy, as if trying to coax out every drop of pleasure he could as I came hard. Another burst shot through me, and my hips pushed up in the air, my hands clenched in the sand as I gave in to what my body wanted. My nipples were tight and ached where they pressed into the towel, and every part of me wanted him to slide my bottoms off and fuck me. Audience or not, I wanted him. I was glad the surf chose that moment to become loud because I came even harder. Fuck, I know you love being so naughty like this, June. I can feel how wet your pussy is on my fingers. So fucking slick. His lips were at my ear, and I panted, my body spent as the final orgasm thundered through me. I want you to think how good it feels to be bad, how hard you came being my naughty girl. Tiago pulled his hand from my bottoms and rolled over. I could see that his cock was hard as a rock and wanted to relieve it. I reached for a towel, but he stopped me. Baby, I want to fuck you later. Let me wait. I'll come harder. With a grin, I turned my head and let myself sink back onto the lounger. This was a side of myself, and Tiago, I hadn't known about. He knew I'd been a virgin and had taken it upon himself to show me what the world of sex had to offer. This had been one of those places, those experiences that he knew I'd missed out on. I loved it. I didn't feel ashamed, although I did feel naughty. It was a good kind of naughty, that kind that made you just a little bit dirty, but gave you confidence. I liked that smudge of dirt, and I loved how it all combined to make me feel. It felt like for the first time in my life, I was giving up control, and in such an amazing way. And Tiago had given that to me. Married only a few days, and he'd already changed the world for me. It was later, after a shower, dinner, and a few more dance lessons from my handsome husband, that I was against a pane of glass, my body on fire all over again. As soon as we'd made it in the room, he'd taken my hand and led me to the window. His hands had pulled at my clothes until they were gone, and I was naked in front of the glass, my eyes on his. His eyes flicked to the window before they fell to the full round globes of my breasts. Don't make promises you don't plan to keep, Tiago. My smile was sultry and a dare at the same time. Oh, I'm going to keep that promise, June. I'm going to keep it so hard. He'd stalked forward, and I'd backed up until my skin was against the glass, exposed to everyone below. His lips wrapped around my left nipple, and his hands held my ass tight. His fingers flexed as he lifted me to press my pussy tight into his groin. My smooth legs wrapped around his waist, and I couldn't help but writhe against him. My clit rode his shaft, and I moaned in delight, low and needy. I'd known you could crave sex. I had the old vibrators to prove it. What I hadn't known was that sometimes, once you had it, you wanted more. Sometimes once wasn't enough, and you needed more. That's how it was with Tiago, anyway. It didn't matter how many times he slammed his cock into me, it was never enough. Even now, I craved the next time. The next moment when I'd get to feel his skin against mine and find out what he had planned next. Tiago was inventive, a lover that gave far more than he got, and he was already my addiction. I sighed as his lips tugged at my nipple hard, just the way I liked it. I wanted more, as always, so much more. His hips thrust into me, and that didn't help. It made the need worse, and I heard him chuckle. "You want more, baby? Tell me what you want." His growled words around my nipple, his teeth never let the bud go. "I want your cock in my mouth, Tiago. I want to suck you until you can't come anymore." The words came out on a breath, and I hoped they were the magic words. He'd let me touch his cock and get my mouth on it, but he'd never let me have the one thing I wanted to try the most. I wanted to have him in my mouth when he came, but he wouldn't let me. I don't know if it was because he wanted only to pleasure me or if it was something else. The fact that I hadn't voiced that want. I hoped now that I'd voiced it so clearly, he'd let me do it. I heard him groan, and he let me slide down his hard, muscled body. Every inch of him was toned, and I loved every centimeter of it. His skin was smooth and silky under my lips and fingers, and I tasted him on the way down. I paused at the area just below his navel. The flat plane tempted me as my hand grasped him at last. I thought back to the beach and the naughty thrill he'd ignited in me, and slowly, the sultry seductress I'd never known was inside of me came alive. "I want to suck your beautiful cock, Tiago. I want to suck your big cock, and then I want you to shoot your cum straight down my throat." I heard a strangled sound from him and grinned as I opened my lips for him. I loved it when he was naked, and now, on my knees, his cock between my lips, I felt powerful again, as I had this afternoon on the beach. I watched him as my lips opened and drank his gasp into my soul as my tongue slipped out to the tip of his to lick him softly. "I should warn you that not every woman likes the taste of a man's cum." His jaw was clenched as he spoke, and his fingers clenched at his sides as he fought for control. "Well, I won't know until I try now, will I?" With my eyes locked on his, I moved to take him deep into my mouth. I closed my lips around the head of his cock and held him there. Tiago groaned and sank back against the glass. I explored the tip with my tongue before I opened wider, and he slid deeper into my mouth. "Fuck," he murmured above me. "Fuck, that's so good. Keep going, you can take more." I wasn't sure how I could. My mouth was open wide already, but I pushed down until he was at the back of my throat. "Oh, fuck, baby," he gritted through clenched teeth. I can't claim to be an expert. It was my first blowjob, but he seemed to enjoy. I wasn't sure how to swallow around his cock, but gave it a try. He went a little deeper down my throat, but he hit something and I had to pull back. "Don't push it, baby girl," he gasped, his eyes wild. "Just what you can take. Small steps. Just Oh, shit. He growled as I inhaled more of his cock, swallowing him even deeper this time and moaning around him. He closed his eyes, and he let his head drop back against the glass. I felt his hands grasp at my hair, and that's when things changed, when it became hotter. He held my head still, and with a groan, he began to stroke into the back of my mouth, his control gone. I felt that same surge of power and desire I'd felt on the beach today, and moaned around his cock in my mouth. Tiago was always a considerate lover, but now, as his control snapped, he took all that he wanted, and I let him. He'd given me so much since we got married. I wanted to give something back to him. I wanted to give him the kind of pleasure he gave me, even if I wasn't an expert at it. My untutored fumbles and attempts seemed to work, though. He'd lost his control, and that made my pussy hum with excitement. Power, desire, it all swirled in me as I worked to get him off, and the fact that he finally couldn't say no, couldn't let go of my face as he fucked my mouth, drove me wild. I used my left hand on his cock and found my clit with my right hand. I needed to come. I was too wound up to stop myself and realized I'd lost my own control. The sounds he made, the gasps of surrender, the grunts when I did something particularly well, went right through me, and the way his cock pulsed in my mouth, fuck, I had to get off with him. Tiago glanced down the length of his body. He watched my mouth before his eyes slid down. He could see that I had my hand between my legs, and he groaned eagerly. He knew where my finger was, and that seemed to turn him on more. His breaths came raggedly, and his fingers clenched tighter in my hair. He was close, so close. I dared him with my eyes, but I never let his cock go. I kept up the pace as he watched me take him again and again. His face went hard, and he took a deep, sudden breath through his nose. I'd waited days for this, and now it was time. I couldn't pull out now. He was about to unload straight onto my tongue. The first pulse of his cock set me off, and I had to fight myself not to bite down as I moaned in ecstasy. I tasted him, salty and tangy and sweet on my tongue. Fuck, he tasted good. I loved it all. His taste, the way he bit out a curse as his cock pulsed again, and then again, the way he breathed, all of it. His thick cock pulsed again and again, my lips tied around him and sucking until the very last drop teased over my tongue. I'd made him come with my mouth, and that was the most powerful thing about it all. I'd made my husband come, and that made me come harder.
9. Tiago. I read the note I'd written for June and left it on her bedside table. Wear something sexy tonight. I'm taking you out. It had been a month since that night against our hotel room window. An entire month since we'd left Hawaii, and I was still stunned at how well it had gone, and how fast it had. Life settled down into something normal. But that's not to say it wasn't a little tough after the honeymoon was over. After all, now we were going to be living together, under the same roof, per the terms of the arrangement. And we'd be doing it in the real world, not off in Hawaii and fantasy honeymoon land. We'd faced the problem with grins, though. By the time we'd left the island paradise, we knew we didn't want to live apart. There's no point, mainly because we couldn't keep our hands off each other, or stay out of bed, or the wall, or the door, or damn, the beach. My cock went hard as I remembered that session on the beach. Hell, or any of the times. June had a wild streak she'd never explored before, but I'd started her on that road of exploration, and I was about to take her even further. Tonight. I left the house we'd rented together and went out to my car. I had some business to take care of for the bar, and my thoughts went back to the last few weeks. We'd both agreed that the palace my father had lived in that was now part of my inheritance wasn't exactly a place you could call a home. As soon as the inheritance was mine, I'd donate it as a museum or sell it, but I was never going to raise the child we were meant to create there. June wasn't pregnant yet, though I'd taken every opportunity I could to make it happen. Every opportunity. I'd loved that first time with her. No condom, just the smooth, slick slide of her juicy pussy against my cock. And we hadn't used one. I knew it was a matter of time, especially as we couldn't keep our hands off of each other. We'd found a house we could both agree on, and had moved our mutual stuff into it, Oscar included. Man, her cat was an oddball. White, with long fur and green eyes. The little bastard really did hate her. He'd scratch her when she tried to pet him, bite her when she tried to feed him, and generally didn't want to be near her. Furry little douchebag. I didn't know why. She tried to love the little shit, but he didn't want to be near her. Me, though? Well, that was another story. In some weird, ironic twist, that little fucker loved me. And as much as I hated to admit it, the feel of him when he curled up on my chest and purred himself to sleep was a comfort. He couldn't get enough of me. I thought maybe his previous owner was a female, as June had gotten him from a rescue, and perhaps the previous owner had abused Oscar. June took that explanation well and had since pretty much let me take care of the cat. I knew it kind of hurt her feelings, but at least he'd found someone to love. I have to say, I had a soft spot for him now, too. As for the rest, Layla would soon be in Canada for her treatment, and most of the first portion of my inheritance was in my account. I'd created another account for June, should anything happen to me before the rest came into my possession. I don't even know what had made me think to do it. Maybe it was something I'd seen in a movie or whatever. But in any case, it was there and set up. Even if she didn't end up pregnant and we got a divorce, she'd have her own money to fall back on. That, added to the money I'd already given her, would keep her going for a very long time. Even if somehow this whole thing exploded in our faces, I cared for her, and the thought of her going back to nothing was something I couldn't let happen. As always, thoughts of June soon turned to thoughts of June naked, beneath me with my dick inside her tight pussy, or held deep in her throat. We'd practiced at that quite often now that I knew that she loved it so much, and she'd become an expert in what got me off, just like I went about getting my goddamn PhD and making her come. I'd fucked my wife so many times now, but it was never enough. She'd been a stranger the first time I'd touched her, but she'd blown my mind. She'd surprised me, really, with just how adventurous, tempting, and hot she was. She couldn't get enough either, and that was just fine in my book. I'm not sure. I've never experienced it before, but I think I might have fallen in love with the mysterious creature the woman I'd married had become. I'd married a quiet, timid woman, but I now had a sex pot with a body I craved. She also had brains, a sense of humor that made me laugh, and a kindness within her that humbled me. I'd learned more about what she did, that she ran her own nonprofit organization and had a lot of responsibility. No wonder she'd been unsure if she could take time off. She worked with children whose parents were incarcerated to make sure they had their needs met, whether that was a home to feel safe in, tutoring, or clothes and food. She also arranged outings for the kids, provided after-school programs, and a lot more than I thought. I was really impressed with all she'd accomplished in her short life. I still didn't know a lot about her past, for example, but she'd sprinkle little nuggets of information into our conversations, if I paid attention. She never talked about her parents or any family, but I knew, from the things she didn't say as well as the few things she did, that her parents weren't good people. I'd learn, if this all worked out. For now I had work I needed to do, but later I'd find out a little more about just how adventurous she could be. She was quiet as we went to get into the car outside of our new house in our quiet suburban neighborhood. Yeah, later maybe we'd find ourselves a mansion if this all worked out. For now, we were still a bartender and the owner of a struggling nonprofit. No mansions quite yet. But the car? Oh, the car was kind of a splurge. Like I said, I'd gotten some of the money so far, and even though most of it was going into savings or June's account or to Layla's medical expenses, I treated myself to the brand new, sleek, black Audi. June's eyes went wide as she saw it for the first time, her lips curling into a smile as I opened the passenger door for her. She slid into the leather seats and looked over at me as I got into the driver's seat.
So this is new?
I grinned. Like it? I kind of splurged. She wagged her eyebrows as she glanced around.
It's pretty sexy.
Just you wait. So, I have a few rules tonight, I purred as I pushed the button to start the car and put it in drive. We rolled out to the road, and she gave me a quirked eyebrow. I loved when she did that. No questions, just do what you like, and don't worry about what I think. As I said, do what you like. I headed towards L.A., and she settled into the seat next to me. She was beautiful, as always, and looked so young and carefree. As I drove, I caught the sound of her breathing and noticed that it had started to sound a bit strained. I looked over to see her eyes on my fingers on the gear shift. She watched me as I shifted through the gears. It would seem it reminded her of something else. She was aroused, and that's just how I wanted her. I reached over between her thighs and pushed the black dress up until I could stroke her thigh. June didn't say a word, but her breath was labored as I stroked her skin. Her eyes followed when I moved my hand to shift gears, and then came back to a higher spot on her thigh. Every time I had to shift gears, I'd move my hand higher. She began to shift around in her seat, her arousal obvious now, but I turned into a parking lot just before my hand could come back where she wanted it most. I parked, slipped the key fob into my pocket, and helped her out of the car. Her heels were very high, and I knew she'd practiced in them, but I was still worried she might tilt over. They made her legs look great, and the short black skirt of her dress was a temptation as the strings of beads danced at the hem. The place was dark, with only a street light to light the entrance. A security guard stood there. I took out my phone, flashed the pass that had been emailed to me at him, and he opened the door. In its former life, the building had been a hotel, but now it was just an empty shell, or so it appeared. June looked at me with confusion, but followed along. A low rumble could be felt in our feet the moment we stepped through the doors. June looked at me, her brows knitted together, but then she smiled. Together we faced the final door in the vestibule. I pushed it open, and we stepped inside. A new world awaited us.
10. June. We walked into a large open space that ran all the way up to the roof. Multicolored, flashing lights dazzled me, and I saw bodies everywhere. Some clutched together in dances. Others were congregated in groups, packed together tightly. Tiago took my hand. We went to the bar. The light strobed for a moment and made my head spin. When we left the house, I thought the dress I'd chosen was too skimpy, but now I saw I might be overdressed. Other women in the place wore little more than pasties and strings as clothes. I didn't know where to look first, and my gaze darted around. Handsome men, some scary in their style choices, but still handsome, danced with other men, or women that ranged from beautifully seductive to flat-out hot. "You have to be approved to get in. I received our approval last night," Tiago shouted in my ear so that I could hear him. What was I doing here, then? I wasn't nearly as beautiful as some of these women. I turned away from him when someone bumped into me. There was barely room to breathe, much less crawl to the bar. We'd get there eventually, I hoped. There was a huge dance floor, which people used to dance to industrial music that made my blood throb, it was so loud, and a set of stairways went up the side of one wall to platforms where I saw people stripped, danced, or watched what happened below from couches that looked plush. The music was too loud to speak as we drew closer, and my husband pulled me to a relatively empty corner to sit. But there, right across from us, was another couple, and instantly my eyes were wide, my breathing coming haltingly. Holy crap. His jacket was off, with his dress shirt unbuttoned all the way and pushed halfway off his muscled shoulders. I'd thought she was wearing a white dress of some kind, but as her man moved, I realized what I thought was dress was actually his sleeve as he wrapped his arms around her. When they moved, I realized she was bare to the waist, and I blushed furiously. "Tiago." "We can leave any time you want, Angel," he purred into my ear, his voice setting a spark burning inside of me. And I knew what he was saying was true. It was pretty clear we were in some kind of sex club, which was obviously way outside my comfort zone. And yes, part of me was freaking out and screaming that we just run, not walk, right out of there. But the other part of me said stay. The part that Tiago brought out of me. The part of me that he made ache for more and wilder. We can stay," I hissed into his ear over the throbbing music, and I saw his jaw clench as he nodded. "I'm going to get us drinks." He started to stand, and I knew he could see the sudden worry on my face because instantly his lips were pressed to mine. "You're safe here. No one in this place is going to hurt you or even approach you without your consent. Those are the house rules." I nodded, my eyes darting back to the couple across from us as her moan pulled my attention. She was straddling her man now, her arm working up and down like she was stroking him, and her dress bunched around her waist. I gasped quietly as I saw his hand between her thighs, his finger glistening with her arousal as he played with her pussy. Holy fuck, where the hell were we? "Have fun," Tiago growled, winking as he pulled away to go to the bar. I blinked, not even really able to take my eyes off of the two sitting 5 feet from me. The girl cried out, grinding down onto his hand. And I wanted to be embarrassed or feel like I was intruding somehow. But I didn't. Instead, I just felt hot watching them, my thighs clenching together as he stroked his fingers through her slick pussy lips. Suddenly, Tiago was there with a glass of whiskey. I took it and drank it down in one gulp, sputtering slightly as my eyes watered. Tiago chuckled as he sat down next to me, handing me a second drink. "Maybe slower this time." His eyes followed mine to where I was watching as the woman slowly rose up. Her hand slid up and down her man's cock, not even close to as big as Tiago's, I thought smugly. Before she centered it at her opening, she groaned, sliding down as her pussy engulfed the man's cockhead. "Enjoying yourself?" Tiago purred into my ear, and all I could do was nod as I swallowed thickly. But then I put my drink on the table and turned to my husband. I kissed Tiago deeply and tasted the spice of rum on his tongue. I knew he must taste my whiskey, but didn't care. His kiss reassured me that all was well. Normally, I only drank wine, but I needed something stronger tonight, and he'd known it when he ordered the drinks. That's why he'd brought back 2, I guess. He knew me well now. I was a different person as the whiskey sang through my blood. I was now the kind of girl that drank whiskey and kissed her husband wildly while 2 strangers slowly fucked not 5 feet from us. My left hand brushed against the thick bulge in Tiago's pants. I turned, sliding into his lap as the whiskey made me bolder. He groaned, his hands grabbing my hips and grinding into me as I slid down his body, my ass pressed into him before I slid back up. My eyes locked onto the couple across from us, and as she started to really ride up and down her man's cock, I gasped quietly. She moved slowly and erotically, rolling her hips up and down, taking all of him with every thrust. Her thighs were slick with arousal, her body arching and coiling as his masculine hands gripped her tight. I felt Tiago's hands tighten on me, his huge cock pulsing against my ass as we watched. I wasn't sure how much longer I could stand to not have him inside of me. The girl suddenly stood, sliding off of her man, and part of me felt a little disappointed that our show was over. But she turned, catching my eye and winking before she slid back onto the club sofa, kneeling on it as he bent over the armrest. I gasped as I watched her man move behind her, his hands sliding over her body before he pushed his erection back into her with a growl of satisfaction. Tiago groaned under me, grinding his cock against my dripping wet pussy through my tiny dress, making me ache for him. We watched, both of us panting, our pulses thundering as the couple across from us fucked hard and fast. Tiago's hand slid up my side, teasing up to cup one of my breasts in his strong hand. His fingers rolled over my nipple through the flimsy material, and I gasped as the pleasure burned through me. His other hand slid between my legs, and I didn't even try to protest as his fingers found the front of my soaked panties. This was insane, and nothing I'd ever imagined myself doing. Here we were, in a sex club, watching a couple literally have sex right in front of us, and I was openly letting and encouraging my husband to play with my body. And it was hot as hell. It was so hot, actually, that I couldn't stand it anymore. I turned in his arms, my hips pressed tight to his. "I need you," I whispered huskily into his lips. "Right now." He groaned as he kissed me hungrily, tasting my lips hard and deep before pulling away. "Let's go." He led me away from the table and the other couple to a hallway against the other wall. We walked back and past a long row of rooms with closed doors before we came to an open door. This led to a set of stairs. We climbed the stairs to find a platform with a desk there. Nothing else, just a desk and no walls. We were totally visible to pretty much anyone in the club who chanced to look up. I glanced down at the people below and knew what we were about to do. I was about to have an audience of hundreds of people if they chose to watch. I whirled in his arms, fire and excitement teasing through my body as I kissed Tiago deeply. "You're sure about this?" he groaned into my lips. "If this is past your comfort zone." I slid back, sitting on the desk in answer, my legs spread to show him just how ready I was for him. And there was no going back after that. "Dirty girl," Tiago groaned, moving towards me as he loosened the buttons on his shirt. "Pull your panties to the side, June. Show me how wet that pussy is for me." Months before, I may have said no. Actually, I probably would have run shrieking from that place. But not anymore. Not with him. Whatever timid woman I'd been before was gone, replaced with the new, wild, uninhibited version I was now. Tiago came and knelt down before me, his hands gripping my thighs and pushing them apart. My finger hooked into my panties, pulling them to the side as he groaned in appreciation. "So fucking beautiful," he purred. He moved closer, and I moaned as his tongue slicked over my folds. I leaned back on the desk, Tiago lifting my leg over his shoulder as his tongue dragged over my pussy. I could hear the people below and looked out to see faces staring up at me. We were only feet from the edge, and I could see faces had already started to turn our way. The faces didn't matter, though. His tongue in my wet pussy was all that mattered. I looked out again, though, my eyes drawn to the fascinated eyes below. I saw couples break off, 2 of them with their hands all over each other as they watched us. I swiveled my hips into his face as their hunger for more grew, as my own desire flooded my pussy with juice. Fuck, they're all watching me, Tiago. All of those eyes on us. I panted the words and gasped when his fingers joined his tongue. He slipped 2 into me and started a rhythm that nearly made me lose my mind. I lost all my control of my lower body as his fingers fucked me, as those eyes below burned into me and rode his face the same way I'd soon ride his cock. I gave myself up to him, to them, and let my hips jerk in time with his tongue as it lapped at my clit, while his fingers fucked me hard and fast. I could hear the throb of the music and smell the scent of arousal, but I wasn't sure it was my arousal alone. I think the crowd was aroused, and that scent began to fill the air. I came apart as Tiago tongued me quick and hard, and the crowd below cheered us on. It wasn't over, though, not at all. The crowd roared again as he stood, pulling his thick cock out of his pants as he moved towards me. I gasped as I felt him push against my opening, and when he sank all the way in with one stroke, I screamed in pleasure. My body shuddered on the desk and jolted in time with his hard thrusts. I clutched my legs around him and held on. This is what we were good at. This is why we needed each other so much. Sex drove us. It brought us together, spurred us on, and I needed all of it from him he could give me. It was extra fuel for the fire, but I didn't need the audience below. I only needed him. "You're mine, June, only mine." He growled the words with one final thrust before he emptied into me, and I let go. I cried out as the orgasm took us both, him filling me over and over again as the shuddering climax tumbled through me. I don't know what the crowd's response was, because all I could hear was his gasps as he let go. All I could feel was him surrounding me. All I could see was his face. I was in a whole lot of trouble, I decided at that moment. I was in love with Tiago. I'd always loved him, really. Now, I knew it for sure. He finished and helped me up from the desk. We left the place quickly, a blush red on my face and a giggle on my lips as we ran for the car. I was quiet for the drive, my heart racing. I knew going to that place had been about letting go and having a crazy, uninhibited experience. But it had given me more than that. It had given me a lot more to think about than I ever would have thought. Because suddenly, I had to think what it meant that I was in love with the man I'd fake married for money. His father had played a very cruel joke on him to teach him a lesson, I expected. But it was still a cruel joke. I didn't want to be a part of that joke. I wanted to be the one that eased the pain his father still caused him. Back at home, I went to him in our bed and crawled up his body. I didn't want sex. I wanted to offer him comfort. Tonight was... I stroked his chest as he held me to him. Tonight was wild, but it's only something I'd do if I knew you wanted it. I only want you, June, nothing more. I could hear his heartbeat, strong and sure in his chest. Strange, isn't it? My father did this as a way to beat me, to see me fail one more time. I'm not sure that's going to happen, though. Do you? I felt my heart thud to a stop. He thought we could make this work? My heart pumped again, fast and hard. I think we might be able to beat him at his own game. I had my eyes closed, my cheek still pressed to his chest, and heard a rumble of laughter. What would have really beat him was to walk away from it, but Layla needed me to try. He sighed and went quiet, and when I looked up, his eyes were right on mine. You know this is more than just sex, don't you? I swallowed, my tongue wetting my lips as I held his gaze, almost too scared to blink. Like if I did, the moment would fade away. You're more than just sex to me, June, he growled, his arms tightening around me. I never expected anything, but with you, it's like a part of me opens up that I've kept locked down. He slowly shook his head. What have you done to me, Angel? Me? I breathed. You know I'm crazy about you, right? My heart flip-flopped as I froze. Slowly I lifted my head to look up at him. Are you saying you want to make this real? I don't think we can make it any more real than a wedding, babe. But yeah, I want to be a real husband to you. I want to know about your past. I want to know about your family. All the things you hide away. I want to know the bad and the good. I don't think anybody's ready to know any of that. I settled back on his chest. I didn't want to talk about any of that. I do, June. Those parts of your life helped to make you, and I want to know about them. Don't shut me out. I thought about his words and decided that maybe he was right. I needed to be honest, to spill it all if we were going to make this work. I didn't like my history, though, or that my parents had been and still were felons. I didn't want people to know about that aspect of my life. That didn't mean I could hide it all from him, though. Where do I begin? I said dryly. What do you want to know first? Where are your parents? He asked. And I moved from laying across his chest to sitting cross-legged beside him, my hands in my lap. I flicked at the acrylic nails on my right hand with the left, a distraction. My mother is in prison in Nevada. My father is dead. He died of a drug overdose. Mom was trafficking the drugs Dad overdosed on. Fucking hell, he said sharply, his hands taking mine and tightening like he was physically shielding me from something. But I couldn't take the pity in his voice and kept my eyes down as tears stung my eyes. I spent most of my early life living with distant family or neighbors who'd take me while they were in prison. We moved every single time one of them would get out of prison long enough to owe rent. I went to so many different schools, I lost track, and by the time I graduated high school, Dad was dead and Mom was back in prison. Fuck, I'm so sorry, Angel, he said quietly. That's the truth of it all. That was life. I spent more time dirty and with lice in my hair than most kids spend outside playing. I was bullied, made fun of, and told that I'd never be loved by anyone good because I was too dirty to be loved by good, clean people. That's why I chose the life I did. That's why I worked so hard to get out of that cycle. That's why I work so hard for the kids in my programs. I know what they've all been through, Tiago. He brushed the tears from my face and pulled me close. The hard part was over. The part where I admitted what my childhood had been like, what kind of stock I came from. Now, I just had to wait to find out if he still wanted to be with someone like me.
11. Tiago. I watched my wife in the kitchen as she prepared dinner for us. I'd hired more staff to take my place at the bar so I'd have more time to spend with her, and we normally made dinner together when I came home. But tonight, she was making a vegetable soup that she didn't want any help with. It was a secret recipe she'd created, she said, and she looked so pleased about it all that I decided to sit back and watch her. She continued to amaze me. Her strength, perseverance, and intelligence had got her through a childhood I simply couldn't fathom. She'd lived through things, seen things that no child should ever have to. She could have become a criminal herself, or become cynical or jaded. But instead, somehow she'd turned all of that anger and pain around to become so much more. She'd overcome her past and created a future from it. I think I might really love this woman. I'd pondered it once or twice already, but now I was almost positive. I wanted a future with her, something I've never wanted with anyone else, and that, more than anything, told me what I was feeling was real. She sure as hell wasn't just a fling, that's for sure. Yeah, she made my balls ache every hour with the need to take her all over again, to feel her body tremble for me as she came screaming my name. But it was more than that, and I knew it. She was the woman I'd waited my whole life to meet, and she'd sat in my bar for years before I'd discovered her. I felt like an idiot, or an asshole about it all, really. I hadn't even known I needed her, but now I don't think I could ever live without her. And then the words came out before I could do a single thing to stop them. So, think we should start talking about really trying for that baby? The question had popped into my head as I watched her taste her soup with a pleased smile. Bliss, that smile said. Pure bliss. But the second it tumbled out, I wished I'd waited. Or fuck, just not said it at all. What? She turned, blinking rapidly as she tilted her head at me and put her spoon down. Well, shit. Thanks, mouth. Hell, we were fucking like bunnies, and we sure as hell weren't using condoms or anything. But I knew these things didn't always just happen. I knew sometimes you had to time things right and all that. I knew, we both knew, that eventually we'd have to discuss it. After all, a child was one of the biggest points of the inheritance, and our entire reason for getting together in the first place, even if what we had now together was so much more than just a contract. June smiled, looking down. I know, we can't not talk about it forever. I know we have to have one on the way by the end of the year for the lawyers. I shrugged, grinning hungrily at her. Fuck the lawyers. I was just thinking of how gorgeous you'd look pregnant and heavy with our baby. I groaned, my cock hardening quickly. Actually, I think the soup might have to wait. June giggled. No way, mister. This soup is too wonderful to put off eating. She winked at me. We can do baby making after. She put the lid back onto the pot. Another minute and it'll be done. Can you get the table set, please? Her smile made my toes curl in my work boots, and I stood up to get the bowls and tableware we'd chosen together from the cabinet. We'd decorated and filled the house together, as a team, and that had been the first time I'd ever done anything like that. After the way I was raised, I'd never been able to commit to a woman. I'd planned to be a bachelor and childless my entire life. I didn't want to put another soul through what I'd been through, and if that meant I was alone most of the time, then that was fine by me. She'd changed all of that in a short amount of time. How's your day, by the way? I asked her, and sat back down in my chair as she brought the pot of soup to the table. It was good. I had another intake, a 12-year-old whose mother just went to prison for life, and no known father. She was so lost. I remember that feeling, she muttered dryly. She took the chair beside me and filled my bowl. It must be hard for you. I waited for the soup to cool a little and took a slice of the bread she'd made to go with it. But I hope it's also rewarding at the same time. Oh, it is. I mean, it would have to be, or I'd have burnt out years ago. Some of them we can't save. Some of them we can.
It's not just about what we provide for them, though, or the alternatives to the choices they're bound to make and access to more services. It's about them knowing they have somewhere to turn to. That's the hardest part for me. I had no idea who or where to go. I didn't want to end up in the foster system, and I did my best not to. I'd heard the horror stories.
She didn't elaborate on that, and I wasn't about to push her. It wasn't often that she'd talk so openly about her past or her work, so I let her go at her own pace. She really was incredible, and I smiled as I took the first bite of dinner. Shit. Asparagus. I'm not even sure I could describe how much I hated the taste, smell, whatever of that vile vegetable. June watched me eat, smiling.
Like it?
Oh, yeah, I nodded eagerly. Fuck it. Asparagus or not, you don't criticize a woman's food, not if you want her to ever cook for you again. Even I knew that. Asparagus, huh?
Oh my God, I love it.
She closed her eyes, savoring a bite.
Don't you?
She had such a hopeful look on her face when she opened her eyes that I couldn't tell her the truth. Oh, totally. I smiled as hard as I could as I shuffled more into my mouth, trying not to taste it, and then for a long drink of my beer. June cocked a brow, giving me an odd look.
Okay, what's up?
Huh? I choked down more asparagus, smiling.
Why are you eating it like that?
She had a twisted smile on her lips, and I knew she didn't want to laugh. Because it's so good? Her left eyebrow twitched up over her eye, and I put the spoon down. All right, shit, you've got me, I laughed. I actually hate asparagus. I just didn't want to hurt your feelings. Instead of anger or hurt, June laughed. The sound was so musical as the giggle bubbled from her throat.
Baby, you don't have to eat something you don't like for me. If you don't like it, just say so.
Yeah, but you've been so excited about making it. I didn't want to upset you.
Hey, you promised baby-making activities later.
She grinned at me.
Believe me, nothing can hurt my feelings when I know that.
She gave me a smile that went straight to my cock, rather than my toes, full of forbidden promise and love. Fuck, I really am a goner over this girl. I started to spoon more of the food into my mouth. Whether I liked asparagus or not, I was about to need my strength. I didn't taste a bit of it as she ate her own portion, my eyes glued to the way her lips sealed around the spoon. Fuck, how could that be sexy? Full rosy lips closed around the metal, just the way they closed around my... Eat, buddy, eat, and then you can drag her into bed and show her how much you want her. I forced my way onto other thoughts about Layla and how she was doing, and what it would be like when June and I had our own child. The nights out would be over, and we'd both be so strung out we probably wouldn't want to be in the same room with each other once the baby came. But I wanted that. I wanted it with her. My past was strung together with temporary, fleeting one-night stands and women that had never remotely interested me. But June changed it all. I wanted her to be my lover every night of my life. I took her to bed, and she showed me how much she appreciated the fact that I ate her soup. I couldn't sleep, though. I had too much on my mind. I went to the room we used as an office and turned on the computer. I went through the emails I hadn't answered earlier in the day and found one from Tim and Ella. They'd taken little Layla to Canada, and she was scheduled for surgery soon. They sent me photos of my goddaughter, sweet little pictures of her in poses around a city park. I could see hope in all of their faces now, hope that had not been there before. I'd put that on their faces with a sacrifice I hadn't wanted to make. As it turns out, my father's obstinate wish to prove to me one last time that I was worthless was backfiring. He was showing me just how right I was.
Tiago? What's wrong, baby?
June came into the office and curled into my lap after I pushed the chair out for her to come to me. Nothing's wrong, babe. Just amazed, that's all.
By what?
She asked sleepily, her hot breath on my neck. It was a sensation that comforted me, though, reassurance that she was real. I held her close, inhaled the smell of her shampoo, her perfume, and her skin. She was the most delicious thing I have ever smelled. You, me, us. The way this has all turned out. It's amazing. Look at these pictures of Layla and her family. We did that. And in a few months, once she's recovered from her surgery, she'll have a normal life. I actually felt emotion churn in my chest and harden my jaw. You've done good, baby. She's lucky to have you. I'm lucky to have you. Her words were mere whispers as she fell asleep in my arms. I let her sleep there, satisfied with the world. My dad had been a dick, and he proved that even after he was dead. He didn't care about me, not really. He'd only cared about himself and his image. I hadn't been the thug he wanted me to be, though I wasn't a weak man. I'd been in my share of bar fights and had a few narrow escapes from the law myself over the years, but I wasn't the criminal my father was. June started to snore against my neck, and I sat up to carry her into our bedroom. I put her in bed, and she turned away, asleep again immediately. I walked down to the room we'd chosen to leave empty. The room was supposed to be a nursery when the time came. There was no furniture in the room, nothing at all in the room, but I could see it. I could picture it in my mind. June in here with our baby in her arms, in a rocking chair, soothing our little one back to sleep in the glow from a soft light. I'd never wanted that, but now I wanted it more than anything. Marriage had made Tim and Ella happy, and I thought they were saps that fell for the propaganda. They weren't, though. They'd found their mates, and that had made them complete. I thought marriage was for idiots that couldn't stand their own company. But as I stared into that room, I knew I'd been wrong. This was what our life was supposed to be. I turned off the light and went into the bedroom to pull my wife close. I flattened my hand over her stomach and wondered if we'd started the process already. Had the tiny changes that needed to take place to create a life started already? My heart clenched in my chest, and a smile spread over my face, despite the darkness. Happiness didn't need a witness. After all, it just needed to be. I fell asleep with her in my arms. My mind settled at last. We might not have said, "I love you," yet. But it would come. I knew it would.
12. June. Negative. I murmured the word quietly from the bathroom of our house. I tapped at my teeth with an acrylic nail, my eyes glued to the white plastic stick with 2 windows. Negative again. I closed my eyes and sank onto the edge of the bathtub. Tears filled my eyes, and I felt a sob as it formed somewhere in my chest. 3 months we'd tried, and 3 months we'd failed. Something wasn't right. My shoulders sank, and I covered my mouth with my hands. It was supposed to be the simplest thing in the world. You have sex, you make a baby. Off you go into happily ever after. Nobody ever said the happily ever after part might not be so easy because you couldn't make a baby. I knew there shouldn't be a problem. I'd visited the doctor to make sure everything was working as soon as we'd come back from the honeymoon, so that wasn't the problem. We should have been happy in the arms of procreation and vomiting, but we weren't. So what was wrong? The doctor told me I needed to relax and let nature take its course when I'd gone back last month and hadn't been pregnant. But it was hard to relax when I knew we had that condition on Tiago's inheritance to meet. I wiped the tears from my face, brushed my teeth, and dressed in my work clothes. I had to be a big girl about this. I didn't have time to cry right now. I'd give it another month, and then we'd have to look into our options. Tiago saw my face as I walked into the kitchen and immediately took me into his arms. He knew what that meant, even though we didn't really talk about it. I hadn't even told him I love you yet. I wanted to wait, to be sure this would work before I gave that part of myself to him fully. I was already invested, but who knew what would happen if I hadn't had a child within a year of our wedding? He'd need to find another woman to marry and get pregnant to inherit that money after all. That made my shoulders shake as another sob took over. Shh, baby, it'll happen. Don't let it consume you. Look at me. He pushed me away a little to look down into my eyes. His thumbs came up and brushed away my tears as I gulped and tried not to blink my contacts out of my eyes. We have time, and if it doesn't work, then we'll just have to see what the options are. Don't be upset, please. It hurts to see you cry. I gave him a watery smile and sniffled. I know, I just don't want to fail you. So much is riding on you getting that money. It's a lot of money, I'll give you that. But come on, sit down and eat. He guided me around to the table, and we sat down to the waffles and juice he'd set out. If we don't get all of the money, would it be the end of the world? Layla may need more in the future, but we'll find a way, won't we? You'd give all of that up for me? That's a ton of money, Tiago. Did he love me, is what I really wanted to ask. Or was this a snow job to keep me quiet while he found someone else? No, I couldn't think that way. Tiago wasn't a cheater. I knew he wouldn't replace me quickly, no matter what happened. That was my own insecurity, and I wouldn't let it sour anything for me. We had something good between us. Now wasn't the time for self-doubts. Even if I failed super hard at the whole getting pregnant thing. Money doesn't mean anything without the people that care about you, June. That's what my father taught me. He didn't teach me anything but that. Even this whole stunt he's pulled with the inheritance, it's about vindication for him. He wanted to prove me wrong. It's odd, isn't it? I interrupted. A thought had occurred to me. He wanted to prove you'd fail to provide a good home, love, and emotional support to a family for money. He thought you'd fail and lose the inheritance. I mean, did he think you were more like him or something? Why didn't he do it the other way then? If you fail to have a good relationship and family, you win. Because he thought I'd fail, and that if he snatched the money away, it would hurt more to prove that I was a failure and just like him. He was never a good father, obviously. He only wanted to hurt me, really. He looked away, his jaw a hard ridge that I tried to smooth away with a caress. He's not around, and we're going to prove him wrong, one way or another, baby. I gave him a wink to show my faith in him. You're too good to me. He kissed my fingers and stood up. I have an appointment with the doctor today. He said it softly, as if he didn't want to actually admit it. I waited, breath held. Maybe it isn't you. Maybe. It's good to find out then, isn't it? I spoke just as softly, because I didn't want to spook him. I suppose it is. He went around the counter, gathered his phone up and his car keys, and came over to me. I'll see you tonight, baby. Have a good day. I gave him a goodbye kiss and watched him go. I had no idea how this was going to end, or what we would do if we couldn't have a baby. Were there other instructions in the will that gave concessions for inability to conceive? Could we adopt, perhaps? Would an adoption agency hand over a baby to a couple that was still in their newlywed phase? I pondered it and sent an email to Tiago about it later that day. I ate my lunch from my desk and waited for a reply. I scrolled through an online forum, advice for women that needed help to conceive. Relax seemed to be the one piece of advice that came up over and over. What? My tense vagina scared away the sperm? Was that it? Could your vagina tense up? I stared at the screen and frowned. I had this picture of a tense cartoon reproductive system in my head, and it almost made me laugh. There were lines radiating from the cartoon to indicate tension, and big eyes that were scrunched shut as the whole thing shivered. I patted the area around where my reproductive organs were and told them to relax, calm down, and to not run off into madness. Silly, but it all made me laugh to myself. I was as afraid Tiago would get spooked and divorce me. I knew we'd grown close, and I knew we'd more than likely fallen in love. But it was frightening to think that I could be replaced by another woman. He needed a marriage and a baby to inherit that money. It was billions of dollars, after all. Was love really worth that? Could I let him give that much money up for me? Was I supposed to be selfless in this situation and force him to find someone new? Every inch of self-preservation in me cried out that I shouldn't be so damned stupid. I'd find a way to make this work. I scrolled through to an IVF site and studied that for a while. If my body was fine, and I could technically carry a child with no problem, then maybe this was our answer. I read a few horror stories, a few success stories, and turned off my computer. That didn't look any more helpful than doing it the natural way, and it cost a lot more. I didn't know what the best idea was and had nobody to talk to about it. I didn't really have close friends, other than Tiago. I guess Ella, Layla's mom, was a good candidate. I liked her down-to-earth funkiness, but she was in Canada with her own problems to deal with. I couldn't bother her. I'd just have to do it the old-fashioned way and deal with it myself. I hadn't had any notifications from Tiago, and I had work to do. I buzzed my assistant, Elizabeth, and told her I was done with my lunch. A client came in, a young kid, maybe 15, who stared at me sullenly. I knew all the phases these kids had gone through. For them, an imprisoned parent could be like a death for them. They experienced grief, anger, acceptance, all of it. And this kid was still in the anger stage. He was a teen as well, so that didn't help. "Hi, Andrew. How's life today?" "I got suspended from school for some super stupid shit, June. It's bullshit, man, and my foster mom is pissed." I didn't even blink at his language. I let them talk how they wanted and be themselves. Unless, of course, that self came with aggression. Then I put a stop to it, politely but firmly. "What happened?" I prodded him for information and gave him calm logic to focus on, rather than the lecture he'd expected about his language. This usually disarmed the kid and left them confused. I might be able to get an answer quicker that way. "I was minding my own business, and this kid just started talking real loud to his buddies, telling them what a loser I was because my pops is in jail. You know what I'm saying?" He paused for me to nod. "So I hit the fucker, right in his mouth. That shut him up." I nodded. Trust me, I'd felt that same impulse from time to time, even if I'd never personally ever hit anyone. "Anger is never an answer, Andrew. You know that. Look where it got you." He scowled, looking down. "I know. You're right, June. But I'm sick of it. People look down on me for some shit I didn't even do." He stared at his hands, his face that of a young boy again. A lost little boy. "And you proved them right with that response, didn't you?" He looked angry for a moment. He'd expected me to stick up for his side, but I threw him off again with my contradiction. Slowly, Andrew smiled. "You're tough, June. I like you. And yeah, you're right. I should have just been the bigger man and walked away. Isn't that weakness, though? Won't they think I'm a won't they think I'm weak, afraid or something?" "Do you want to show people you're strong, Andrew, and make them fear you? Or do you want to get through school, get an education, and show them you aren't a loser?" I sat with my left eyebrow quirked. "When I was in your situation, I wanted to smack every girl that said I had cooties or that called me a loser, but I rose above it. Do you know where those girls are now? A strip club? I snorted in spite of myself. I don't know. Could be. I don't know because I don't care. They stopped mattering as soon as I finished school. Their opinion didn't matter anymore. You might never see most of those kids again in your life, so don't wreck your life now for people that won't matter in 4 years, honey. You're right, June, you're right. He nodded his head, his backwards ball cap bouncing on his head. He was slim, small for his age, but wiry. He could protect himself, and that mattered. But he needed to know that things would change, and he had to change too. You got kids, June? He looked curious, not disrespectful, so I answered. No, but I hope to have one soon. You're gonna be a great mom. I just know you are. He gave me a wide grin, his blue eyes happy. I wish you were my mom, but she's doing 20 years. I might have kids of my own by the time she gets out. You might, and thank you. Neither of us had a great start in life, Andrew, but we can both make a difference in the world. I didn't want him to carry on with that line of thought. It only led to distress. Now, what are we doing today? Andrew distracted me from my own problems as we went over his case and looked for areas to improve together. He was set to go out on a trip to one of the universities in the area. He was a smart kid, and one of the schools had offered him a summer program, free of charge. I wanted him to take part in that program. It would be a major step forward for him. My day finished, and I went back to the house. Oscar hissed at me as I walked in the door, and I left him alone. I never could quite figure out what I'd done to make him hate me, but he had been lost when I found him, and I wasn't going to give up on him. One day, he might not scratch me when I came near him. I went up to the bedroom to change into more relaxed clothes, black yoga pants and a loose light blue top, and headed down to the bathroom for a hair tie. I passed the nursery on the way and paused. My hand reached out for the door handle slowly, and I tensed up. I didn't want to look at the empty room. It had become an accusation to me of my bareness, and I hated to look at it, but I felt compelled to. The door swung open on the empty room, and I stared into it. There was still no baby on the way to make it a nursery, and I didn't really have anyone to talk to about it. I felt alone and a little angry. I'd talk to Tiago about it tonight, I decided. He'd said he had an appointment to see a doctor. Perhaps he'd had some news. Maybe we could talk about IVF? He hadn't mentioned it since the wedding, not really, but I couldn't see why he might object to it. That sounded like the best idea to me, so I closed the door and went on to the bathroom. We needed a baby, but really, all I wanted was his baby. I'd never really wanted a child of my own, but now I did. One that came from him and I. Even if I had to torture myself to conceive. I wanted a house filled with laughter and the sound of tiny feet. Andrew had solidified that need in me today. He thought I'd make a great mom, he'd said, and I wanted to find out now if he was right.
13. Tiago.
The doctor said everything looked fine so far, and we should be all right. He's done some tests, but everything is good to go.
I turned to my wife, my beautiful, adorable wife, and kissed her nose. We'd made it through dinner, and were now on our way to a lazy night of Netflix and chill. We stretched out on the couch together, and June scrolled through the list until she found a Viking comedy we decided to give a try.
So it's either me, even though the doctors say I'm fine, or we're just doing it wrong?
I heard her say as the first episode ended. Pardon? I knew what she meant, but didn't want her to think I'd had it on my mind still. We communicated well when it came to most things, but there were areas of our lives we kept to ourselves, things we didn't say. It was good the way it was, comfortable, and I didn't want to mess that up. She paused the program and I breathed in quietly through my mouth. I didn't like how tense she was.
Am I the problem or are we doing it wrong? Do I need to stand on my head or something after we're done?
She turned to me on the sofa and I sat up. I didn't want to talk about this. I wanted to watch the television with her and have a peaceful night. I don't know, June. Let's talk about it later. I tried to take the remote from her to turn the show back on, but she pulled it away.
I'd like to talk about this now, Tiago. I feel the pressure, even if you don't. We only have a few months left to keep trying to get pregnant.
Her eyes told me how hurt she was, how worried. We have well over a year left, June. What's the rush? Most couples would be glad if they hadn't messed up in the first year anyway. Shit. I knew that was the wrong thing to say the second the words left my mouth. I didn't mean it like that.
Our child wouldn't be a mistake,
she muttered. She glared at me, the first time I'd seen her so angry with me. It was kind of cute. Well, it'd be cute if I didn't feel like an asshole for having just said what I said, or if I wasn't on edge after saying it. You're right. I didn't mean it the way it sounded, honey. I swear. I breathed a sigh of relief as she turned back around. I leaned back when she suddenly turned back to face me.
Can we talk about IVF?
I frowned. Why should we? That's just... I shook my head, my eyes pulling away. I've never liked that. Test tube babies and all that stuff. It's too clinical. I dismissed it out of hand and didn't give her time to make an argument for it.
So it was all right when you thought I wouldn't want to have sex with you, but now it's not?
If it was the only way to get you pregnant, yeah, it would be fine. But it's not. We'll keep trying, and it'll be fine. I shot a side glance at her and tried to think of how to calm her down. Right now, she was just miffed a little. Another wrong word, and she might explode. Then her shoulders sank down, and I felt something inside of me crack as I felt her hitch against me, like she was holding back tears. Now I really did feel like a dick.
I feel so isolated sometimes.
Her words came out a soft whisper that broke my heart.
I have no friends to talk about this stuff with, and you don't want to talk about it at all except to say it will happen. The doctor and advice forums online say to relax, it will happen. I'm not tense when we make love. I'm so relaxed it's laughable. So what do they mean, relax? I'm just so frustrated and alone.
She stood up and left the living room. I heard her race up the stairs and stared around the room, stunned at how upset she was. Shit, did I make her feel isolated? I got up and went up the stairs to follow her. I heard the water running in the tub and headed that way, knocking on the closed door. June? No answer. Fuck. June? Baby, I'm sorry. I pinched the bridge of my nose, pissed at myself for letting it get to this. Can we talk? She didn't open the door and there was no response. I tried twice more before I heard the little Bluetooth speaker she had stuck to the side of the bathtub start to play some old Ella James. Yeah, that would be not so subtle code for, no, we can't talk right now. I turned, pissed at myself for the way I had handled the conversation, and headed back downstairs. I turned the TV off and went into the office and stared at the computer. There was no answer there. I eventually opened a book on my phone and then went up to our room after I heard her go in. For the first time, she turned away from me when I reached for her. I couldn't get to sleep, although I heard the light snores she sometimes made and knew she was. God damn it. I couldn't explain why I didn't want to do IVF, but maybe it was because I'd already given in to my father's demands so much. I knew, deep down, I felt as though it must be my fault. Everything worked on her, and the doctor said everything worked on me, but maybe the fates had decided I wasn't going to have a child. Deep down, maybe I held back because I didn't feel like I deserved one. Could that be it? I fell asleep with the question in my mind. The weeks went by and nothing improved. We didn't talk about IVF, but there was a wall there now. I felt it as if it was a real thing that kept us separated. I passed a customer their drink order and stared around. All of my extra staff had been laid up with some kind of flu, and I was the only healthy one, so I had to stay late that night. I watched the couples dance, drink, and laugh together. June and I did very little of that now. She brought home files now, for the kids, for programs she wanted to look into, and spent a lot of time away from me. She'd started to stay late at work, and when she came home on the nights it was her turn to cook, she'd go straight into our home office. We still had sex, we were still friendly, but she'd turned something off, and I didn't know how to turn it back on again. I had taken this timid, quiet lady into my life, turned her into my wife, and made her a sex fiend. And now, something was different. There was something between us now, and I knew it had started when we'd started to really try for the baby. Or really, it had started when we'd started to try and hadn't been successful. My feelings for her hadn't changed, not at all, but it was like she'd become someone else again, or like somehow I'd hurt her. I didn't know how to fix it, and I wasn't about to give in to the IVF idea yet. I passed a customer a beer and wiped at a drop of water on the bar. If I was honest with myself, I didn't really want to go home. It was just so cold there. I felt as if I wasn't wanted. Oh, she'd touch me, have sex with me. Sometimes she'd still even talk to me. That open relationship we'd been building was gone, though. In its place was a space that might as well have been as wide as the universe, because neither one of us would cross it. "You look glum, baby. What's wrong?" A dark-haired girl sat on the stool in front of me, her eyes dark and seductive. Pretty, but not June. "Nothing time won't heal. What can I get you?" I gave her my bartender smile, but didn't turn it up to full charmer mode. I, very obviously, wasn't interested, even if her eyes roamed over me like I was a prime rib buffet and she was starved. Yeah, pass. Whatever coldness was at home, June still had my heart, wholly and completely. I know what I'd ask for at any other time, but the way you keep flashing that wedding ring at me tells me not to bother. Thanks for being an honest guy. Whatever's on draft, please." Blood-red lips quirked in a smile, and she sat back, relaxed now that she was no longer on the prowl. "Thanks. Enjoy." I left her there to attend to another customer, but glanced back. She was already in a conversation with her neighbor. I smiled and shook my head. Yeah, maybe a while back I would have gone there. But then I'd met June and found something I'd never known. Fuck, now the idea of even looking at another woman anywhere close to the way I looked at my wife just sat funny with me. The thought of it soured in my head. June had changed my world. It wasn't hard to be faithful when you had what you knew deep down was your damn soulmate to go home to. And even with the wall up between us, she still made sex one of the most wonderful things on the planet. And more than that, she was the only woman I wanted to get that close to now. It was her purr I wanted to hear. It was her body I wanted to touch. Not anybody else. I spent the rest of the night in a funk, but my customers all went home happy. I wished that was all it took to make June happy, and for us to go back to the way things were before conceiving a baby took over. We might not have said the words, but we both knew it was there between us. I drove home knowing that I wouldn't be able to reach her, that she was probably already asleep, but a guy could hope, right? I wanted her smile back, her love back, and knew I'd have to compromise somehow. I just didn't know how. We were both damaged people. It was hard to trust, and we'd given it freely when we started this relationship. Now it was obvious that trust was easily taken away. June didn't trust me to do what I needed to do for her, and she'd started to distance herself from me. I can't say I felt that was exactly fair or right, but it was her way to protect herself. I totally got that. At home, I found June had waited up for me. She brought me a plate of food, but only asked me a few questions about how the night went. I knew her mind wasn't really on the conversation, but answered her anyway. She looked hot. She always did. The green silk nightgown on that clung to every inch of her beautiful body. She removed the plate when I finished it, even though I told her I could get it. "Come on," she said quietly, leading me up to our bedroom. She disappeared to the bathroom, but promised she wouldn't be long. "You've been quiet, Tiago. Tell me what's wrong." June came back into the bedroom, dressed only in a towel now, and slid beneath the covers with me. Her body was warm, and I reached for her happily. At least when we were like this, naked and in bed together, we were all right again. "Just tired," I murmured, pulling her close. "Not too tired for you, though," I growled softly. "Fuck, I just can't stop thinking about you. I need to be inside of you." I breathed the words against her ear. Her hair tickled at my lips and somehow made me even harder for her. She purred quietly, and her hand went beneath the cover and down my body until she found me hard and ready for her. "Fuck, Tiago," she moaned, her breath catching. My lips found her neck as she spoke, and she whimpered softly. She turned towards me. Her green eyes turned dark and went round as she began to stroke me softly, then harder with each stroke. "You're ready for me, aren't you, baby?" I could hear the lust in her voice and knew she was just as ready for me as I was for her. I didn't even have to touch her to know that. She straddled me without another word, pushed the covers away, and let her body sink onto my hard cock with a slow tease that was as consuming as it was torturous. It felt so damn good, but it was so hard not to just thrust up into her, to sheathe my dick inside of her, where I wanted to be most. "Oh, Tiago," she hissed my name as she finally took all of me in her depths. I couldn't get any further inside of her. "That is so fucking good." Her words made me shudder, and she began to move, my hands on her hips to keep her secure. She stole my ability to think as she rode me, and all I could do was hang on for the ride. "You're so fucking amazing, June. Fuck, so tight. So perfect." I had to grip my teeth together to hold myself back. I thought about her so much tonight, it was hard not to just come right then. I pulled her face down to me, my lips stroked over hers, and I pushed my hand between us to find her most sensitive spot, the one that would make her sing. I wanted to blow her mind, and I knew that she loved it when I talked. This was the only time that wall came down, when I could tear it down, even if she built it right back up a moment after we were done. "Do you remember that day on the beach, June? How fucking wet you got when I teased this pussy, knowing anyone might walk by and see you when you came so good and hard for me." I felt her entire body tense for a moment before she gasped and started to pant. "I wanted to fuck you, June, right there. Let anyone walk by and see that you were mine. I wanted to pull you up onto your hands and knees and plunge my cock deep inside this gorgeous, perfect pussy over and over until you screamed so loud the whole damn beach knew you were coming for my cock." I felt her pussy twitch deep inside and kept my finger on her clit. She moaned deep and long, but she hadn't pulsed, not yet. I kept up the dirty flow of words and let the heat of it just how hot it had made me come through. I talked to my wife as she fucked me, her body flexed hard and fast, sensually. She was like an erotic dancer, sat on my cock as she fucked herself with me. "Fuck, Angel. I wanted you riding my cock right there like you are now, letting go and fucking my big cock up and down as you came for me over and over. I wanted to claim you right in front of everyone, to make sure anyone knew that you were all mine." June was hooked on my voice, on the scenario, and her body was more hooked than her mind. She moaned until it turned into a garbled wail of pleasure. Her body shook as she pulsed around me at last, unable to hold back. She twisted above me, her body a live wire that slithered over me as her orgasm raced through her. I held on to her and waited for that moment of collapse, that moment when my cock going off would set her off again. She moaned and cried out, and I let myself go at last. The first throb of my cock made her gasp, and she ground into me, riding me up and down until we both collapsed and tangled together. There was a huge problem in our marriage, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to fix it. Surely that meant my wife still loved me. I hadn't lost it all yet. I sighed and held her more tightly against my chest. I couldn't lose her, not now that I knew what she tasted like. I'd never be able to get the taste of her out of my mouth, out of my mind, if she left me. I had to find an answer.
14. June. I waited for Tiago to come home from another late shift a few weeks later. He could have closed the bar down now, even if he lost all the rest of the inheritance. What he'd been given so far was enough for very easy living for a couple of generations to come, at least. He loved the place, though, and he didn't want to close it. I totally got that. I didn't want to lose my organization, especially now that I had started to gain ground with the kids and in the community. I didn't want to lose the money I'd made through my agreement with Tiago. It was already useful. That wasn't why I stayed with him, though. I stayed with him because I loved him. We spent far more time in arguments than in bed now. And that feeling of isolation had only grown worse, not better. But I loved him. I was so tense around him, and I knew what set his nerves on edge, but I persisted. It was like an obsession, and I couldn't stop myself. A few days ago, I'd tried to discuss the possibility of medication with him. There were pills that could help, with ovulation and stuff, that might increase my chance of pregnancy. He'd just gone cold and left the room. The next day, I'd bought a new washing machine, and it was like I'd done it knowing it'd start a fight, which, of course, it did. I did feel defeated after that. I couldn't make it better, and I only seemed to make it worse. When I'd seen Layla and her parents when they came back from Canada, I'd been resolved to stay with him. She deserved the best effort from us, and maybe one day she'd need even more surgery, or a new heart, and that wouldn't be cheap in our country. I felt pressured to stay, for her. I wanted to go home, to my old apartment, to my old life, but I couldn't. Beneath it all, the pressure, the worry, the stress, I loved Tiago. I loved how determined he was to provide for little Layla, a girl with color in her cheeks again, that was learning to play and live a normal life at last. I loved how he used to be with me, so bold, so pleased, so full of energy. Now, we'd turned each other into two old people that resented the fuck out of each other. How had we let this happen? Maybe it was me. Perhaps I'd done it. Old habits were hard to break, and I'd always been a prickly little cow. Maybe I'd driven him to be this bitter man that came home with a look of defeat and anger on his face. Or maybe it was him. Maybe his damned stubbornness about the IVF was driving me insane. Was it time for me to leave then? Was that the option I was left with? I buried my hands in my hair and leaned forward on the couch. Oscar came into the living room and jumped up beside me. He looked at me, hissed, and glared. He thought it was my fault, obviously. He pawed at my leg for a moment, and I held my breath. Was he going to tear a chunk out of my leg? What was this crazy cat about to do? He put his weight on that leg, and then, miracle of all miracles, he put his other paw on me. I waited, breath shallow, as he hitched the rest of his body up and onto my lap, curled into a ball, and promptly closed his eyes. I could only sit there, stunned, because the cat had never wanted to be near me, ever. And now he was curled in my lap to have a nap. He opened his eyes, purred up at me as if he'd never bitten my nose as I bent down to put food in his bowl, or swiped at my ankles as I walked by him. I wanted to pet him, to stroke his little furry white head, but I was afraid to. I didn't want to scare him off or make him change his mind, so I sat there for a very long time in the same position with a cat on my lap. I watched him and envied him. Whatever life he'd had before, his life now was a simple one. He didn't have to try to make a baby to appease a condition in a will. He didn't have a husband upset with him because he wanted to have a baby. He ate, he slept, he chased moths. Now he also slept on humans, it would seem. I relaxed a little, and he meowed, but he didn't move. He stretched a single paw out, claws unfurled as if to warn me, and went back to sleep. A little while later, I moved, but he didn't hop away. He stayed in place. I grabbed the blanket from the back of the couch and pulled it over us. I felt the weight of Oscar on my stomach, and it soothed me. He'd never wanted to do that, and even now with the blanket over his head, he snoozed away happily. Perhaps he knew I needed a friend desperately, because now it looked as if I didn't even have Tiago to talk to anymore. That was what hurt the most out of all of this. Not that I was alone again, but that I'd failed Tiago. Or at least felt like it. He came home angry most of the time now, and that wasn't how this was supposed to be. He should be happy to come home, proud to walk through that door. Tiago and I hadn't been together for years or anything. It had been a short time, relatively speaking. But it felt like we'd been through so much together. Halloween, where we dressed up as a couple and went down to the bar as a tavern maid and an old-time barkeeper, was so fun. I'd smiled for days. Thanksgiving had been spent together with Tim and his family over for dinner. Christmas was magical. He'd bought me everything he could and had filled the bottom of the tree, but it had been around the time we'd started to fight. The New Year he spent alone in the bar. I'd had the flu his staff had all caught around that time. Now, with Valentine's Day out of the way and our 1-year anniversary approaching, I wasn't sure what to do. Maybe I should have just given up and admitted defeat? Was that the answer? I stared down at the blue lump that was the blanket over the cat. One more try, one more date to see how it went. Maybe that's what we needed. Then, if the situation didn't improve, I'd leave him so that he could find another wife and get her pregnant before his last year was up and he lost it all. I'd do it on our anniversary. I'd make a nice night of it for us, here at home. One last try before I threw in the towel. I couldn't let him lose all of that money, now could I? I could be selfish and do my best to make him stay with me, but I'd never been that kind of person. He'd give me what I was owed, and we'd leave it at that. If things didn't change, that is. For his sake and mine, I hoped it all went well. I wasn't exactly open about my decision and spent the day of our final night together on tenterhooks. I'd taken the day off from the organization to prepare. It was stupid to test him. I know it was. But I had to. What I had planned wasn't really a test of him anyway. It was a test of both of us. I spent an hour in the tub, relaxing and soaking. And then I did something I'd never done before. I dyed my hair. I don't know what prompted it, but once I started, all I could feel was excitement to see how it turned out. I went with blonde, a new me. Another new me, really, since the me with Tiago was already new compared to the me from before. But blonde me was going to be another chapter as he and I put our pieces back together. When it was done and I stared into the bathroom mirror, I almost didn't recognize myself. "Va-va-voom, lady," I murmured to myself, grinning at my new reflection. I did my new blonde locks in a style that left it in curls down my back. I took my time with my makeup, and when I got done, it was even more new staring back from the mirror. I thought back to the version of me Tiago had first known. Shy, awkward, dressed in shapeless, lame clothes. And now, here I was, confident and poised. I dressed in a black jersey knit dress. It was warm enough in the house that I didn't need a sweater with it. Beneath it, I'd put on a black corset with lace cutouts, black stockings with a silk garter belt, and a matching pair of black silk panties. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a temptress, one that I've never seen before. I've seen myself frumpy, almost ugly sometimes, when I was depressed and just piled my hair on my head. I saw beauty on my wedding day. The flush of my cheeks and the hope in my eyes had complemented how lovely I was that day. My dress had also helped, because I'd felt beautiful, elegant even. Now, with the new blonde hair, wearing the low-cut top of the dress with a deep V between my breasts, and the way the shape hugged my figure down to a spot just above my knees, I felt powerful, sexy, and beautiful all at the same time. I went downstairs, prepared his favorite dinner, a chicken with mustard sauce and pasta dish, and prepared the table with candles on it over a red velvet tablecloth. I dimmed the lights down, lit candles, and put on a mix of his favorite music. That was all I could do for now. Oscar walked by the table, eyeing up the wine glasses as if he'd found new toys to knock over, meowed, and then waltzed out of the room. He'd become a rather sweet kitty lately, but there was always a chance he'd revert back to the evil snot that used to torment me for shits and giggles. We'd come to a truce, I suppose, and that was nice, at least. Tiago had said this morning that he'd be home by 6, and I had dinner ready for him. I left it on the stove to stay warm. He wasn't home by 6:30, and he wasn't home at 8 either. I'd texted him, but had no response from him. Maybe he was busy at work. I called there, and the new guy, Chad, answered. He hadn't seen Tiago since he'd come on for his shift. I went into the living room, put the blanket over my lap, and stroked Oscar when he jumped into my lap. I wasn't aware that I did it, I just did. He didn't mind for once, and let me. For one brief second, a dark part of me wondered about Tiago being with another woman, but I quickly shook the thought away. No, it wasn't that. I knew that deep down. But he wasn't at home, and that meant he didn't want to be here with me. He might want my body still, but he no longer wanted to be around me. It was done. It was our anniversary, and he wasn't at home. I think I had my answer. Tears streaked down my face as I went into the bedroom and dug around in my closet. I found the keys to my old apartment, still in my name, and packed a bag. I sat down and wrote a note I'd actually written and rewritten 30 times in my head over the last month or so, and I hated writing every word. I packed a bag and put Oscar in his crate. He didn't like it, but he didn't bite me this time. I went out to my car and thought about the note I'd put on top of the anniversary gift I'd bought for Tiago. In the box was a puzzle, a small gift, but it was a puzzle made from our favorite wedding photo. The photographer had captured the look on Tiago's face perfectly as he stared at me. I'd had my head turned so I could talk to Ella and Layla, but Tiago had looked at me with something like love and adoration. Surprise was mixed into that, too. It was a beautiful picture, and one we'd both cherished. Had. Everything seemed past tense now. As I drove back to my side of the city, I brushed tears out of my eyes. I'd been so hopeful on the day we'd been married. God, I'd been so hopeful about everything, even knowing I was walking into a fake marriage with a man. But fake or not, He'd shown me passion, given me self-confidence, and had changed the world for me. I felt beautiful, and I'd never felt like that before he proposed. Now, as it all crumbled around me, I wondered where it had all gone wrong. The rift between us wasn't just because of my inability to get pregnant. No, he didn't blame me. But he wouldn't consider the IVF or the drugs that could be a miracle for us. I couldn't stay somewhere where I made the person with me miserable, so I'd left. He hadn't even come home on our anniversary. Obviously, I'd either driven him into a place where he didn't care, or he'd forgotten about. When the headlights came screaming into the side of my car, the whole world went upside down. I remember screaming, and shattered glass flying everywhere, and then it went dark. I didn't know anything after that. Nothing at all.
15. Tiago. I walked into the house and stopped as I looked around. There was a hollow feel to the place. Empty. And where was June? It was well after midnight. She should be home. Then I saw the box and a note on the table. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I called out for my wife. She didn't answer, and the note taunted me like an indictment. Fuck. My heart thudded like a deep drum in my chest, this cloud of dread just hanging over me like a storm ready to break. I felt like a zombie. I hadn't slept. I don't think either of us had slept much, actually, and we'd been avoiding each other too, and I knew it. Goddamn, this was not the life I'd signed up for. This wasn't the life I'd ever wanted. June and I shook my head. I was crazy about her, but this whole thing was driving the two of us insane. I stopped, closing my eyes and pinching the bridge of my nose. Fuck you, Dad. For all my bravado and bullshit about having beaten my dad at his own twisted post-death game, I was beginning to see just how wrong I'd been. Because even if I hated to admit it, my dad's final little "fuck you, son" was actually working. And it was cutting both June and I to the bone. This whole baby thing. Jesus. It was this little knife slowly twisting in our ribs. June was everything to me. My soulmate, my other half, my love. But the pressure of all this was getting to both of us, and I was losing my mind worrying about how much further we could go before something gave. We needed to change tracks somehow. I just didn't know how to do it. And the deeper we got into the shit we were in, the less I knew how to dig us out. I looked down at the note in my hands, June's note that I'd been avoiding. I took a deep breath, opened it, and started reading. And my heart about ripped in two. I sank down to the hardwood floor, the note replaying through my mind. Happy anniversary, Tiago. I'm not coming back. The pieces have broken again. I tore the wrapping from the present in a second and let my eyes fall on the box. A puzzle. I yanked the lid off the small box, and there it was. A picture of us from our wedding day, printed out across a jumble of puzzle pieces. You put the pieces of me back together the day you married me. The note fell from my hands as I brought them to my face. Holy fuck, I forgot. I'd been so buried inside my own head and freaking out about something like, this happening, that I'd lost track of the days. And I'd forgotten our anniversary. I had to find her. I had to find my wife and put an end to all of this shit between us the last few weeks. I didn't even know why I'd been so goddamn stubborn about all of it. Like I had to prove something to myself or to my dad by getting June pregnant the old-fashioned way. IVF and pills be damned. Goddamn, I'd been an idiot. Now I'd forgotten our anniversary. Now June was gone, and I had to find her and make this right. I couldn't seem to make my legs work, though, and for a moment I had to just breathe. In. Out. I could do this. I could make it right. I just had to find her, that was all. She was probably at her old apartment. We'd both agreed to keep the old places, just in case, so I knew she was probably there. Where else could she be? Her car wasn't there when I got there, though, and the lights were off. I waited until the sun started to lighten the sky before I left. Still nothing. I drove home to an empty house, with nothing moved from where I'd left it. She hadn't come back while I was gone. I realized that Oscar was gone too. Hell, I even missed him. I walked through our house in a daze, seeing little pieces of her that she'd left behind. The towel that hung from the rail on the oven rather than on the hook, a book she'd finished and put on the table to donate to the local charity, and the window that was cracked to let in fresh air, no matter what time of year it was. There was evidence of the life I'd just lost all over the house, and every one of them a little stab to the gut. In our bedroom, I saw the lingerie she must have bought for our anniversary, because I'd never seen it before. It was spread on the duvet, as though she'd taken one last look at it all before she left. I crawled into the bed, pulled her pillow close, and inhaled. June. It smelled of June. This couldn't be the end. It just couldn't be. There was no way this was how our story ended. I could feel the room spinning, darkness pulling at the corners of my eyes. Fuck, I'd been up for almost 2 days. Just needed a moment to sleep. Just an hour, and I'd go back out and look for her. I'd call everybody we knew. I'd go to her office. I'd find the woman I loved, who'd stolen my heart, and I'd convince her to come back home. I didn't want her to come back for the money either. It wasn't like the estate could undo the surgery Layla had already had. Sure, they could sue me to recover the cost, but I'd pay back every penny somehow, if that's what was required. I just wanted my wife back. I wanted the woman that had melted me so completely, that had filled a hole I hadn't even known was there. I'd let the wall between us grow far too big. It was time to tear that damn thing down once and for all. I didn't care about the money, just June. Hell, I'd adopt with her if she wanted a child for more than just to fulfill an obligation. I'd give her the moon and all of the stars if she'd just come back and be my wife again. The woman that lifted me up when I was down. The one that looked at me with so much love in her eyes that it all but glowed from her. That's what I wanted back. I fell asleep, and when I woke up a few hours later, I checked my phone. There were only old messages, no new ones, and no phone calls. I showered, changed clothes, and raced to her office. "She hasn't come in," Elizabeth, her assistant, told me, a perplexed look on her face. "That's not like her at all." She gave me a once-over, one of those looks that said, "What the hell did you do, you prick?" But she held her tongue. I almost wanted to tell her to go ahead and let it all out. Hell, she couldn't have said anything worse to me than I had already said to myself. "Look, if she comes in, could you tell her to call me? I just want to know she's safe." I didn't want to spread our personal business around, so I went with simple. "I haven't heard from her, and I just want to know she's all right." I went to the bar next, but none of my people had seen her in a while. After that, I checked again, and her apartment was still empty. There really wasn't anywhere else I could look. I drove around for a while with the hope that inspiration might hit, but nothing came to me. Eventually, I went home and tried to fill the accusatory noise of the silence with the sound from the TV. I didn't notice what was on. I just couldn't sit in the quiet. Where the hell could she be? I checked my phone, but nothing. I turned off the TV and let the darkness and the poison that reason and rational usually keep at bay slowly eat at me. I went to worst-case scenarios. That she'd been kidnapped or some shit, mugged and left for dead. I squeezed my eyes shut, a low roar tearing through my throat as I lunged from the sofa and whirled, pacing the room. Where the hell was my wife? The phone rang, and I lurched to pick it up hastily. I felt disappointment flood through me when it was just her assistant.
Hey, Tiago. I wondered if you'd heard from June yet. We, have some clients and paperwork that need her attention.
A coldness spread through me. No, not a thing yet, Elizabeth. I swallowed the creep of dread. Does she have an emergency contact of any kind? Please don't say me. Please don't say me. I repeated as a mantra in my head. I needed somebody that I could actually contact.
Yeah, her emergency contact card just says you, Tiago.
Fuck. Elizabeth cleared her throat awkwardly.
Did you, I don't know, did you guys have a fight or something? Maybe she's just gone back to her place to cool off?
I checked there. Thanks, Elizabeth, I grumbled. I'll let you know if I hear from her. I ended the call and started to pace. What the fuck was going on? She'd left angry, upset at the least. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'd forgotten our damn anniversary like the shitty husband character out of a movie. She'd taken Oscar and gone. My blood turned to ice in my veins as I started dialing 911. My voice shook as I talked to the operator who put me through to the nearest hospital. But there was nothing. No June. No one matching her description. Fucking nothing. I called another hospital, and then another. Then I called 10 more. I moved further and further out, calling ones in other cities and towns. I went out of state in every direction, calling emergency rooms in cities hundreds of miles away and giving them a name and description for her. And every single one came back with nothing. My body shook as I yanked open my laptop, looking over the map of the routes from our house to her old apartment. They were all clear routes, and ones she'd driven a bunch of times. No blind spots, no random cliffs or thickets of woods. No place a car could be hidden. And all that, all my worst-case scenario thoughts and debunking left only one real answer that I wasn't even sure I was ready to look hard at. But it was the only explanation left. All I could conclude, at the end of the day, was that she'd left. She'd left me and gone somewhere, and had been so upset she didn't bother to contact anybody. But I still couldn't believe she wouldn't call to let her employees know when she'd be back in, though. And so it was right back to worst-case scenarios. I rechecked the hospitals, talking to different people this time too, but it was the same. No June. No women even remotely matching her description. By the next day, I'd organized my friends and her employees in a search of the area for her. I called the police and went in to file a missing persons report, my heart shredding itself in my chest. The search went on for 3 days. We found nothing. Rage and pain and every kind of waking nightmare tore through me as I spent long hours walking the sides of roads in the hunt for any sign of her. Ella and Tim scoured the internet for any signs of where she might have gone, and our combined employees went out to search hotels, as well as motels, but found nothing. June had simply vanished, completely from the face of the earth. Her car was too old to have a tracking system. Her cell phone was off, from what the police told me, and her apartment was still vacant. After a few days, the detective who'd helped with the search came to see me. "Hey, Detective Jones, come on in." I opened the door and waved the woman in. She was in her late 40s, a redhead with hard blue eyes that didn't seem to miss anything.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling. I
In fact, the first thing she noticed in the living room when I showed her in there was the scattered puzzle pieces and the note.
What does she mean? The pieces have broken again? Her question wasn't an accusation, but it kind of felt like one.
We've been trying to have a baby. I refused to consider IVF and, well, it caused a rift in our relationship.
So she's had reason to be depressed?
I could see from the dawn of realization in her eyes that the investigation had taken on a new direction for her. Yeah, I guess we both have. I frowned. Look, Detective, she wasn't the kind for suicide, if that's where you're going with this.
Why would you say that?
Her eyes were trained on me again as she took on the planes of my face to search for a clue. Because I could see it on your face. Another desperate housewife offed herself because her hubby wouldn't give her what she wanted. June wasn't the kind to just give up. She had too much to live for. She loved her nonprofit organization, the kids she works with, all of it. She was starting to come out of her shell and really live life. She wouldn't do something like that. Besides, she took Oscar. She wouldn't have taken the cat if she was going to commit suicide, would she? I was getting more and more angered by the insinuation and couldn't stop myself. I know that you have to consider all the options, but I can tell you right now, June survived too much in her life to give up like that now.
I see,
the detective said, and I could tell she took me at my word.
I didn't mean to upset you, Mr. Morrison.
She nodded her head and clicked her pen before she put it back in her pocket with the notebook she'd taken out once she started her questions.
I've got calls out to the local hospitals. She might be in one of those, unidentified. We've sent out the pictures you gave us. We just haven't had any leads yet. I'll call you as soon as I hear anything.
She gave me a half smile.
You take care, Mr. Morrison.
Thanks, Detective. I appreciate your help. I showed her out of the house and breathed a sigh of frustration. I felt like I needed to do more. It had been days since I last spoke with June, and none of this made any sense to me. Something had to have gone wrong. That was the only explanation that fit the situation. The sound of a car distracted me, and I saw Tim and Ella pull into the driveway. Ella carried a large Tupperware and led little Layla by the hand as they all headed in. Figured you could use some company, Tiago, Tim explained.
I brought lasagna. I bet you haven't eaten in days, right?
Ella went straight into the kitchen and we all followed her in. I haven't. No. Thanks, I mumbled. I turned and picked Layla up, giving her cheeks a kiss, and looked at her. Well, look at you, little miss, all better now. She did awesome on all of her recent test results, man. Tim beamed at me. The doc says she's looking fantastic. He and Ella started to set the table. They didn't ask. They didn't need to. This was how they showed they cared. They just did what needed doing. And how do you feel, kiddo? Layla grinned at me.
Much better. And also that I don't want to visit any more hospitals.
I chuckled as she gave me a wet kiss on my cheek and hugged my neck tight. That answer did my heart a world of good, and I hugged her back gently.
Thanks, Uncle Tiago.
She frowned suddenly.
Where's Auntie June?
I looked over at Ella, not sure what to say to the little girl in my arms. I set her down, and she looked up at me for an answer.
She's not here right now, sweetie. Help your daddy set the table, please,
Ella said quietly, smoothing the situation over. Layla passed her father forks and knives as he walked around the table and shot me a glance. No word yet? Not a thing. The detective left just before you arrived. It's going to turn out good, man. I know it will. Tim patted my shoulder as he walked by. He grabbed a tin-foil-wrapped basket of still warm rolls and lasagna and put them on the table. I watched him, my stare blank as he filled our plates. It felt wrong to sit down to a meal when I had no idea where June was. Even if she'd left and was in a hotel somewhere, I didn't know that for sure. Her debit and credit cards hadn't been used since she left, according to the police, and nobody had heard from her. We all knew something was wrong. We just didn't know what.
I know you don't feel like it's right, Tiago, but you have to eat.
Ella's voice was soft, maternal, and it nearly broke me. I sucked it up, though, and picked up my fork. You're right. Thanks so much, all of you. I don't think I could do this alone. Good thing you don't have to, right? Tim gave me a smile, and I couldn't help but smile back. Maybe it would be all right, after all. Somehow.
16. June. Hello? My vision swam, dim fluorescent lights swinging in and out of focus as I tried to blink the haze from my eyes. Mechanical beeps drilled into my brain, and I wanted to turn it off, but I had no idea where it came from. Hello? Anyone there? No response. I swallowed, and I tried to sit up, but that's when I realized my left leg was trapped in something. I shifted, wincing as the pain exploded through me from head to toe. Where the hell was I? I couldn't seem to clear the blur from my eyes, but tried to focus on something. Hello? Anybody? Please help me. I fell back into the bed, overwhelmed by exhaustion. Nobody answered me. Why didn't anybody answer me? Where was I? I blinked again, and this time I slowly moved my head in order to take in the room without the pain threatening to strangle me. I'm in a hospital. That's where I was, lying in a bed in a sterile white room with an IV machine next to me. A dry erase board on the wall across from me told me the names of my nurses, but not much more. Why was I in a hospital? I felt dizzy as I looked down to see my leg in some kind of harness contraption, elevated from the rest of my body. Had I been in an accident? I must have been, obviously. I looked around the bed and spotted the red button on the handrail, and I pushed it. Seconds later, the sound of rushing feet on linoleum brought in a nurse with shock on her face. "Hey there, hon, you're awake!" She beamed at me, trying to look calm but not doing that good of a job at hiding the surprise on her face. God, was it that shocking that I was awake? Just how banged up was I? "Well then," she smiled as she approached my bed. "Let's check you out, shall we?" She looked at the machines beside me, checked the blood pressure cuff around my arm, wrote down my vitals, and turned to me with a smile. "I'm Chandra, your nurse for this shift." She smiled gently as she held my wrist, checking my pulse before her eyes met mine. Can you tell me your name, hon? Time sort of froze for a second. My name. I blinked at it. You don't know it? I asked, confused. How could they not know my name? I wanted to be angry. I mean, shit. What sort of hospital wouldn't even know my damn... And that's about when the bottom dropped out, and I froze. I don't know my name. Hey, easy, honey, easy. Chandra caught me as I almost rolled from the bed, gasping for air as everything spun around me. Stay with me, girl. You're gonna be okay. This isn't uncommon. Where? I blinked back tears, my breaths coming in heavy, heaving gasps as I tried to focus on that blank area that I knew for sure shouldn't be blank inside my head. You were found crawling down a main highway at nearly 2 a.m. a few days ago. The only thing you had with you was your cat crate. He's fine, by the way. The paramedic that came when the lady found you has been taking care of him for you. Until you recovered. She smiled and sat down in the chair next to me. Can you tell me what happened to you? I don't... I stopped. Cat? I had a cat? And what was I doing crawling down a road? I was found how long ago? I croaked out. 3 days ago. From the condition of your clothes, we know you must have crawled for a while. You were scraped up really bad in places, and you had a fractured leg, cracked ribs, and a pretty nasty head wound. We're pretty sure you were in some kind of car accident. We just don't know where, how, or when. Chandra squeezed my hand tightly, her own eyes wet as she smiled at me. Your baby is all right too, hun. What? I'm sorry, baby? My baby? I choked out. Chandra's smile turned to confusion. You're pregnant, honey. A few weeks from what we can tell. It's in there, happy as a clam, though, don't fear. I was fucking pregnant? How did that happen? I felt my cheeks burn. Well, yeah, I knew how that happened, but how the hell had it happened to me? Wait, you said accident. Was it a car accident? Couldn't you have just checked my car? We didn't have any reports of motor vehicle accidents, but there's more than one hospital in this city, so we might not have been informed about it. You had no ID on you, and we haven't been able to identify you. We'd hoped your cat would be chipped, and maybe we could get info from that, but unfortunately, we didn't find one. I stared up at the ceiling from my spot in the bed in stunned silence, trying to process it all. I bit my lip as I tried to remember something, anything that would be helpful. I couldn't remember a damn thing, though. Horror filled me. I didn't even know my own name. But I was pregnant, so somebody knew me, surely. I struggled to sit up when panic filled me, and Chandra sprang to my side again. It's okay, honey. It's all right. We'll figure this out. Just tell me what's wrong. Are you in pain? Yes. No, it's not that. I have no idea who I am. I felt as if I was about to hyperventilate. How can I not know who I am? That only happens in movies. It might just be temporary, honey. You had a pretty bad head injury, and you've been in a coma. It might be an hour or two. It might be days or longer before you get your memory back. But it does come back a lot of the time we see this. Let me call the doctor, all right? I settled back into the bed again and stared up at her. How could I not know who I was, or that I was pregnant? I'll call him right away, honey. Just relax, all right? She patted my hand and walked out. I wasn't all right, and I wasn't sure anything was ever going to be all right ever again. I couldn't remember who the fuck I was, where I was, how old I was, anything. I could remember basic things like what hospitals were, or how to tell time from the clock on the wall, things like that. But personal information? That was all gone. I suddenly shivered when I realized I literally couldn't even think of what I looked like. I couldn't get out of bed to look in a mirror either. I felt around on my head and found the injury covered with a wide strip of gauze on my left temple. Then I found my hair and pulled it out in front of my face to look at it. Golden blonde, silky looking, and long. I gingerly felt my face. I found full lips, high cheekbones, a small nose, and a heart-shaped jawline. Okay, not bad either. It hurt to move too much, so I stopped my attempts to figure out what I looked like and stared up at the television high on the wall. It wasn't on, and I didn't want to watch it. It was just where my eyes stopped. Who was I? I couldn't remember anything about who I was. I held my hands up to my face, and suddenly my heart felt as if it stopped as my eyes flew to my finger. I was wearing a wedding band. I knew what it was, even if I couldn't remember that I was married. Who was he? Was he a good man? Why hadn't he found me? What kind of husband lost his wife? His pregnant wife at that? I was still trying not to hyperventilate when the doctor came in. She asked me a lot of questions, examined me, and declared me as fit as could be expected. She also told me I'd need surgery to remove the traction from my leg once it was healed, but that it wasn't anything major to do. She called for more tests to inspect my brain, and I had to grit my teeth through most of it, but I managed. Days went by. Days. I tried to remember who I was, but nothing brought back my memories. Not even when I finally got up the courage to ask the nurse for a mirror to see my own face. I saw a bruised, battered face, too swollen to recognize, even if I could remember who I was. My left eye was nearly swollen shut still. Apparently there was a fracture in my cheekbone that had caused some swelling too, and my jaw had a large greenish-yellow bruise that disfigured my face too. The right side wasn't much better, but wasn't as bad. I could see I had green eyes at least. I traced the edge of my unbruised right cheek, the mirror held in my other hand, and wondered who the woman was that stared back. Her eyebrows were groomed, and her skin was clear. She looked young, mid-20s maybe. My nails were acrylic, but not overly long. They were a sensible length, so maybe I was an active person. Maybe I had a job where someone would miss me, as it seemed my husband hadn't. I wondered if I had children, and a fleeting memory came to me. A girl's laughter. I think it might have been a little girl's anyway. Maybe it was a boy. Was it my child? Did I have another child somewhere out there in the world? Did I still have parents? Where were they? Brothers and sisters? Nothing pinged a memory, only the momentary laugh of a small child. But that child could have belonged to anybody, I suppose. I even tried to examine my dreams, tried to hold on to them to see if there was anyone I knew in them, if any of them said my name. But they drifted away like smoke before I could even write down what I'd dreamed about. At least I didn't have to worry about a place to live for a while. The doctor informed me that I'd be in the hospital for at least 2 weeks, maybe even as long as 6. Maybe that would be enough time to find out who I was. "Time for your exercises, miss." A young woman came in, cheerful and clearly one of those active types, because she all but bounced in place. I'm sorry, exercises? I wasn't sure what she wanted me to do. I was basically tied to the bed. Well, we don't want your knee to seize up, and we need to adjust the weights on your frame. Let me examine your leg, please. I'm Tracy, your physical therapist, by the way. The young blonde woman pointed to her name tag and matched the smiley sticker just under her name with a real one. I liked her. I was confused, but I liked her. She examined the laceration from where my leg bone had perforated the skin, explained things I didn't understand at all, and helped me to move to a sitting position. All we want to do is work your knee. A little bit at first, and I'll help you. In another day or so, you'll be ready to get out of this frame. But we need to leave a brace in place until your break heals properly. She was right. I did want to just get out of the bed and be able to walk without the stupid frame. Thankfully, by the end of the week, the pain had started to ease a little, and I was on my way to being able to stand, with crutches, of course. I had therapy twice a day, and I started to look forward to perky little Tracy's visits. She made me smile, encouraged me, and made it all just a little bit more bearable. After a particularly hard day, my evening nurse came in with some papers to sign. I'd been instructed to sign my name as Jane Doe until we knew for sure who I was. I don't know how legal any of it was, but I did as I was told, for now. What are these, Veronica? I read over the papers, but most of it didn't make any sense to me. We want to help you find out who you are, and we're doing some press releases. You'll be on the local news this evening and in the morning papers. If you're all right with it, that is. Oh, that's a great idea. Where am I, by the way? In a hospital just outside of Los Angeles, sweetie. I'm sorry, did nobody tell you? She looked a little perturbed, but it wasn't her fault. I meant to ask, but then forgot with all of my other worries. L.A., huh? Maybe I'm a movie star. Veronica chuckled as she collected the papers. Your humor's back. That's always a good sign. My name would be a better one. She grinned, squeezing my hand. I bet the press release will help, sweetie. She winked. Maybe one of your millions of fans will be watching. Let's hope so. She walked out with a grin, the signed papers in her hand. She paused before she left. I hope this works for you, sweetheart. I don't like to call you Jane. Miss seems wrong, and well, I'm sure you're about all tired of all of us calling you endearments. She gave a short little laugh, and I smiled. It's nice, actually. I hate not knowing who I am, but you've all been so nice that it's not been bad at all. I feel like I'm special. Now it was my turn to give a short laugh. That's sad, isn't it? Not at all. You've obviously been through a lot. Just relax, and I'll let you know as soon as we know anything, all right? It'll be on at 6. Keep an eye out for it if you want. I did, and turned the television on at the right time. Mine was the first story. Good evening, viewers. A very special story starts our news hour at 6, one that calls on you, our viewers, to lend local authorities and hospital officials a hand. The pretty middle-aged woman on the screen gave the details of the night I was brought in, how I'd been found crawling up a highway before I'd passed out and fallen into a coma. The woman treated my story with gentle poise and gave a sympathetic look when my photo was added to the screen. We hope someone out there knows who this young woman is. She must have a home and people that love her out there somewhere. So please, if you have any information, call the number on the screen right now. I waited, anticipation filling me as the minutes passed and the newscasters went on to another story. I didn't hear the phone ring at the nurse's station, and nobody came to rush into my room. Maybe they wanted to verify the information first? Maybe that's why the newscast hadn't been answered immediately. Or maybe the darkest worry I'd been harboring about the lack of anyone coming to see me had been right. Maybe I'd been alone before the crash. And the wedding ring? Who knew? I jumped when the phone rang at last. but nobody came back to my room, so I settled back into the bed. I sighed heavily, which didn't make my healing ribs feel any better. Maybe it had all been pointless? An hour later, I was closing my eyes to try and get some rest, when I heard the sound of squeaky shoes and the tread of heavier footsteps alongside. I looked at the door, hoped that someone would fill the frame instead of walking right on by. My hand clutched at my stomach, over the place where I thought the baby would be, and I waited with anxiety to see if someone that knew who I was had come to claim me and my baby at last.
17. Tiago. I looked like a strung-out junkie by the time news finally came that gave me a glimmer of hope. I'd barely slept, only when my body just gave out and forced me to. I ate when Ella reminded me to, and I spent most of my time either at work at June's organization to help keep it operational, or in my car on the hunt for information, or someone with information. We'd all banded together, her people, my people, and some friends and family of both those sets of people to try and find her. June didn't have a lot of friends. I knew that about her. And I knew that was because she was a reclusive person when I met her. So it was mainly friends of people she worked with and their families. But her employees seemed to really care about her, and they were hardcore into the search. Even this teenaged kid, Andrew, who said she'd been helping him out with some pre-college planning. They were all there for me, for her, and we worked hard to find her. I was on the verge of another collapse when my phone rang.
Tiago?
June's assistant, Elizabeth, blurted my name out.
Turn on the news.
I grabbed for the remote and switched to the channel she gave me. And my whole body froze. There, battered, bruised, banged up, and alive, was June. I dropped to my knees, my heart racing as I just stared at the image. I felt energy surge back into my body, my pulse exploding through me before I realized I'd stared in awe right through the informational message. Fuck, I didn't catch the number. Elizabeth,
I have it here.
She rattled off the number and hung up quickly so I could call. The phone was answered on the first ring, and a woman's voice came over the line to ask how she could help me. I'm Tiago Morrison, June Morrison's husband. When can I see her?
Who? I'm sorry, I need a little more explanation than that, sir.
Her voice wasn't snide, just a calm voice that needed more information. The woman on the news, the one the hospital had that story on, her name is June, and I'm her husband, and we've been looking for her for days. We didn't know what happened. When can I see her?
Oh, my, that was fast. We thought it would be days before anyone came forward,
the woman gushed over the phone.
If you come down to the hospital with some verification of who you are and who she is, then we can let you see her right away.
I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Sir, please don't speed. Take your time. Get here safe. She's got some injuries, but she's fine, I promise. There's no need to tempt fate. Do you understand?
I wanted to tell her I didn't need a lecture, but she was right. Thanks. I'll see you soon. I ran through the house until I found some kind of identification for June, her passport that she'd forgotten in my safe, and some pictures we'd had printed from our wedding. I had my driver's license and hoped that was all I'd need. I ran back to the safe for one more thing, our marriage certificate, in case they needed more proof than some pictures. I drove carefully, as instructed. Elizabeth called and I talked to her on my way. I'm on my way to the hospital now, Elizabeth. They said she's safe and not in any danger, so tell everybody to relax. It's over. We can all rest now. I heard a deep sigh and a sob of relief come over the line and wasn't surprised. June's staff really did care about her. They'd proven that.
Thank God. Let me know how she is, and thanks, Tiago. You've worked hard to bring home a really great lady.
It was your crew that found her, Elizabeth. I should be thanking you. I will, too, for the rest of my life. I meant it. They'd been as tireless as me in the hunt for June.
Go see your lost lamb, Tiago. Then get some rest. You deserve it.
She ended the call after that, and I drove into the hospital parking lot with a sigh of relief. I'd almost expected fate to be cruel to us again and stop me from my reunion with June. She might not want to see me. She might refuse to see me. But I didn't care. As long as I knew she was all right and alive, I'd leave her in peace. That's all I'd wanted since the moment we all realized she was missing. I went into the reception area and found the desk I needed. "Hi, I'm Tiago Morrison. I need to speak to whoever is in charge of my wife's case." The man with a bored expression on his face typed on his keyboard, looked at the screen as if it had told a really bad joke, rolled his eyes, then looked back at me with the same bored expression. "Wait here, please. Someone will come for you." I waited for 5 minutes before a woman came down on the elevator to collect me.
Hi there. Tiago, is it?
I nodded my head and shook her hand.
I'm April Stone. I'm handling your wife's case. If you can follow me, please.
She took me to a small office, and there I found a doctor and a nurse waited for us. April made the introductions, and we all sat down together.
Mr. Morrison, can you tell us any identifying marks your wife might have?
April asked politely.
Photos can be deceptive, and we don't want to raise the young woman's hopes if we're all wrong.
She has a brown birthmark on her stomach, just to the right of her navel. It's a splotch and several dots of skin that's darker than the rest. Not really brown, kind of peach more than brown.
That's right, Mr. Morrison. She does have that mark, April.
The nurse spoke up, and I could have sworn she was so excited she was about to clap.
I'm so glad we found you. At last. And she has a name now. June.
The nurse smiled.
That's a really nice one, too.
It is. When can I see her?
Could I see the documents, please? Also, there's no rush, but we will need her insurance information if there is any.
April took the documents I handed her and wrote some things down on a form. A full minute ticked by like an eternity, and I was about to go out of my goddamned mind when she smiled, put her pen down, and looked up at me.
Would you like to see your wife now, Tiago?
A moment first, the doctor interrupted. Dr. Edwards, April had called her.
Sure, go ahead.
April sat back down. Tiago, your wife has been in a pretty serious accident. Now, before you see her, don't worry, the baby is fine.
Baby?
I interrupted with wide eyes and shock.
What baby?
Dr. Edwards smiled. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't aware. But yes, she's pregnant, Tiago. Not that far along, but pregnant, and the baby is fine. June suffered through quite a lot. She's got a very nasty fracture in her leg that requires traction, several cracked ribs, and a head wound. We have to assume she was in a car accident. There's no other explanation for her injuries. Do you have any information on that? No, but I'm sure the police can help us piece it together. Or June. Hasn't she said anything? I was still kind of stuck on the pregnant part, but tried to keep up. She said quite a lot, Tiago, but as you saw in the news, she has amnesia. I expect it's only temporary, but Dr. Edwards smiled thinly. You should know that it may not be temporary. She has no idea who she is, you see, and no memory of anything about her past or what brought her to us. I sat back in my chair, stunned. What had happened to her? She was pregnant? Why hadn't she said? Had she even known? I think I need just a second. Shit, sorry, I swore while trying to apologize for swearing. Don't apologize, Tiago. It's a lot to take on board. Take your time, Dr. Edwards smiled. If you two can handle the rest, I need to get back to my rounds.
Of course, doctor. Thank you.
April guided him out of the office and turned to the nurse.
Can you take him to see his wife, Veronica? I need to fill out a few more forms. Sure, April. Do you want to follow me, Tiago? I can take you to see June.
I stood up, numb as I nodded. June was pregnant, and she had amnesia. Would she remember me? It was all a swirling mix in my head, and I felt a little dizzy.
It's a lot to take in, I know.
Veronica led me down a hall to an elevator and up to the 5th floor.
We keep our surgical patients up here. She's going to be with us until her leg has healed, but she's fine otherwise.
How long do you think that will take? I wanted to bring her home, where I could love her memory back into her.
Around 4 to 5 more weeks, I expect. It's going to take some time. It was a nasty break.
I followed the nurse quietly after that. I felt nervous. Would she remember me and tell me to fuck off? Or would she have no idea who I was and turn away? I looked down at my wedding band. Plain gold, but with a very tiny impression of 2 joined circles at the top. Hers matched mine. Would that help if she saw how our rings matched?
Here we are. If you'll give me just a moment, I don't want to shock her.
The nurse held out a hand to me before I shook my head. She walked through the open door and I heard her greet a very anxious June.
Has someone found me?
I heard June's voice. She was nervous, afraid, but excited.
They have. Does the name June Morrison ring any bells?
I heard a pause, and then the nurse spoke again.
No matter. It'll all come. What about Tiago Morrison? No? Is he my husband?
I heard her quiet voice, always so husky and sensual, but now with a note of worry in it.
He is, and he's here to see you. Do you want to see him, sweetie? I suppose I do. He's my husband, right?
She took a deep breath, one I heard all the way in the hallway.
I might remember him. Maybe that's all I need. Don't worry if you don't, sweet. I'm sorry. I'm so used to not knowing your name. If you don't remember him, June, don't stress, and worry won't help. All right. Can you tell him to come in, please?
She was so full of anxiety, her voice shook.
I'll send him right in.
The nurse's shoes squeaked on the floor as she left the room and came close to me.
Don't force contact unless she asks for it, okay? Just greet her and let her do whatever she needs to do. As I've told her, stress won't help anything. I'll be at my desk if you need me.
I promise. I won't do anything to upset her. I just wanted to see my wife. That was all.
Thank you.
Veronica patted my shoulder, and then she walked away. I stood there, gathered up my confidence, and then took a step into the room. It really was her. The voice was right. The swollen face was hers. It was all her. June. I breathed her name and stopped. She was so tiny in that bed, with that frame that held her leg up in the air. Her head wound had scabbed up, and her bruises had started to fade, but they were in that ugly stage of yellow and green with a few areas that were still a deep purple. It was all her, though. My beautiful wife.
Hello. You must be Tiago.
She sat up as best she could, brushed her hair behind her ear in that familiar way, and smiled at me. It was the smile she had only for me, the one that lit up her whole face because it was full of love. Her brain might have locked away the memory of who I was, but her body knew me. Her muscle memory did. I'm your husband. I'd started out as her fake husband, become a real husband, and lost her within the space of a year. This was a second chance to make her love me all over again, I thought, to make right all the things I got wrong. How do you feel? May I sit?
Of course. I suppose they told you I don't remember anything?
She looked regretful, but her eyes drank me in. That was a good sign. She still liked my looks, at least. They did. Listen, if you want me to hang around, I'll be here as long as you want me here. And if you want me to leave you alone, I'll do that too. Whatever you want, beautiful. Whatever you need. Anything at all, June, it's yours.
I guess we'll just have to take it day by day, won't we?
She looked away for a moment, and I could see pain in her face. What's hurting you? I sat in the chair beside her bed, but I didn't move to touch her. The nurse had warned against that.
It's just my leg. This is all so weird.
I smiled wryly. I bet. 1 minute you wake up with no idea who you are, and the next you have a husband, a name, and you still can't remember any of it. That's got to be screwing with your head.
It's completely blowing my mind, actually. No offense, but you could be anybody to me.
She tapped a fingernail against her teeth, an old habit, before she stopped and turned her head back to me.
I'm sorry, I just don't know who you are. How long have we been married?
just a little over a year. I didn't know what to tell her about our arrangement just now, so I didn't volunteer anything.
Wow, still newlyweds then. That explains a lot.
Her hand went to her stomach, but she didn't say anything about the baby, so I let that go.
What about family? Do I have any?
Your father passed away when you were 18. I'm sorry to say. Your mother isn't in your life now. I didn't elaborate. Learning her father was dead for the second time in her life was bad enough. She didn't need to hear about the dirtbags her parents had been.
I wish I could remember him,
she said softly. But I couldn't help but think maybe it was best she didn't remember him, from the little she'd said about him.
How old am I?
I grinned at her. She was full of questions.
You're 25. Your birthday was in January. Oh, still a spring chicken then. Good.
She grinned, blushing, and I couldn't help but sigh. She was in there, my wife, my friend, the woman that made me whole. I'd let her slip away the first time around. I'd let my own stupidity build a wall between us that should never have been there, but I wasn't going to allow that to happen again. I would do whatever it took to get her memory back, to get her healthy again, and to help her remember that she'd loved me once upon a time. If I had to work at that until my last breath. I'd been given a second chance with her, and this time I knew what I had to lose. This time I'd show her what she meant to me.
18. June. Time passed by, measured in appointments. Twice a day, the physical therapist came, checked my progress, adjusted weights, and helped me with my exercises. Twice a day, the doctor came. Eventually, they both started coming once a day. We all knew I wasn't about to be released anytime soon, but the doctor still had to check my progress. And, of course, there was Tiago, my husband. I couldn't remember anything about my business, but my second-in-command had taken over most of the duties. Some things I still had to sign and approve. That terrified me, because most of the time, I had no idea what I was about to consent to. It was almost as scary as the moments when a new face popped up. The first week, I had so many people come to visit along with him. People I couldn't remember, that it became too much. Faces, names, none of it was familiar. The little girl Layla that came with her parents, Ella and Tim, was the girl from my memory, the only memory I'd retained. The sound of her laughter was all that was familiar, and I knew that had to mean something. Tiago was great, but it hurt that I couldn't remember the man that had loved the old me so very much. It was obvious to me how much he cared for the woman I used to be. Was I still her? I often wondered now. I didn't have her fears, her reserve. Tiago had told me. 2 weeks passed, and then 3. The doctor deemed me well enough to go home, but I'd have to remain in traction, and a therapist was arranged, along with a nurse to come and check that the points where the pins for the frame were infection-free. I'd still have to spend most of my time in bed, but I could go back to more familiar surroundings. We hoped. Oscar was retrieved and taken back to the house, though I couldn't remember him either. Tiago told me all about my love-hate relationship with the cat, how I adored the long-haired white creature, but it hated me. I couldn't believe I'd love something that obviously didn't like me. But I'd apparently dragged the angry little furball from the car when I escaped it, so apparently I did. Soon after I was identified, the accident was discovered. Somehow the paperwork had gotten buried and then lost, but it was found as soon as someone started to put the pieces together. It turns out that I'd dragged myself quite a ways away from the scene of the crash before I was found, So people didn't really put two and two together until finally it had clicked with someone. A cement truck. That's what had smashed into me. The driver had been drinking and had plowed right through a red light straight into the side of my car. The truck driver had died instantly, and somehow my car had caught on fire. We'd also been on a side street when it happened, so there hadn't been any witnesses. There being no witnesses, and me having crawled off, when the emergency workers and neighbors did show up, everyone thought the guy had crashed into a parked, empty car. I could have been identified by serial numbers on the car, or some such thing the policeman told me, but the heat had damaged the paper left on the car, and then the car had been towed to the wrong lot, and it was all a giant fiasco. In the end, I'd been found and identified. The fact that there'd been a camera at the light helped to identify the other driver as the one at fault. I felt terrible that he'd died, and it haunted me that I couldn't remember any of it. I went home to find that the cat I'd rescued twice didn't hate me so much after all. The house wasn't familiar at all, nor was Oscar, but he curled at my side through most of the day, content to purr and sleep. The visitors came to a slow trickle, and I spent a lot of time going through photo files in my cloud storage, or through papers and books Tiago brought me from my old apartment. And then, one day, a few weeks after my release, he told me the truth. He told me everything, the truth about our marriage and how we'd come to be. I watched, stunned, as he came clean about it all. "I agreed to marry you for money?" I asked, horrified at my old self. How greedy was I? But Tiago shook his head. "No, June, not like that. You needed money for your nonprofit organization. Plus, that little girl, Layla, you marrying me helped me fulfill the terms of my father's inheritance. It got money freed up, money that went right into getting that little girl the doctors and care she needed to survive." He shook his head again. "So no, June, it wasn't greed at all," he assured me, but I still felt dirty. "How did I get pregnant if it was a marriage of convenience between us?" I put my hand on my stomach, a little rounder than it was, but not by much. "Well, on our honeymoon, we kind of..." He smiled, this smile that I felt right through my chest. "We fell in love, I guess. We crashed into each other harder than either of us expected. We found something we weren't expecting, June," he said quietly, sadness in his eyes. "But..." I could sense a but. There was something he hadn't told me. Tiago looked away. "You were leaving me that night, the night of your accident." My heart sank as the silence draped over both of us. "Why?" I mean, seriously, this man was gorgeous. He clearly loved me, and I'd obviously loved him from the pictures I'd seen of us together. Everybody had sent me pictures, so I had plenty to judge my former emotions by. Because, June, because we somehow let this wall build up between us. This fucking pressure from my dad's will about us having a baby in order to fulfill the rest of the terms. It got to us, baby. He got to us, and we let it turn into this wedge between us. I didn't even know whether I should mention all of this or just try to make you love me all over again. Tiago paused, and I was just too shocked to say anything else. "I felt like trying to make you love me again was wrong. You fell in love with me the first time because you couldn't help it. I didn't make you do anything, you just did. And I wanted you to know the truth of it, all the truth. I felt dishonest not telling you before." That's why I loved him. I knew it without even having to think about the second he told me. Yeah, I got that a man who looked like Tiago could make my panties wet, if I could get them over the leg brace. But I knew then that it was so much more than that. He was honest, and that was sexy and insanely attractive to me. He also had eyes that could make me melt. I cleared my throat. I had to pause to figure out exactly what I thought. I think you loved me, Tiago, and I think I'm pretty sure I loved you. If I left, then I was stupid, completely stupid. No, I was. I wouldn't let you use the fertility drugs or talk to me about IVF. Like I said, we have to produce a child within 2 years of our marriage for me to inherit all of it. You wanted to give me that money for Layla, and I was too stubborn to admit we should try it. Well, obviously you were right, Tiago. I managed a small, shy smile. I'm pregnant, so apparently we didn't need it. He laughed quietly and shifted on the bed beside me. He'd arranged a very large hospital bed, and we could both fit in it comfortably. I liked the fact that each side adjusted up or down independent of the other. It made me a lot more comfortable. Oddly enough, it hadn't been strange to sleep with him beside me. It had felt right from the first night when I'd asked him to stay and talk to me, and we'd fallen asleep together. Wait, why would I want you to have the money for Layla? I frowned. I had some of the pieces. I just couldn't place where the little girl fit into it all. A thought crossed my mind, and I pulled my head around quickly to look at him. Is she yours? He grinned, shaking his head. No, she's my goddaughter. Her parents are just really good friends of mine. No, she needed heart surgery, or a transplant, badly. She nearly died on the waiting list. I used some of the money I'd already been given to pay for her surgery in Canada. There was a doctor there with new techniques, and that was where Ella and Tim wanted to take her. I blinked, taking it all in. God, who was this man? Wow, yeah, I can see why I'd want you to have all of that money. Will she need more care? She doesn't look sick now. She'll have to be monitored and may need more surgery later in life, but for now, her progress is better than we could have hoped for. He found a lock of my hair and began to smooth it through his fingers with a smile. We saved her, you and I. That was what was most important to us both. She's a sweet kid. She seems to be attached to me. Ella had brought the little girl to the hospital every day and to the house since I left. She adores you and always will, I suppose. She knows you helped to save her. Plus, you're her June. She has always loved you, from the moment she met you. Tears blurred the corners of my eyes, and I turned away. But I could feel Tiago's hand on my arm, soothing me. Hey, baby, what's wrong? I sniffed, wiping my eyes and turning back to him. When I woke up in the hospital, I thought I must be a terrible person. I bit my lip to try to block the tears that filled my eyes. Why would you think that, June? You're more wonderful than some people deserve. He let go of my hair and took my hand instead. Because nobody came for me. I thought I must be alone in the world if nobody missed me at all. I must have been terrible if nobody came to find me. I was looking for you from the first, my love. You weren't alone at all. Everybody looked for you, not just me. I wish I could remember them all, but I couldn't. That made me feel terrible. Hey, don't worry, June. Your memories will come back. He drew my face to his with a finger under my chin. And if not, well, we'll make new ones together, if you'd like. I think I'd like that, Tiago. My eyes were drawn to his mouth, his full red lips. I glanced up, and his golden eyes snared mine. He had such a handsome face, with black eyebrows and Mediterranean features that formed a face that should have been in films and on magazine covers. He was just so beautiful. I felt my head draw closer to his as I closed my eyes. We'd skirted a physical relationship, but the tension had grown over the nights spent so close together. Our days were spent in an awkward place of, we're married and I'm pregnant with your baby, but I don't know you. But I want you. And I did want him. It was all odd, so odd, and the only thing that felt right was this moment. His lips breezed over mine, little more than a breath I held. My eyes fluttered open, and I saw that he watched me in the same way. He wanted to ask something, but hesitated. I brought my right hand up to his face. A ring he'd bought me because the green reminded him of my eyes, caught the light, and I smiled. This is the only thing that feels right, you know? I'm a stranger in my own home. I don't know any of my employees or the people that care about me. I don't even know my own cat. But this feels right, Tiago. Here in bed with you, it feels like I'm home again. You are home, June. No matter what happens, where we go, or what the world does to us again, I'll always be your home, baby. Always. He caught my lips at last, and I breathed in the smell of him. I drank in his taste and reveled in the feel of his skin on mine. I leaned back into my pillows, and he followed. A moan escaped one of us, but I don't know which one of us it was. For all I know, it was both of us, because we both forgot how to breathe at a normal pace, and our hands roamed to places I thought I'd forgotten. As my hand roamed down the hard, muscled plane of his flat stomach, beneath a red t-shirt, my fingers remembered how to touch him. Not too light because it tickled, not too hard, but just right, just the way he liked it. His breath hissed between his teeth as my fingers went lower, down to the loose shorts he had on, beneath the elastic waistband, and lower. I looked up, into his eyes as my hand moved, excited to see how he'd respond. For a moment, I felt like a virgin, like I'd never done any of this before. I suppose, in a way, I was. The new me, the blank me, didn't know what to do. But my body remembered. I gripped his cock in my hand, my fingers tight but not too tight. Tiago's breath hissed between his teeth and he groaned in surrender. I liked the way that sound made me feel, the way my thighs gripped together, and something deep inside of me clenched. I couldn't move, not really, because of the brace around my leg. But my hands could move, and they moved now. One hand pushed up his shirt so I could taste his smooth skin, while the other moved on his hard, throbbing cock. June. He breathed my name and gave himself up to my touch. I stroked him and watched him, my own desire an inferno between my thighs. But I wanted this. I wanted to pleasure him. I wanted to watch him. Something about the power I felt made me want to squirm in glee. Stop, baby. You'll make me come. His hand went over mine, and I could tell from the way he breathed that he really didn't want me to stop. I nudged his hand away and looked in his eyes. You refused to let me go back to my apartment on my own, Tiago, because you wanted me where you could care for me. You worked yourself to the bone to keep everything going and still be here for me. You haven't asked for one thing in return. Let me give you something. Let me give you this. Fuck, that feels so good. I don't want you to feel like you have to, though. His eyes burned into mine, a question there. I think you'll find I'm more than ready for anything you might have to offer, Tiago. I don't feel like I have to make you come, Tiago. I want to. It might be a gift to you, but it's for me just as much. Now come for me, baby. Show me what I'm missing. He groaned as my hand gripped a fraction tighter, stroked a little faster, and his hands gripped at the duvet beneath us. I pushed his shorts away and wanted to lean down to take him in my mouth, but couldn't. It was too awkward. So I left it at just my hand. When he came, his cock surged in my hand, and I couldn't take my eyes from him. He groaned out his pleasure, and I felt that clench all over again. This was all familiar, so familiar, and I wondered if this was how I'd finally get my memory back. I looked up at him, my eyes wide with all that I felt. This was where I belonged, whether my memory worked or not. I knew that like I knew the color of the sky on a sunny day. This was my home, he was my home, and eventually I'd remember it all. If not, like he said, we'd just make more memories. I fell down into his arms as the pulsation stopped, happy just to be in his arms. 19. June. Time passed. The leg brace came off. I learned to walk with a soft cast and crutches, and I was even able to go back to work at last. I went back to brunette, and really, that felt like I was finding the real me again. I struggled a lot because I had to relearn everything at my office all over again, even though only 2 months had passed since my accident. I couldn't remember anything about what had happened, my life before, or how to do my job. Tiago saw that I'd had enough and took me away for the weekend, a mountain ranch retreat with horses, trails, and lots of peace and quiet. He did whatever it took to keep me calm and happy, and I loved him for it. He'd brought me up to the mountains, to the ranch, for a chance to get away. And even if I couldn't ride at all with being pregnant and all, it was still so beautiful to be away from it all. Plus, there were plenty of hiking trails, and I could still do that as long as we stuck to the easy routes. On our second afternoon, Tiago took me to one of the stables, where the handler smiled and nodded, telling us to take our time with the horses as she took her leave. Again, I couldn't ride, but I knew this was Tiago's way of letting me get close to the gorgeous animals. I moved close to one, a mare whose name, according to the handler, was Fancy. "Hey there, Fancy," I said softly, moving towards her stall. But the big horse snorted as I got close, and when she twirled sideways and knocked against her stall door, I gasped in surprise, jumping back. My feet tangled, and my heart leapt into my throat as I tripped backwards off my feet. But Tiago caught me, with his arms to steady me, and for a moment he held me there. He inhaled the scent of my hair as he pulled me tight to his body. We haven't been fully intimate since my accident, but we've come close. We wanted to take it slow, to relearn what it was to want each other, so we'd both agreed, only when the time was right. Now his lips brushed at my right ear, and I wondered what it was like to make love in a barn. He picked me up in strong arms, carried me to a pile of hay, and spread out a blanket he'd found. We were the only guests that weekend, and the staff didn't come out during the afternoon, so I knew we were safe. Kind of. That gave me a thrill I didn't quite understand, but let it go. "Do you want me to tell you about our honeymoon, June? What got you off the hardest while we were there?" I pulled his lips to mine and kissed him deeply. My leg was still in a brace, but it wasn't so painful anymore, and I had most of my mobility back. I wanted him, and I knew I was finally ready to have him. I'd waited for weeks now. I'd wanted him with a desire that only grew stronger with each day that passed. "Tell me, Tiago," I breathed. "Fuck, June," he groaned into me. We were on the beach in Hawaii, and the sun, the breeze, and probably the drink you'd had got you so fucking turned on. Too turned on to wait to get back to the room. I swallowed, the breath lingering in my throat as my eyes widened. "We had sex on the beach?" I pulled back, shock mixed with laughter in my eyes. "Not quite, but you came so hard." His lips trailed down my neck, his breath hot on my skin. People could have seen you too, baby. There was a curtain. I know you don't remember, but there was a thin white curtain around the daybed on the beach. Some privacy, but not complete. And when I slid my hands all over you, you wanted it even more because of it. He growled, his hands trailing over me as I gasped. Anyone could have seen you, Angel. Anyone could have seen you when I made you come so hard on my fingers. Oh, fuck, I gasped, feeling my walls clench in response to his words. I stroked your tight little pussy until you came so good for me, and fuck did it make me hard, making you squirm and come like that. I wish I remembered that, I whimpered. I couldn't remember any of it, though. Tiago's fingers trailed down the sharp line of my jaw before he kissed me. You made me so hard that day. You were down on your front in the sand, and I just put oil all over you so your skin gleamed in the sunlight. I slid my hand around your front, down into your bottoms, and you were wet before I even got my fingers inside of you. My eyes were wide. I knew they were, as I waited for him to go on. Tiago moved, his hips pressed into mine, until I felt how hard he was as he pressed into my center. I inhaled deep and filled my senses with his scent. He smelled like spices, of warm, wonderful things that made me melt. I had already melted for him, though. I felt the pool of it between my thighs as a heat that nearly burned me. I pressed my hips up. I wanted so much more of what he had to offer. I wanted the kind of sex he whispered about now, the kind that was so good but so dirty. I craved it from him. That's when his lips pressed down into mine, and my thoughts flew away. His lips caressed mine, and all that existed was him. I felt his hands cup gently at my breasts before he teased my nipples into tight peaks in my bra. I cried out in protest when he stopped the kiss and he moved. His fingers enticed my eyes to follow his movements as he pulled my shirt away, and his lips pushed my bra aside. He teased me, inhaled the scent between my cleavage, rubbed his lips over the inner curve of each one. I was ready to scream by the time his mouth sucked my left nipple deep into his wet, hot mouth. I arched up into that wet heat. His lips sucked at me, and I went wild as shocks of pleasure bolted down to my clit. I pulled at his clothes, he pushed at mine, both desperate to touch bare flesh. I need you, Tiago. Don't make me wait. Please, baby, now, I begged, unashamed if it led me to the point where I got to feel him inside of me. I didn't care about foreplay right now. I just needed to feel his hard length as he opened my body. There's my girl, my hungry, dirty girl. He had a smirk in his voice, but I didn't care as his lips locked onto mine. He pulled me tight to his body with his hands on my hips and teased me with a slow grind for a moment. He removed my clothes slowly. He explored each inch revealed with his mouth, his fingers, and his eyes. I was already on fire, and even with the awkwardness of taking my loose pants off over my brace, I was beyond control. I would have pushed him back and sank myself down on his cock if he hadn't spread my thighs a little wider, taken himself in hand, and guided his thick cock to me. I swiveled my hips, desperate, far more than eager, to take him deep inside. He took my jaw in his hand and held my head still, stopped the way I'd thrashed it around, to look straight into my eyes as he thrust every inch of his thick cock straight into me. Tiago. It was a moan of pleasure, of need for more, for all of him. We moved slowly, in time together at first, my legs out behind him but bent at the knees. But then we moved faster. It felt too good for slow and easy. This was passion and desire that had been caged for weeks, unleashed at last. He was my husband. I was pregnant with his baby. But for me, this was our first time all over again. I knew his body from our play before, but the sensation of his body in mine was brand new. Yet it was also deliciously familiar. "Fuck, June, you're so beautiful." The words came from between clenched teeth as I moved with him, my slick walls more than happy to grasp at his thick length. "I've waited so long to have you like this again, June." His eyes captured mine as we moved together. "I almost died waiting for you." "You missed me?" "Fuck, you know I did. Every fucking day, June." He groaned, making us both cry out as he slid deep inside. "Did you?" I blushed, the words hanging on my lips. "Did you miss me, though?" I arched one brow, biting my lip as the blush spread across my face. Tiago's jaw clenched, and I knew he understood what I was saying. "You want to know if my cock missed you too, Angel? That it? You want to know how fucking hard I was missing this sweet pussy and those gorgeous lips of yours? How much my balls ached for you?" He thrust deep, and I moaned as I felt him fill me so perfectly. "You want to know about how I've stroked my big cock since I've found you again? Fuck, baby. I know we had to go slow, and I was never going to rush you. But ever since you fell back into my world, I can't stop myself. With you here, but not with me. Without the feel of that perfect, tight little pussy sliding down my cock. It's been like sweet agony. Fuck, June. I've been so hard thinking about you and wanting you that I've wrapped my hand around my cock and stroked it until I've come all over my hand so many times." That nearly sent me over the edge. There was something hot about the knowledge that he couldn't control himself, that he'd had to pleasure himself because of me. My lips parted, and my breath came faster as I let the passion take over. Tiago throbbed deep inside of me, and I wanted more. "And how's reality measuring up to the fantasy?" I breathed, my eyes on his. "You blow the fantasy out of the water, June," he growled. His fingers gripped tightly into my hips so that he could slam into me harder, and we both grunted with pleasure. "Fuck me right, Tiago, and you just might get to do it all over again," I promised him, and his eyes burned with a deeper fire, with a thrill that I knew only I could give him. Tiago leaned down, and his teeth bit into my shoulder, followed by a kiss that soothed the skin. He nipped at my shoulder again as his hands went beneath my ass. His finger dug into the crevice and found my other entrance, and I gasped. Was he going to touch me there? Had we done that before? Was I the kind of woman that enjoyed that too? He pulled me up tightly, my ass off the blanket now, and I began to move on him, my feet dug into the hay as we moved together. "Oh, I'll fuck you right, June. I'll fuck you whenever you want, wherever you want, and however you want it. All you have to do is tell me." I laughed from pure delight and love for him as he leaned back enough to encircle a nipple, my hips non-stop in their dance on his shaft. My hips swung. I picked up the pace, fanned our pleasure even higher, unconcerned with my leg or anything else because my mind was filled with nothing except Tiago. Fuck, just like that, beautiful. Fuck that big cock, just like that. I want to feel you let go, baby. I want to feel your tight little pussy come for me. He gasped as I squeezed around him, just that close to release. "All of it." I gasped the words out as his mouth and fingers worked my body into a frenzy. My own movements drove my clit into his pelvis, until I could only gasp as my world rocked away from me. I felt his fingers on my ass as they gripped tighter, before one finger pushed into the secret hidden place there, and I felt my pussy spasm hard and fast as I fell over the edge. Something bigger was there, though. Something stronger waited for me. All of it, Tiago. All of it is for you. I wasn't even aware I'd said the words, but heard his grunt of response. His finger had stilled, but now I pushed down and felt the tip of his finger slide deeper into my ass. I thrust onto Tiago's cock and his finger, with another wave of pleasure that still wasn't quite the end of it. I wanted it. I wanted what waited on that edge I hadn't quite been driven to yet. I wanted it all. I contracted, became a speck of light, before I burst and my body convulsed in pleasure as Tiago gasped above me. Just like that, June. Come for me, baby. Let it all go and fucking come for me. He urged me on, but I didn't need it. I was already there. This was the final puzzle piece, this explosion of pleasure that steals every thought from your head, only to allow all of the memories to come back at once. As I screamed my pleasure, as Tiago groaned my name as he exploded inside of me, and my memory returned like a bang. I clawed into his back to hang on. Pleasure gripped me to put the memories on hold. I had my husband back. I had me back, and this was where we belonged. He panted my name over and over as he came within me, and each pant sent me into another spiral of pleasure. I felt as if I'd turn inside out from it all, that my body and his would really become one as my body swallowed his. This was my husband, and finally, I was his wife again.
20. Tiago. Layla, bring Maddox over here, will you? I called out to my goddaughter, and she beamed at me, my 6-month-old son in her tiny little arms. She felt like a big sister and loved the babies. Both of them. Does Aunt June still have Millie with her?
Yeah, Uncle T. She said she'd be out in a few minutes.
The little girl had flourished and was now just like any other child. She'd caught up in all areas and was a little ray of sunshine, just as she'd always been. How do you like your dress? I looked down at her as she handed Maddox back to me.
It's nice, but not as pretty as Aunt June's. It's so pretty, Uncle T.
She beamed a little bit more and walked back to her mother. Ready to do this again? Tim asked, my best man for a second time. More than ready. Everything set? The music will be on in 5. We were renewing our vows. A little late, but June had wanted to recover from the birth of our twins, Millie and Maddox. And then we'd become entangled in the inheritance stuff. And, well, now was the first moment we had free. Here she comes, somebody called out, and I looked down the path through the rows of white chairs to see my wife heading out of the bar and straight to me. Yeah, we'd chosen the bar again. It seemed like a good idea, as it worked so well the first time around. Only this time it was dark outside, with candles and low lights that lit up the night in a romantic way. June came to stand at the end of the path, dressed in a gorgeous midnight blue gown she'd chosen. Just as she had back then, she stunned me with just how beautiful she was. I hadn't needed all of that money, but it was ours now. I'd proven my father wrong eventually. Yeah, he'd almost broken me. Us, actually, with the damn terms of his will. But June and I were stronger than we'd ever thought we were, and we'd come out the other side. And for my efforts, I got something far better than money. I got my wife and my family. I smiled at her, my heart full of love as she mouthed the words to me. We'd said it every day since her memory returned, and we never let a day go by where we didn't say it. Whether we were exhausted, grumpy, or ill, we said it to each other every single day. Hi, baby, I said to her as she came to stand beside me, Ella not far behind her.
Hi, honey.
She smiled back at me, her eyes on my face.
I'm so glad we decided to do this again. I love this dress.
I'll buy you a house full of them if that's what you want.
Yeah, but I need occasions to wear them.
She grinned, and my heart melted. Maybe you should have charity balls for your organization. That would give you an excuse.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
But she was cut off by the officiant, and our second wedding was underway. We spent the evening with her new friends, my old friends, and our children as we celebrated our second wedding. We gathered up the babies later that evening, and we all headed to a new place for our second honeymoon, the mountains of North Carolina. June wanted to see how they compared to our own. We'd arranged a cabin in the woods, not rustic, to be clear. One of those places you see on Instagram or wherever. Mountain luxury, it was described as. All glass and white oak, with huge windows that overlooked stunning views. When we arrived, June immediately went to the giant tub with jets and filled it up. The kids were asleep and would be for a while, so I found a nice spot to sit and watch her as she soaked the day's strain away in the tub. My wife was just a tad on the side of exhibitionist, and I didn't mind it a bit. It made me hard, and trust me, I knew it made her soaking wet when we knew there was a chance of someone seeing us, someone watching us as we came for each other. She soaked in the tub for quite a while, but neither of us was in a hurry. The babies were finally sleeping through the night. We were alone, and we had all the time in the world. She took her time, with the occasional tease, and I was hard for her the entire time. We didn't speak. We just communicated with our eyes. It was something that had developed in that time when she had amnesia, and she felt so torn between the knowledge that she should know me, but didn't. She'd look at me, and I would know what she had on her mind. I'd look at her in return, and she'd somehow know what my answer was. Maybe it was something that all couples could do. I wouldn't know. She was my one and only real relationship. There'd been women in my life before her, but none of them had ever found their way into my heart. They'd all been passing, bad imitations of what I knew now I'd wanted all along. June. Other women in my life had been ships passing in the night. Only June had stuck around to see the reality that daylight could bring.
That's enough of that, I think,
she said as she stood up out of the tub, her leg free of the cast now and mostly healed. She still felt weakness sometimes, but for the most part it was good to go. I looked over her gorgeous body and felt myself groan even harder. She wrapped a huge white towel around her body and led me into our bedroom. The main outer wall was just glass, and for my little exhibitionist, it was a beacon. She pushed me down onto the bed with a glance to the wall.
Do you think anybody can see us?
She'd left the bed lamp on, I noticed, but I doubted it would give anybody a real view of us. If anybody's out there in the woods, they can, baby. And I know what they'll be doing. I grinned as she straddled me and leaned over me. Her hands explored me greedily as I kissed her with the same passion that she gave me and pulled at my own clothes. I lost myself in June's kiss, in the taste of her lips and the way she felt pressed into me. Her breasts were just within reach, but I left them for the moment to enjoy the feel of her thighs against my naked waist. That had taken a while for her to accomplish, but she was able to do it again without a problem now. I slid my hand down her slick back to the almost non-existent space between us, and moaned when she shifted to let me touch her heat. She was so wet and hot already, and it was from more than the bath. It was that window and her dirty little mind that I loved so much.
Oh, baby, you know just where to touch me,
she moaned as I found her clit and pressed into it with tight circles with my finger. I wanted to get her off. We could worry about me later. I just wanted to hear her cry my name out when she came for me now. I looked up to the window and wondered. It was a hot thought, the idea that somebody might watch me as I fucked June. It made my dick throb and I pushed her harder, until she had her first orgasm of the night. I'd give her plenty more later. I wanted to slide into my wife, and I pulled her hips up so that I could push right into her as the last pulse shook her body. I looked into her eyes as I entered her, and I loved every moment of it. I held back, gave her the slow, shallow thrusts she liked to start with. Neither of us spoke of love or the future. We already knew both existed. Instead, we reveled in the pleasure we gave each other and vowed we'd take every bit we could get out of life. I reached down to gather her juices onto my fingers and then sucked it to taste her sweetness. I wanted to suck her clit, but I'd get to that later. Right now, I wanted to fuck my wife into an orgasm. June's thighs spread around my hips, and when she sank down onto my cock, the both of us groaned in pleasure. My hands gripped her skin tightly, pulling her to me again and again as she started to ride every inch of me. I thrust back, meeting her halfway and burying my cock to the hilt in her slick heat. I quickened my pace and fucked into her hard and fast as she rode me, over and over, until I'd lost myself in her and didn't really know where I was, only that I was inside of her. She'd become my lifeline in so many ways. My everything. My heart.
Tiago,
I want you to come for me, Angel, I hissed into her lips. Come for my big cock, June. Come all over me. Her lips seared to mine, and she screamed into my mouth as the climax erupted through her. I could feel her pussy clenching down so tight around my cock, and it was the last I could take. I groaned, my muscles tensing and my hands tight on her waist as I pulled her down, pushed in deep and exploded. She gasped into my kiss, hungrily tasting my tongue as my cum filled her pussy, until the both of us collapsed. I pulled her down to me, kissed her as I wrapped my arms around her back and held her tight. She pulled away and looked into my eyes. Hers reflected all of her thoughts. I love you, my beautiful wife, and I always will. I'd wait 1,000 years for you to regain memories, and I'll give you all of the babies your heart desires. Just keep on loving me like you do, Angel. I pulled her head to me, her hands on my face as she kissed me with all of her love in return. This was all I'd never known I wanted, but fate had seen fit to give me. I didn't want anything more.
Epilogue. June. I spent so many days daydreaming about what I'd do when I got my memory back, Tiago. I had no idea how hard it would be to relearn everything. And when I had to try, it almost broke me. Getting my memory back did more than give me back my ability to work, though. It gave you back to me. I knew why I'd left then, but I also knew why I wanted to stay. I love you, Tiago, and nothing can take that away. I think I loved you even when I couldn't remember you. It was so strong. I looked at him with all of the love in my eyes and stroked his hair in the morning sunlight. It was months after our trip to the mountains, and we were back home in California. Home, that is, in our new house. We'd loved the one we'd shared before, but it had been time for, well, more space. Twins have a way of necessitating that. You know I'm yours until the day I die, even if I can't say it as sweetly as you. He rested his head back against the pillows. I smiled. Well, the twins are back asleep after their morning feeding, so we've got an hour or two. I arched a brow at him, watching him grin hungrily. We could fill a photo album with scenic pictures and shots of you dancing in woodland streams, he joked with a laugh. Or, I lifted my eyebrow at him again. Or we could go for another round of let's make another baby. I giggled. We could, I suppose, but... He chuckled. Let's enjoy these two for a little while before we throw another one in the mix. I love them so much, I didn't know that was possible. I let my own head fall back, too, as I thought about our babies. Maddox looked like me, with light brown hair and green eyes, but he had his daddy's handsome grin. Millie had his hair and eyes, but she had my sweet smile and my short nose. They were my gorgeous babies, and I wouldn't trade anything for them. For now, I propose we stay in bed and let our babies get their rest. Later, we can go do whatever, but for now, my lovely wife, I only want you. His fingers tickled up my ribs beneath the white cotton nightgown I'd put on to tend to the babies earlier. I think I like that idea, my handsome husband. I threaded my arms around his, and we laughed as we rolled over each other. I ended up on top of him, my favorite place to be now that my leg was healed. I pushed the robe he still wore after his morning shower out of the way and looked at the broad expanse of muscled, tanned skin. "You're so fucking hot." "Not as hot as you, baby," he replied, and I scoffed. You are way fucking hotter. I bet women are still trying to get you in their pants down at the bar." I remembered that blonde with her peekaboo panty game and cringed. I hadn't seen her since, thankfully. "I wouldn't know," he shrugged. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, please." "Well, none of them are you, so—" He shrugged again, and I grinned. "Oh, good answer," I giggled. "Very good answer," I purred as I kissed him. I felt his fingers slide up to capture the rosy tip of my nipple between them. He knew my nipples were even more sensitive now, and that his attention sent me to flood stages. He didn't pinch them, just applied pressure until I started to squirm. I rubbed myself against his thick erection and wanted to shift to take him inside of me, but he made a noise that told me to be patient. "Tiago, don't make me wait." My words were a whisper, all I could get between my lips gone far too dry. I licked them and felt a small relief at least. He pressed deeper into my heat as he pushed my gown away to take my left nipple into his mouth. He started to suck at my tight nipple, and that was just too much. My hand dove between us to find the overheated center of my body. "I'm so wet, Tiago. Don't you want to just fuck me, baby?" I asked him in a quiet voice. My eyes closed as I sought out my own depths. I plunged 2 fingers inside of my sheath, and he was the one that moaned as if he felt it. "I do, but not until I've teased your nipples until you come." He breathed the words out, his mind on my palm pressed into his cock and on my own clit. He tensed as I plunged my fingers deeper, and the back of my hand pressed harder into his cock. We stopped the conversation then, and he went back to his erotic tease of my nipples. He teased each one in turn as I fucked myself with my hand and tormented his cock. "You're going to make me come like that, June, and what would the neighbors say? What kind of man lets his wife fuck herself to orgasm while riding her own hand in his cock?" "Let them watch and be jealous. This is way too interesting to stop now." I grinned down at him, but he winked and turned me over. "Maybe they want to see me take you, make you come all over my cock. Ever think about that?" "Whatever you want, baby, that's what I'll give you." "I think it's me that's about to do the giving, June." And with that, he was inside of me, and the world was right again. He knew I loved it when he talked about people that might watch me, but he also knew that the only place I was ever going to call home was here with him, wherever that here might be. I'd started out on this adventure as a timid little mouse, afraid of her own shadow, afraid of change. Now I charged ahead, faced what the world brought me. I'd spent a lifetime afraid, and he'd taught me to take a chance, to live my life instead of being a coward that hid from it. And I wasn't about to let that go for anything. We moved faster and faster, our lips coming together and our moans mingling as I rode his cock up and down. First, we were strangers. Then we got married. Then we fell in love. Twice. "I love you," he groaned into my lips as we both started to crumble. He drove in deep, and suddenly I was exploding for him. "I love, oh God." Our mouths crashed together, and I moaned as I swallowed his groans of pleasure, feeling his thick cock pulse inside of me as he filled me with his cum. The orgasm shattered through me, leaving me breathless and panting for more as I wrapped my arms around my husband and held him tight. "I love you too," I whispered, both of us panting in the afterglow. "Always." This concludes Accidentally Yours by Ilsa Ames. Narrated by Gillian Macy and Troy Duran. Copyright 2018 by Ilsa Ames. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ilsa Ames, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.